Oh, I'm unmuted, it says. I hit star 6. So.
Sorry. Janelle, this is Kate calling in. Where are we?
You have everyone in attendance, Ms. Fields.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Excuse me just a minute. Okay. Well, then, I am ready to start. If everyone else is. Okay, this is Monday, December 21st, 2020, 5:30 p.m. This is an electronic city council meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Present.
Mr. Davis?
Present.
Mr. Guerra?
Present.
Ms. Fields?
Yours is
Present.
They're already doing roll call.
Someone is not muted. Could you make sure your phones are muted, please? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Mr. Winfrey? Mr. Winfrey? Ms. Galloway?
Present.
Mr. Griggs?
Present.
Ms. Worthing?
Present.
Mr. Winfrey was here. Maybe he's muted or something. Yes, he was muted. Mr. Winfrey?
Okay.
Yes, I'm present.
Thank you.
Hello.
Is everyone? Janelle, who was that?
I'm not sure. If you're not speaking, please mute yourself. Otherwise, we will mute you.
Point of information.
What is your point of information?
Was that Councilman Winfrey letting us know he was there?
I really don't know. But he is here now. So, all right. I'd like to move on to the member remote announcement. Pursuant to the newly revised Open Meetings Act, each council member shall state that they are attending the meeting remotely and shall state where he or she is physically located, county or city and state. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'm at my house in Flint, Michigan, Genesee County.
Mr. Davis?
Councilman Maurice D. Davis, attending this meeting remotely in Genesee County, in Flint, Michigan.
Mr. Guerra?
Attending remotely, Flint, Michigan, Genesee County.
Ms. Fields?
Attending remotely, City of Flint, State of Michigan.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I'm attending this meeting remotely, Flint, Michigan, and Genesee County.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes, this is Councilman Winfrey. I'm attending remotely from Flint, Michigan.
Ms. Galloway?
This is Councilwoman Galloway attending this meeting remotely from Flint, Michigan.
Mr. Griggs?
Attending remotely from Flint, Michigan, Genesee County.
Ms. Worthing?
Attending remotely in Flint, Genesee County.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Galloway, would you lead us, please?
Thank you, Madam President. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now it's time for a prayer of blessing or a moment of silence. Are there any requests for a moment of silence?
Madam
President.
Mr. Winfrey and then Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Okay.
Yes, I would like for the council and any of my constituents that pray for my family. I lost my brother-in-law on Saturday, and we're trying to make arrangements for his celebration of life services. So just keep us in prayer. Close-knit family, and he and I were pretty close, and just going to try to learn how to live without it. So keep us in prayer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Winfrey. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
And I was going to add Mr. Royster, Larry Royster, to the prayer list. Councilman Winfrey did that. And then also, can we please pray for the family of Norma Jean Newman, Mrs. Newman, the family of Mrs. Newman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Anyone else?
Madam President.
Mr. Davis and then Mr. Mays.
Yes, family and bereavement. This week I had to deliver a resolution up to Moons, and me and Councilman Mays' name. I can't think of the family name offhand. Maybe Councilman Mays can, but lift them up in bereavement prayer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, I would include in this moment of silence and prayer request for the Dr. Turner Hartfield family. He was a pillar in the Baptist community and in the community at large with the Masonics and everybody. And I also want to say continued prayers and condolences in moment of silence for all of the COVID-19 victims that we know and don't know as we try to fight our way through this pandemic.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. I would like to add, well, I'll finish mine and then I'll recognize you. I would like to add a dear high school friend of mine, Flint Central High School, class of 1966, Dalton Flowers. It's a real loss to his family and to all of his friends and colleagues. Ms. Galloway?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to say Benny Napoleon, if we can have a moment of silence for that.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll now have a moment of silence. Okay, I'm now going to read the procedures on conducting electronic public meetings. All boards and commissions must adhere to all laws established under the Michigan compiled laws and in accordance with the revisions to the Open Meetings Act adopted in Senate Bill 1108 as passed on October 13, 2020 and signed into law on October 16, 2020. Now we'll have the reading of Disorderly Persons City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. That now brings us to requests for changes or additions to agenda. And actually, I'd like to go first this time, if no one minds. Okay, number one, I would like to have, in addition to the agenda, I would like the attorney from Micah Myers' firm, I believe it'll be Rick Wilson, maybe someone else, to come on and speak to council right after changes or additions to agenda. This is a firm that we are considering hiring. And then secondly, I would like to have public speaking and council comment come directly after that. And then I would like an add-on resolution sent to us by the city clerk, Ms. Brown, to be added to the master resolution. I believe you've all been supplied with a copy of that. And then I would like to postpone special orders 200-500, plus its resolution 20049, rules, postponed to January 11th. Also special order 200-503 and special order 200-505. And then, when we get to master separations, I'll have some then. And then number 6, I would like to postpone the resolution 200-493 regarding rules 200-516, parks and trees, to January 11th. And then I would like to postpone all of the first reading ordinances, but I'd like to keep the second reading of ordinance 200-461. And then I would like to, this is number 8, I would like to postpone all discussion items 200-501, 200-502, 200-513 until January 11th. And then lastly, I'd like you to make note that the administration has asked us to pull 2 scheduled public hearings. Excuse me. That would be, let me just find the number. That would be public hearing 200-483.6, 200-484.6. I'd like to postpone those until the administration would like to bring those back. Now, are there any other changes or additions to the agenda?
Madam President,
Mr. Griggs.
did you just move the first reading of 200-489, the store hours ordinance? Did you just postpone that to January also?
I'm suggesting that we have to vote on it.
Well, we just had a shooting at a convenience store, and a death, so it's getting to be pretty important to 4 hours. And if you can, I'd like to see you remove that from your postponement, so we can go ahead and have our first reading, if that's possible.
Well, okay, I guess this should technically come under discussion when we vote on it. So can I comment on that when we get to that?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Griggs. Any other agenda changes and or additions? Okay, hearing none, I would now like to vote on the first suggested agenda change, to have the attorneys from MICA, that's M-I-K-A, Myers, M-E-Y-E-R-S, Attorney Rick Wilson and whoever he brings with him, come speak to council and answer some questions right after the changes to agenda. Is there any discussion?
Madam President.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, do we know whether he's on the phone right now?
Yes,
He
they
said
are.
he would be. They
Yes,
are.
Okay.
I'm here.
And Miss Fields and I talked to you earlier today.
That's correct.
And so I'm going to support that, and I'm going to urge my colleagues, based upon this 2-member ad hoc committee, I hope that you'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussion? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Guerra, Mr. Guerra, Ms. Fields,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey,
Yes.
Ms. Galloway,
Yes.
Mr. Griggs,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
8 yes, 0 no. We have that agenda change. Okay, the second agenda suggested change was that we have public speaking and council response directly after the attorneys. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra? Oh. Mr. Guerra got muted somehow. Okay, he's unmuted.
Okay, yeah, yes. Yes to this one and the last one, but I know it's too late probably for the last one. But yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yeah.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
9 yes, 0 no. That change will be made. Next, we're on to the add-on resolution brought by the city clerk to add that on to the resolutions. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, what is this add-on resolution entail? What is it?
Just one moment, I'll read it to you. It's a resolution authorizing the addition of a grantor to assist with the purchase of a Verity Central system for counting absentee ballots in elections. Ms. Perhaps Ms. Brown, is she on the line? Would she care to explain this?
Well, this is just a motion to add it to the resolution segment of the agenda. I can support that and can get into it later then, but whatever y'all want to do now is your business. I'll be voting yes on this one.
Okay, well, how about just a real quick, Ms. Brown, under discussion. Why do you need this tonight?
Councilwoman Fields, this is Angela Wheeler. I spoke with the city clerk earlier. If she's on the line, I can explain.
Okay.
She is not on the line right now, but she will be when you discuss this later.
Okay.
I can just tell you briefly that it, like I said, last year or a few months ago, you approved the Verity, the cost of the Verity machines. However, there was additional funds that came through that they can pay them off immediately. So she'd like to use that funding from the grant. So that's why they're bringing it back to make sure it's paid off now instead of over the next 4 years.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Is there any discussion on this addition? Hearing none, roll call. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
9 yes, 0 no. We have added on that resolution. Number 4 is to postpone Special Order 200500 and Resolution 20049 until January 11th. These are to do with the rules. Also to postpone Special Order 200503, 200505 until January 11th. Is there any
Madam
discussion?
President.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah. I'd like to vote on them. Well, do I want to vote separately? All of them would be special orders in January, correct?
Correct.
And then when I look at council discussion, because, you know, I'm always watching the timeliness of the COVID-19 special order. but I think I got some similar under discussion items, and I think you want to postpone that. So I'll go ahead and vote on this as a group, unless Miss Galloway want hers split up. But as far as what mine was about the COVID-19 and the state of emergency employees and testing, now we even got vaccine communication, I'm not going to vote to remove this discussion from down further in the agenda, which would be in a discussion item. Neither if I know I'm going to probably keep that 1702 Kentwood. So I can vote for this in a group unless I hear from Ms. Galloway different on her special order. And that's all I'll say to that right now.
And Mr. Mays, when we get to the discussion items, I will handle those with a separate vote for each of the 3 items. Would that be satisfactory?
Oh, I would be asking for that at that point if I vote yes on this one. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Galloway, did you want to weigh in? One of these is your special order about Pierce Park.
Am I going to be able to, so you're asking to postpone, will I be able to have any discussion, or is this discussion now? Has a motion been made and seconded?
Yes. The motion has been made to postpone all of these special orders until January 11th.
So
do you need us to separate?
Who made the motion and seconded?
Well, it's not technically a motion. We don't really take motions when we do the agenda changes. We just discuss it and then we vote on them individually. But I have grouped them. Would you like that separated out and vote on that one separately?
Yeah, I would, please.
Okay, so that would be, a minute. That would be 200505. We'll vote on that one separately. Would that be satisfactory?
Yeah, and actually, I just want to vote on it separately so I can ask a simple question. And I don't know if you'd want to do it now, because I can just ask the administration a question about it, right, before just postponing it. Is that proper? That way you don't have to separate it?
We don't normally, but for the sake of kind of moving it along, why don't you go ahead?
Well, Madam President, the thing about agenda changes is that we have discussion on the agenda change. And so I don't want to slow the process, but I do want the ability to ask somebody from the administration what the status is, and then we can move on from there. So there's always discussion.
Well, why don't we just separate the vote so you can have discussion on that one item, okay?
That's fine.
So we'd be voting on postponing Special Order 200500, Resolution 20049, which are to do with rules, and also Special Order 200503.
Madam
So,
President.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes. The discussion item on 1702 Kenwood should be removed since it was in our inboxes about the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, Act 110 of 2006.
Okay, Mr. Griggs, we're not there yet. We're coming to it, but we're not there yet, and we're going to talk about that separately. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So if there's no more discussion on postponing those, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
9 yes, 0 no. So those will be postponed. That now brings us to the suggested postponement of Special Order 200505, which was presented by Ms. Galloway to talk about Pierce Park. Ms. Galloway, discussion?
Thank you, ma'am. Madam President, Is Suzanne Wilcox or Clive Edwards on the line, Madam President?
Are they on the line, Mr. Edwards? Or
Yes,
Suzanne? Thank you. Or Miss Wilcox, excuse me. Mr. Edwards, go ahead with Miss Galloway.
Mr. Edwards, how are you? Thank you so much for being here tonight. Can you give the residents a more of an update on the status of Pierce Park?
Yeah, well, the one thing I can tell you is that I think we talked about it before, that particular location had been barriered off, and I think we were talking about previously about there was an adjuster that was looking at the situation. I believe, because that comes through finance, I believe Amanda is on the call, and she may be able to give you some information as to where that's at this point in terms of a review of that property.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, the adjuster was out at Pierce Park. The property has been fenced. We are putting together specs because it does need to be cleaned up, but it also has to be cleaned up with the probability that it has asbestos on the building. So we're doing the specs for that, and hopefully we'll have that out after the holidays, and we will get that cleaned up at that time. And we did receive the check for that about 10 days ago, and that's already been taken care of on that end. Thanks.
And if I might add to that, I believe that there is a demo company that is already involved in this process.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Edwards, and thank you, Amanda.
You're welcome.
You're welcome, Ms. Galloway. Any other discussion about that postponement? Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk, to postpone this special order until January 11th.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
9 yes, 0 no. That is postponed until January 11th. Excuse me. Okay, then that brings us to, let's see, postponing resolutions 200493 regarding rules and 200516 regarding parks and trees until January 11th. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
9 yes, 0 no. These will be postponed, those resolutions, until January 11th. The next is to postpone, let me find down the agenda, introduction and first reading of ordinances 200074, 200075, 200076, 200489, 200490, and 200512 until January 11th. Is there any discussion?
Madam President, this is Janelle.
Janelle?
200512 is a 60-day extension on that marijuana ordinance, and that really can't wait.
Ah. Okay. Well, then how about if I remove that from the list to postpone?
Okay.
All right. Any other discussion?
Madam President, yeah, I'm not sure what I'm voting on here. We need to go over them slow, not just by number, but by content, so I can decide if I need something separated. What's being said here?
Okay. To postpone until January 11th, and I'll read each one and give you a little thumbnail of what it is.
Now, what are these, public hearings or resolutions?
No, these are introduction and first reading of ordinances.
Okay, so let me get to that. Hold on. And I want the public to know as well. Okay, introduction and first reading. So the first one is the marijuana. That's the 074. And so Janelle just asked that be dealt with. And then how many more is it?
Excuse me, Mr. Mays. I think she asked to have 200512. That's one we need to actually deal with.
Oh,
because
the
it's
second reading. So the first one was introduction and first reading. That's the one that I guess Kelly was here for last meeting. Is Kelly on the line?
I am. Thank you. This is Kelly Thompson.
Madam President, if I may, through you to Kelly, you trying to get this more, beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, I just said certainly.
Okay. Kelly, and I'm saying Kelly because I be wanting to say your maiden name, and I'm just not familiar with I think it's
just fine. Kelly's fine.
Attorney, what is your last name?
Thompson.
Attorney Thompson. So you have finally put this introduction and first reading of the more permanent marijuana on the agenda. Is that what 200074 is?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And Ms. Fields, what else did we have that you want to kind of postpone?
The next one, 200075, standards for medical marijuana facilities. 200076, zoning special regulated uses, zoning district requirements for special regulated uses. And 20048, going too fast?
I wanted to ask Attorney Thompson, was those first three related? Seemed like the first two are, but is the third one related to those first two as well, or it's different?
The third is also related, so 200076 is also related to the first two.
Okay, Ms. Fields, I'm listening.
Okay, the next one is 200489. It's hours of the sale of liquor, and it's my understanding that's going to take quite a bit of work to kind of amend what that ordinance was intended to do. So for that reason, I'm suggesting postponement. And then 200490, which is housing article, international property maintenance, landlord's removal and disposal process regarding evictions.
Okay.
And then to keep the last one on the agenda, 200512, which is the 60 days emergency opt-in.
Okay, and the one before that, what does that have to do with?
That's landlord's removal and disposal process regarding evictions. We haven't really discussed that.
I ain't going to have no problem putting that off. I don't even know if I agree with that. So, okay, I see where we're at. We might have to do some separations. I would want to look at the first three separately from the next. If we could start with the first three. Me personally, I'm in favor of first reading. What the majority of the council need to do is up to them. So I'm going to probably vote not to do away with first reading on the first three. But, That's just me. So can we take the first three separate and try to get that over with?
Certainly. Let's take the first three as a group, a vote to postpone to January 11th. 074, 075, and 076. Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk. This is a vote to postpone those to January 11th.
Oh, just those three?
Just those three to start with.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Calloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
So the introduction and first reading of those three ordinances, how many yes, how many no?
8 yes and 1 no.
8 yes and 1 no. Will be postponed until January 11th. So the next ordinance proposed to be postponed is 200489, and I'll take the rest of them separately. This is an ordinance regarding the hours of the sale of liquor. Is there any discussion?
Madam President.
Mr. Griggs.
Yeah, we've been discussing this ordinance for, I suppose, 3 months, and then it's been worked on for a couple of months prior to that. It's getting to be more dangerous around certain convenience stores. There was just a death at one just a night or two ago. I think this is an important ordinance, at least have a first reading, and if anybody wants to amend it, it's not going to take much to amend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griggs. Ms. Wheeler, I have a question for you. Are you there?
I am.
Okay. The last time I looked at this, it actually, the ordinance read to make a certain category of stores, gas stations, party stores, etc., close their stores by 10 p.m. Has this been changed now to limit the hours that they can sell liquor ending at 10 p.m.? Is that what it says?
I believe there were some changes made. I have Attorney Millhouse on the line. He can answer any questions.
Thank you. Attorney Millhouse?
Yes, I'm here. Well, no.
Go ahead. What does this actually say?
It says now it's been amended. Before it was to close. Then after one of the council meetings, it was amended to close at 10 p.m. to stop the sale of liquor at 9 p.m.
So the stores to close at 10 p.m. but stop the sale of liquor at 9 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Millhouse.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Madam President.
Mr. Griggs and then Mr. Davis.
Okay. I need to point out that these only apply to the stores that sell alcohol. I'm not sure if that's clear in that ordinance, but that's who this ordinance is for. Are the businesses that sell alcohol? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griggs. Mr. Attorney Millhouse, is that what it says?
It's clear. And if you don't think it's clear enough during the readings, it could be discussed and make it clear. But as far as I'm concerned, it's clear.
Thank you. Mr. Davis.
Madam Chair, we need more discussion on this for first reading, clearly, because we don't want it should be according to violation. We don't want to punish good businesses with the bad apples, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to have people go out of business for no reason. Only the we got to discuss this a little further because you want to be fair to all businesses. It's not a blanket type ordinance. It have to be according to the violations that they keep continuing. Death, shooting, and a nuisance in the neighborhood, blight, and all of that. So it ain't going to hurt us to postpone this, Mr. Griggs, a little longer to work out all the little kinks. We wanted to be fair. Thank you for indulging.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I'll be voting yes to postpone it. I applaud Mr. Millhouse and Mr. Griggs and whoever else worked on it because I done worked on legislation. But in light of no legislative committee meetings, it demonstrates how 1, 2, or even 3 council people can get together and get stuff done outside of a meeting. And so I'm concurring with Mr. Davis, and I'm ready to go ahead and vote yes to postpone it. And I look forward to the discussion. But right now, as I'm hearing it, I'm telling you, I'm not in favor of it. And, you know, I could vote no on it now, but, you know, I'll be willing to postpone it for further discussion, and I look forward to it. At one point, we said we would hear from some of the owners, and I still look forward to that. I know me and Mr. Winfrey had talked a little about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussion? So the vote is on whether to postpone to January 11th, first reading of 200489, hours of the sale of liquor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway? Okay. That's 8 yes and 1 no.
8 yes, 1 no. So that is postponed until January 11th. The next one is 200490. I would ask Attorney Wheeler or whoever you would like to speak on this to explain this a bit.
Okay, I can speak up. That's the landlord one, right?
Oh, yeah, that's, Attorney Millhouse. Yep, you got it.
Well, this one here is the landlord eviction and disposal and removal of property. And it's basically about making it a violation for the landlord just to dump the tenant's property and leave it on the street to get strewn and scattered all over the neighborhood. And it's to give to force him to at least put it in storage or take it somewhere away from there at the expense of the tenant, no doubt. But in the end, the tenant would have to pay for that, but yet the landlord will be responsible for it up front, so that the neighborhood isn't a mess. For health hazards.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you for indulging. Yes, if it was a possibility, I would expedite this ordinance because the landlord seemed to be one of the main culprits of blight and contributing to a lot of the havoc that Republic waste collection is collecting. Also, waste collection. So if any way we could expedite this, I will be voting no to postpone this ordinance as first read. It needs to be done immediately in my ward because I'm so frustrated with these home owner-occupied evictions. They should be held accountable, and Mr. Millhouse did an excellent job. I give him standing ovation, but we need to expedite this one. Thank you so much for indulging.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any other discussion?
Madam President.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, the problem with lack of a legislative committee or finance committee or governmental ops committee is that you got a piece of legislation affecting tenants and landlord the way I just heard it, coming for first reading and then approval. I don't make legislation that way. And we are a legislative body. We are not legislative individuals and with a legal department. So we just in COVID-19. Ain't no way I'm finna put the burden on the tenant to pay for something, and I ain't gonna put the burden on the landlord to store nothing. So this is one that needs discussed. We got a heavy agenda. The spirit of postponements, we moving. I'm ready to keep it moving, and this is a little much. So I'll be voting yes to postpone. Talk about it in January. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? I'd like to say I really, with everything that's been going on with the water settlement, I haven't had a chance to really read this ordinance. So I would like a little longer time to be able to review this. So I'm going to vote to postpone it as well. If there's no other discussion, a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway? Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 3 no.
6 yes, 3 no. This will be postponed until January 11th. Okay, so now we're keeping one of them on for first reading. That's 200512. Okay, now back to, I skipped this in my order, but I'll go back to this. This is to move resolutions 200488 and 200519 to right after council response in public speaking. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Point of information, Madam Chair.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Can you identify them by what they are as well as the number?
Certainly.
You're asking that they come right after public comment and council response. What? For the public and me,
yeah.
myself.
Yeah, I forget. Not everyone's looking at the agenda. So 200488 is the settlement of the Flint water litigation, and 200519 is the companion resolution to the settlement of the Flint water litigation.
Last question, Madam President. You know, I don't want them to be looked at as separate. I think they must mechanically be brought up at the same time. Other than that, one would have to go before the other. I'll vote for this order, but I want to make a note of that when I vote for them together. I don't want to get this twisted. That's what my vote is, to discuss them together. So, and if that's what I'm understanding, then I'm ready for roll call.
I understand you, Mr. Mays, and we had discussed earlier to do an amended to make it a 0.1, but I personally think the companion resolution needs a little more work, and when we get to that in the resolutions, we may want to postpone this. I'm not sure, but at that point in time, once it's postponed and we're sure of what we want the companion resolution to be, then we can vote to amend it. Is that satisfactory?
Well, my concern is I know some of my colleagues will get the 8-8 one, and they'll put a motion on the floor and say a motion is always in order. So if there need to be some talk of any kind on the companion one that y'all calling it, I'd like to have that first and then the other one come second. I just don't want no gangster moves, as we call them, on these important discussions. And I say that as a member of that 2-member ad hoc committee. So that's my concern with this. Can we get some clarification?
Okay, so then I would move that 200519, the companion, to be first, and then 200488 to be second. Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
9 yes, 0 no. They will be moved in the agenda in the order stated. Okay, the next one is to postpone all discussion items, but we will vote on these separately. So let me find them in the agenda. The first discussion item is 200501 regarding marijuana ordinances. A discussion item is requested by the city attorney to discuss the city's permanent marijuana ordinances. Is there any discussion? This is a motion to postpone this to January 11th. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
8 yes, 1 no. That discussion item is postponed until January 11th. The second one is 200502, a discussion item, state of emergency. A discussion item as requested by Councilperson Mays regarding he would like to discuss the current state of emergency and the mayor's failure to expediently convene a meeting with City Council. This is a motion to postpone. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President, real quick.
Mayor.
Not knowing how this, thank you. Not knowing how this will go. I watch this stuff very closely. I'm looking at the essential workers now who might be getting vaccine. They talk about fire and police. They don't talk about the other type of employees that we call locally essential workers. There needs to be some dialogue between the administration and the state and so forth and so on. We're into March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, about almost I don't know, y'all can count just as good as me. And we haven't lived up to the state of emergency law. So, no, I'm a lawmaker, and I'll ask to keep this on so, everybody know what it is. I ain't tripping. But no, I'm going to vote yes, because if we get through this business and we don't talk about COVID-19 and what's going on locally before we convene, shame on us. I'll be voting no not to take this one off. I think the proper vote would be for me no. And if y'all get sleepy and this meeting go too long, It won't because of me. I'm talking on this because I'm quiet now.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Davis.
I would like to support this, but I can't because every time the mayor come up to the council or be on meeting for council purposes, we talk about everything but this, and it end up being about Gleason and vendettas and stuff. We don't utilize this forum here on record. If we want to be about COVID and emergency of the state of Michigan and the city of Flint, I'm on board. As long as my colleagues know how to stay on point and on topic, germane to the health and well-being of this community, I would support it. But not because of Gleason and vendettas. I'm not going to support it. And I'm going to be first to say it in plain English. Thank you for indulging.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any other discussion? Well, I would like to say this is a motion to postpone this discussion to January 11th, and I'm going to be supporting the postponement for several reasons. Any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam President. Madam President, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. You know why I'm going to vote no? Because it ain't discretionary. It's the law. We got a state of emergency ordinance. It ain't about a vendetta. It's about the law. And when we start as a lawmaking body start voting against the law, that's very problematic. So I'm going to vote not to postpone the discussion because people are in violation of the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any last discussion? Hearing none. Did someone ask? I couldn't hear. Okay. This is a motion to postpone discussion item 200502, discussion item state of emergency. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Woodbury Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Greggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 3 no.
6 yes, 3 no. That item has been postponed until January 11th. That brings us to discussion item 200513, discussion item status 1702 Kenwood. A discussion item is requested by Councilperson Eric Mays to update City Council on the status of 1702 Kenwood. The motion is to postpone this until January 11th. Any discussion?
Madam President?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Griggs and then Mr. Mays.
Okay. This Michigan Zoning Enabling Act 110 of 2006 was in our council people inboxes. And it's clearly stated that 125.3206 residential use of property, adult foster care facilities, family or group child care homes, you can't change it. It's up to zoning, and it's actually up to the state. And since Mays is still on, or Mr. Mays is still on Mr. Pfeiffer's payroll of $22,500, you and Mr. Pfeiffer need to take this to the state level. It's a waste of our city time, and I'm voting no. Thank you. I'm voting.
Mr. Mays?
I make a motion that we remove this discussion item based on the facts I just stated.
Madam President.
That's an amended motion. Are you making an amended motion to remove this item?
Yes.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Madam President.
Mr. Davis.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Madam President.
I think the first
Point
was
of
Mr.
order.
Davis.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
My point of order that is we traditionally vote up or down on agenda changes. You had one on there. We've never really did an amendment and get locked into 5 minutes and all of this type of mess. So do you really want to go down this road? I'll go down it, but I'm telling you right now, Mr. Griggs and Mr. Davis is kind of out of line because we had a motion on the floor. Now, if y'all want to rule that this amendment to take it all the way off versus postpone, and we in that 5-minute discussion. But my point of order is asking you, is this how we do business?
Madam Chair, Santino.
All right, just a moment. Mr. Mays, I forgot to ask you, as I'm supposed to ask and have asked everyone, you called for a point of order. What rule number has been broken? Can you please tell me what rule
I'm
number?
saying the rules surrounding agenda changes. And so if you need me to pause and tell you where in our rules is agenda changes, but you know how they go. We was on your agenda change, not Mr. Griggs and Mr. Davis's.
Okay, Mr. Mays, just a moment, Mr. Guerra. I would like to ask Angela Wheeler for input on this. So the first question is, can we have a motion to amend the postponement to remove? And where is this addressed in our rules?
Point of information.
Ms. Galloway, what is your point of information?
Madam President, do you realize that it's not addressed in our agenda rules? It just has the agenda changes. And so are you aware that it's not outlined? It's based on what we've done traditionally, and there hasn't ever been a motion made on an agenda change outside of what the agenda change was during that discussion. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not, but that's why I was asking Ms. Wheeler for clarification, Ms. Galloway. Ms. Wheeler?
Okay, so say that again. What is the question?
Okay, we were in a motion to postpone on agenda changes this discussion item regarding 1702 Kinwood. In the middle of discussion, Mr. Griggs, well, actually, there was no motion made, but he kind of made a motion to drop the item. And Mr. Mays says it's not allowed according to the rules about agenda. So the question is, I guess, how do the rules affect it, and can we have a motion in the middle of discussion on an agenda item?
Yeah, I did a point of order.
Just Mr. Mays?
I'm doing a point of order. I'm saying the part for agenda changes had closed. I've never seen it open back up this way.
What number? Come on, Kate.
I'm a little confused and a little unsure. That's why I'm asking for some clarity from our city attorney.
Well, point of order. Once you rule, and you can get some clarity, but once you rule, if I agree, I can appeal or not. But okay, I'm cool. I'm just listening.
Okay, well, I don't want to rule until I really understand if we're doing this correctly, Mr. Mays.
Yes, ma'am.
So agendas for regular meetings are addressing the Rule 6. So I'm just looking at that quickly. But I don't think this particularly addresses or is silent on the issue because I'm trying to figure out, did you say it was during a discussion or it was?
It was during a discussion under agenda changes. There had been no motion per se. I have just asked for I would like the agenda change. I would like to postpone this to January 11th. And then Mr. Griggs came on, and he made a motion, which was seconded by Mr. Davis, to actually remove this discussion item.
Right, so you didn't have a motion on the floor. You made a suggestion for a motion on the floor. Is that correct?
And then Mr. Griggs made a motion at that point in time, and Ms. Galloway said that we have never had a motion like that made while we were discussing an agenda change.
Yeah, and I believe.
Just a moment. Ms. Wheeler, go ahead, and then I'll let you have the floor, Ms. Galloway, after we hear from Ms. Wheeler.
He had a point of order.
Yeah, and I don't know how to rule on the point of order. That we broke a rule.
That supersedes other things. So I mean, if you want to go ahead and address that,
I'll wait, Kate, Madam President.
Okay, so then your rules are not specific on that particular interruption, but Councilman Griggs had the floor, so that would be who would be empowered to make the motion because he had the floor at the time.
Okay, so regarding the point of order, a rule being broken, you're saying that our rules are silent on whether you can make a motion under agenda changes, but then Mr. Griggs had the floor. He did make the motion to remove it, and it was seconded, and we are now in discussion. So I'm going to deny the point of order because no rule has been broken.
Madam Chair, Santino here. I'm still waiting.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Thank you for reminding me. Mr. Guerra.
Yeah, I think that this is my interpretation. I do think Mr. Griggs has the right to make that, but I am in agreement with Mr. Mays' point with saying that we're voting at the council on agenda changes, either to postpone or to not, and usually we don't get into discussion during this part because we could be here all day if we're debating agenda changes like this. So I'm going to vote against any motion like this right now just because I think it's best to either postpone or not postpone. Mr. Griggs and Mr. Davis, it's nothing personal against the actual thing. I think that if we start doing this, and I would hope that you guys even withdraw it, because if we start doing this, we're going to end up being in meetings all day. So I think Mr. Mays had a good point with saying we usually don't do this at this point in time, but the rules are silent, so I understand the ruling as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guerra. I said I would recognize Ms. Galloway first and then Mr. Davis.
So, Madam President, this is the concern. Under agenda changes was when, in my opinion, when Mr. Griggs' point should have been addressed. When you said you wanted to postpone it, he should have said, I wanted to drop it, because now we're on agenda changes, and now what he's decided to do is, even though every agenda change that we would be addressing is now before us, he didn't properly make his agenda changes, so now he wants to impose something different. And so that's the reason why I'm saying it's inappropriate. Yes, you can make a motion at any time during the meeting, but on agenda changes, you asked, were there any more of them? There was silence. And so now he's making an agenda change that's totally opposite of what we agreed to hear. And so I just don't think it's fair. And I'm going to be voting no, because this is not the way that we should be doing each other.
I understand your point, Ms. Galloway. So you're saying Mr. Griggs should have requested this under agenda changes, not made a motion while we were in discussion about the proposed agenda change. So exactly. I think really probably the best thing to do is to postpone it. This is just my opinion. To postpone it until January 11th, and then at that time, if Mr. Griggs wants to make the motion to remove it. All right, Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis and then Mr. Griggs.
Madam Chair, I'd like to withdraw my motion. I'd like to withdraw it at this time. My second.
Okay. I don't think we have to vote on that. Mr. Griggs, would you like to withdraw your motion?
I will after I make the statement.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
So the rule, Madam President, and I don't have my book open, but once a motion has been made, properly seconded, and stated by the chair, it does require a vote of the body.
Okay, but it doesn't address the support of the motion. So I was waiting to see if Mr. Griggs would withdraw his motion, then we could vote on it. Because it really doesn't speak to if someone withdraws their support of the motion.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
I would just ask, is there a second to his motion to withdraw his support and take it from there?
Okay, that would simplify. Is there a second to Mr. Davis's motion to withdraw his support? Is there a second?
Madam President?
Mr. Winfrey?
I second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Madam President?
Yeah, Madam President.
Just a moment. Mr. Griggs and then Mr. Mays.
Okay, we have wasted enough city time on 1702 Kenwood. This is a state law. These people that are against this facility for, elderly citizens of Flint, they need to take their problems up, their personal grievances up with the state, not with the city council. Thank you.
Thank
Madam
you, Mr.
President.
Griggs. Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I done listened to this nonsense that Mr. Griggs stated about me in a financial relationship with Mr. Pfeiffer. If he keeps up, I'm going to sue him. It's a lie. I'm a political consultant. I handled Mr. Pfeiffer's campaign back in when the recall with Mayor Weaver. And I'm here to tell you, sir, I'm proud of my political consulting firm. That when my taxes filed about $31,000 for a couple months. Anything you want to know about me, ask me, but don't accuse me wrongfully in a public forum. It might cost you if you don't know what you're talking about. Now let me say this.
Mr. Mays, the actual topic and so discussion is on the actual motion, which is just Mr. Davis wants to withdraw his support.
Let me say this about our charter. It doesn't allow you to discriminate. When he tried to bang me publicly, you said nothing. Now I'm defending myself publicly in the same type of conversation, and I hear you. My position is this. We will not just let it go off the agenda, Mr. Griggs. It was taken off when I was illegally removed from a meeting as a special order. You had something to do with that. I'm here to tell you, every maneuver I got is going to be on the agenda. I'm going to discuss zoning. You're very misguided on what we can and cannot do. You one wasted our time with this motion. We would be gone. We would be listening to the attorney. We would almost be on public speaking. So how dare you talk about wasting folks' time? Now, I'm going to be voting no on this waste of time thing that you did and hope that you learn. Whenever you try to take one of agenda item that this senior councilman got, you're going to be in for a tug of war. It's more than 3-4 ways to exercise a freedom of speech on zoning questions. Whether it's Kenwood, Minwood, Linwood, Russell, Bustle, Mott, Saginaw Street, you ain't going to be able to block it. You ain't even talking smart enough, and quit accusing me wrongfully. Don't you going to get my undivided attention. Go on with that mess.
Madam President?
Just a moment, Mr. Griggs. I think I finally got clarity in my own mind about where this is. So Mr. Davis we're voting on whether to allow him to withdraw his support. If the vote is yes, okay, then I will have to ask, is there support for your motion again, if the second has been withdrawn? If the vote is no, then I think we have to actually vote on the motion. So, Mr. Griggs?
Yeah. I cannot be liable when I speak the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griggs. Okay, is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, this is a motion to allow Mr. Davis to withdraw his support of Mr. Griggs' motion. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
8 yes, 1 no. So Mr. Davis's support of Mr. Griggs' motion is withdrawn. So now Mr. Griggs has a motion on the floor that has no current support. Is there a second to Mr. Griggs' motion? Is there a second to Mr. Griggs' motion? Hearing none, the motion fails for lack of support. That brings us back to the original motion, which is to postpone discussion item 200513 to January 11th. Is there any additional discussion on that?
Yeah, real quick, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
I'm going to vote no not to postpone it this early in the meeting. I'm going to see how quick we can quit this nonsense out, get through with the business, and then if it needs to be postponed at a later time in the meeting, I will. I'll be voting no to leave it right there. And maybe it will postpone, but not right now.
Any additional discussion? All right, so the motion before us is to postpone the discussion item 200513, status of 1702 Kenwood. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 3 no.
6 yes, 3 no. Discussion item 200513 is postponed to January 11th. Okay, and then that brings us to the last thing. I don't think we actually need to vote on this. I can order, if there are no objections, it is the administration has asked to postpone or withdraw, let me just find it, 2 public hearings. Let me just find it. Public hearing 200483.6, which is a public hearing street vacation Decker Street between Robert T. Longway Boulevard and Kersley Street. And the other one is 200484.6, a public hearing street vacation Kersley Street between Walnut and Robert T. Longway Boulevard. These are public hearings that the administration has asked to have withdrawn or postponed.
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Under agenda change, I don't have a problem dropping them from the agenda at this time. I'll be voting yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussion? All right, then we have dropped those, postponed those until the administration brings them back without objection.
Point of order. Point of order.
What's your point of order, Mr. Mays?
We're in a regular council meeting. I think we better vote on that agenda change.
Okay, I have no problem with that. Before we vote, is there any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Can you repeat? I'm sorry. Can you repeat the what we're voting on, Madam President?
We're voting on allowing the administration to withdraw or postpone two public hearings, 200-483.6 and 484.6.
Thank you. Yes.
You're welcome.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
9 yes, 0 no. So those are postponed or withdrawn. Okay, so that's the end of agenda changes. That brings us to the first agenda change. Mr. Mays, would you like to introduce the attorney? And
Ms.
if you're on
Fields,
the line, please.
No, but I would say this. We had a conversation with him. I appreciate you guys allowing me to work on this two-member ad hoc committee. I'll let you introduce him, but Ms. Fields and I had conversation with him earlier. I'll find out from at the same time as the rest of my council colleagues what is going to be said here. So, Ms. Fields, without any further communications, I yield to you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Wilson, are you on the call?
I am, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Great. Okay, well, the purpose of having you on this call is Councilman Mays and myself and our two-person committee have been looking for a law firm and an attorney to represent City Council on all water litigation issues. And could you tell us a little bit about before we open it for questions, could you tell us a little bit about yourself and your law firm and what resources you would bring to this representation?
Absolutely, Madam Chairman. First of all, let me say we are honored to be considered by the Council as your attorneys. Joining me tonight on this call is my partner, Scott Dwyer, who is in our Grand Rapids office. I am in our Manistee office with a young associate whose name is Alex Henderson. Alex has just arrived in our firm from the City of Detroit Law Department, so is familiar with the larger city goings-ons that Scott and I may not be as familiar with. But Micah Myers has a law firm that has been in existence for many, many years. We have a strong municipal background. We have a strong environmental law background. Scott and I bring the municipal law background to this meeting. We have a couple of other partners, Doug Donnell and Bill Horn, who are the principal environmental attorneys. We have done just about everything from soup to nuts when it comes to both municipal work and environmental work in the legal department. We handle major corporations as our clients in a number of environmental cases, and we represent all kinds of villages, townships, cities, road commissions, airport authorities, and just about any sort of municipal entity that you can possibly think of. We either have one in our current stable of clients or we have represented one in the past. We are obviously just very fresh into this. I did speak to Madam Chairperson and Mr. Mays earlier this morning. Since then, I've had other things on my agenda today that I could not devote all day to the city of Flint, but Alex Henderson here has reviewed some of the materials that you sent, including the proposed water agreement, settlement agreement with the plaintiffs. Beyond that, we are unsure exactly what the scope of the engagement would be, but then again, as I said, we've only been involved in this for about 12 hours at this point in time, and so the lack of detail in what exactly you would have us do is to be expected. But we are here to learn. We are here to answer any questions that you might have, and it's been a very interesting council meeting so far. Not unusual in our experience, but it's always nice to attend a new meeting. I've never been to a Flint City Council meeting. I look forward to someday being able to attend in person and meet everybody there whose voices I've heard on the phone tonight, but meet you in person. With that, I would entertain any questions you might have.
Okay, Mr. Wilson,
yes.
Before I open this up for questions, I'd just like to say that we also sent you a copy as a companion resolution to the original resolution for the water settlement, and we've also conveyed to you that given timing, if possible, we would want you to file a response to the water settlement motion no later than December 31st. And you've also indicated you've checked and you have no conflict of interest. So with that, I'll turn...
Not on the water case, no.
Okay. So with that, I'll turn it over for questions. Mr. Mays?
Ms. Fields, yeah, before we go all the way out for questions, I want to qualify what's going on here to the council and to Ms. Wheeler and to the public listening. We knew that we had a short time to talk to attorneys. We've talked to 2 or 3. We've also listened to Ms. Wheeler, and Ms. Wheeler, you can correct me if I'm wrong. If they recommend 2 or 3, we'll look at them. So we've talked to, between the 2 of us, I bet Ms. Fields and I have talked to probably 2 or 3 apiece. And then we'll still wait to see if our legal department recommends one. But we asked this attorney, if your firm seems to be moving in our direction short on time, if you can call in and meet the rest of our colleagues who will vote as we've been assigned this task, whether it's you or not, I want you to meet him. He's done that. Now I'll be quiet and I'll listen, because if we decide on an attorney, or if they bring us one and we pick the one that Miss Wheeler and them bring us, the point is this. Miss Wheeler and that attorney and that firm will negotiate and talk about some business, and we'll be waiting to see. I like this guy. We had some conversation about different nuances, and I think it'll be a breath of fresh air to hear the council hear from a lawyer rather than me, Kate Fields, or anybody else. So I'm quiet and I'm out of the way. For now.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Would anyone, Mr. Griggs? Yes, sir.
Mr. Wilson, do you have, I suppose it's going to be you and one other attorney, maybe more than one. Do you have an estimated cost of what it will be to get your firm up to speed on this in a certain amount of time?
Mr. Griggs, we have proposed an hourly rate of $295 an hour. I have not even seen the motion yet to which we would be responding. So at this point, I'm going to have to decline to give you an estimate because I simply, honestly don't know. As I said, Alex Henderson here, our young associate, has spent most of the afternoon reading the materials that Chairperson Field and Mr. Mays sent up to us this morning. We did pull down the proposed settlement agreement off the website. I have not seen the motion, but we are working on educating ourselves as best we can at this point in time. And I have to say that up until this morning, I didn't know anything about the Flint water cases other than what I had read in the press. So, I mean, we were really starting from ground zero on that.
Okay, thank you. This is to Ms. Fields.
Yes.
Ms. Fields, this is going to cost us $11,800 a week. Okay? Now, are you going to get quotes from 2 other attorneys or law firms?
Mr. Griggs, we had a second law firm to Beyond, but at the last minute, for their own reasons, they had to decline to represent us. So I don't know. I haven't spoken to any of the other firms that Mr. Mays has spoken to, and I don't know if he's recommending anyone else. So at the moment, I really don't know, but I will tell you that when I went on the website and looked at their expertise and their resources, I felt this would be a very good choice for City Council, and given the fact that they're willing to be dropped into it and get right to it and be timely, was a big point in their favor. So I'm actually hoping, we'll see at the end of the questioning, and we'll see what my colleagues say, but I was actually hoping that we might be able to submit this name to Ms. Wheeler as our choice to be engaged. Does that answer your question?
Well, roughly.
First. Okay, so they're going to have to get up to speed on enough to at least file a response to the motion, which would contain City Council's, concerns and what we wanted to see regarding the settlement. So they'd have to do it, within 10 days, quite frankly, and actually probably about 8.
This is
Angela.
So, ma'am. Alrighty. Okay.
Okay. Ms. Wheeler wants to come in, and then Mr. Davis, I think. Ms. Wheeler?
Yes. I can appreciate what you're trying to do here, but there's a lot of problems here with what you're trying to order these attorneys to do on this case, and that's probably why there's so much vagueness in what they are saying. I'm sure they're very good attorneys, but again, the concern is that we already have an entire team of attorneys from Buffalo Long, including staff from the city, who are representing the city, which you guys are also a fiduciary over. So, like I said, we don't want to have a situation here where there's a malpractice situation that's going to arise because now you have decided that you want attorneys to file a motion in a case in which there's already an order in place. So the city is the party to the case. There's going to be some
point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Right now, Ms. Wheeler, the city isn't a party to the state settlement. They might be a party to other litigation, but the city right now, wouldn't it be fair to say they're not a party to the state settlement as we speak?
What you're saying isn't exact, and I don't know if you had an opportunity to listen to the 2-hour hearing today before Judge Lee.
I did.
But all I'm saying is this, is that it was, I don't have a problem having an offline conversation with you, which we did on Friday, and then I did not hear anything back. But to bring this in the middle of the meeting as if you guys are just going to vote and retain somebody, it brings everything out of order to what my directive is and my obligation is on behalf of the city and the city council and the best interest of the city. So, like I said, it's all in a situation where I don't have a problem talking with these attorneys and talk about what they could possibly do offline. But again, it's reversed here, and it would be negligent and really downright malpractice to come in this manner, which you're suggesting, to have them to come in. And like I said, I've communicated to the council.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway?
My point of information is Attorney Wheeler saying that the attorneys coming here is malpractice. I want to understand what she's saying. Can she clarify her statement of malpractice?
Yes, I can. You have a case in which you're asking someone, a case that's already represented. You guys are not a party to it, to now come in and file something, maybe an objection or something like that, which you guys are not a plaintiff. You are a defendant through the city. And that's the point I'm trying to make, is that there are ethical considerations that the attorneys at Michael Myers truly know about and that I know about, and there are certain parameters to which they would be able to do certain things, but you guys still
Point
have
of
the same
information.
responsibility as a fiduciary to the city.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Do Miss Wheeler realize that we said after we talked we would send them to you? You gonna make the decision or send us somebody. That's what we've told them, and so it's nothing wrong or malpractice about meeting people who we know they're gonna come to you. Is it?
No, and sorry, because I called you Attorney Mays, but Councilman Mays, that's not what I'm saying. I don't want to, and I apologize if it sounds like this, that you can't talk to people. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we have to be careful, because I heard it said that you wanted something filed in the case within a week or by the 31st. And so that has to be clarified out. Like I said, I have no problem having a conversation tomorrow with these attorneys. Be glad to do it. But the parameters clearly have to be set, and they know it. And as attorneys, that when you have other attorneys already representing the city and doing these cases, you can't just come in any particular manner. So I'd be glad to have an offline conversation with them tomorrow to see how they may be able to be useful to the council.
Okay, Ms. Wheeler, before anybody else comes in, I want to say that this morning you and I and Mr. Berg and Mr. Klein had a conversation, and in that conversation, since then, I have asked you by email, and I'm actually rewriting a memo for you to reiterate what was said during that meeting. And the reason I've done this is the questions and that I raised, okay, I'd like to go over them quickly so council can understand this, because I wanted to know whether Butzel and Long could file council's response to the motion, and I was told no. And bear with me, and just take me a minute. I want to go over a few things that was said. Okay, Mr. Berg said ethical obligations to the city is their client. We can't speak with two voices on objections to the motion, which should have been filed by 12/21 for the preliminary hearing. The city can't speak with two mouths. Individual counsel can speak, but not as a body. Our lawyer can file on individual behalf, but not for the body. And Mr. Klein said, Butzel Long can't file this for us. They can inform the court of counsel concerns, but can't do it as a conditional acceptance on the resolution. And then he said talking to each member of council is problematic because that is then asking them to represent us as each as individuals. And Mr. Kim said they can notify the court by two ways. One, notify the court directly, send a reso to the court clerk so court is aware. Number two, file a notice with the court on such and such a day, council passed the resolution to obtain its independent attorney. And he said one is a public document, one officially is filed with the court. And I asked him which has more weight with the court as an official response. And they said, in response, they didn't really say, but they then said there's a legal distinction. The city can't operate differently with two hands. And Butzel Long can't file because the city will be saying two contradictory things. It said Butzel Long can be a conduit, but not an advocate. And it said defendants and plaintiffs are two different sides. Council needs to align itself with the city. Kate Fields can make a claim, but not the city. The city will be paying via the $20 million insurance, but not council. And then Ms. Wheeler said the reso can't have anything that's contradictory to the city's interest. The city can officially file objections. And the last one, Mr. Kim said, another idea that might work, how can we put this into place? And what we were discussing was a companion resolution, which City Council was trying to use to be able to file something official that lists our concerns. And he said, I had sent all of council, they have all of these versions of the companion resolution. There was an original version provided by Ms. Wheeler and Butzel and Long. Then they revised that to add water liens as a concern. And then I responded with a different companion resolution, which was highlighted for you. And then there's the last version, which Mr. Kim had rewritten. So it said that we can't do a conditional acceptance.
Ms. Fields.
Because, just one moment, I'm almost done. Because all parties say they won't accept a conditional acceptance. I maintain that we can do an unconditional acceptance, okay, but that council should be allowed to file a response. And I think we can change the last paragraph. So, and I'm asking them to put all of these responses in writing. So, Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Ms. Fields, I think if we can introduce this attorney to the council, because we're going to get to them nuances of that companion resolution. If we can introduce them to the council and Ms. Wheeler and them meeting them at the same time, we clearly said then he would go into talks with Ms. Wheeler and them, and then we find out what they're saying. So I think that's the best way to do it. At least just let's introduce him and let Mr. And you were getting there, let Mr. Davis and anybody else have any questions they have.
Okay,
but Ms.
so
Wheeler,
Mr.
no,
Davis.
after this, you would meet this guy and y'all would talk. We said that.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mays. And once we have those attorneys, I would welcome their opinion on whether council should be allowed to file a response to the motion and do this companion resolution. But, Mr. Davis, your questions next.
I thank you for indulging, Madam Chair. I got several problems with this as a steward to the city. Number one, I listened thoroughly to Judge Levy in the trial today, the preliminary approval hearing. We are defendants. We got to December 31st to take our insurance contribution and safeguard this city, like I've been saying, from higher assessments if we end up getting hit with all these litigation. But furthermore, we done turned down the wrong road. We better turn around while we got a chance, because we're going to train wreck this whole community. And listen to me well. I know out of Judge Levy's mouth today, Honorable Judge Levy, we got a competent, well-trained team of attorneys representing as well as our own city attorney team. We got people invested in a very complicated matters and team of attorneys with 5 years vested. You ain't gonna bring nobody in 5 minutes and get them to do what this team have done. Get off this road, save the taxpayer dollars for another penny not be wasted. Now, we need to jump on board tonight and make this approval tonight, and don't play with that unless you did not hear the judge's opinion this day. And I'm very frustrated, because Attorney Wheeler, they did a wonderful job putting this team together. Stern, Klein, and the whole shebang. I listen from the state to the... We're not a part. We defenders. Protect this community before we mess around and destroy this whole thing in the bankruptcy. This is the beginning. This is the beginning of the litigation. We got time for objection, but this is not the objection period. I listen close to the judge. Now, I hope my colleagues take heed. Tonight, let's get this thing done. Let's put this community where it needs to be. Turn off. We made the wrong turn. We made the wrong turn. Did I say that? We made the wrong turn. Now, I hope my colleagues understand. Listen to the council that we have vested 5 long years of hard work to get us where we are. And like one attorney said today, don't destroy good trying to get the perfect. We got some good things going. It ain't the best, but one thing about it, the residents, hopefully the homeowners could retain everything. Attorney Will is spot on, and well is Klein and everybody else. I listen thoroughly. And the judge, we have no say. Thank you for indulging.
Mr. Davis, do you have any questions for the attorneys?
None whatsoever.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Would anyone else like to speak to the attorneys? Would anyone else like to ask the attorneys questions?
Madam President, before we move on, may I?
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I would say this to my council colleagues. I don't know who the vote was, but it was a group of us, the majority or more, that voted that we would have conversation with the attorney. And if it costs $290 an hour and we don't know what others is making, then I want us to have a attorney resource. We voted on it. We had step 2. Now we're trying to see which one in a timely manner. We don't know what they'll be able to do. But if we are acting in good faith to help find one, and we found some, and then we waiting on Ms. Will or anybody else to recommend, then we're introducing an attorney. And based upon what's happening now, Mr. Davis, I can assure you 100%, I listened to almost every word that Judge Levy said. I even understand why Judge Farrer and the Court of Claims judge was there. I understand this case. I just don't think everybody do. And you keep saying the type of stuff that Corey Stern sent us a letter on. Listen at what's being said. This is why we want an attorney. An attorney can be there for us. This 144 attorneys was on the line, they told me today. It seemed like I heard. Did you hear that? And what is one more that we can talk to, and he can talk to Bird and them? Let me explain what I mean, Mr. Davis. You keep telling the residents that if we don't cover these lawsuits and put that $20 million in, your property tax will go up. I'm saving your property. Well, my opinion is different. If we got Stern, a co-lead counsel, sending us a letter this weekend saying, if y'all don't do this, I'm going to sue you on January 1st at 12:01 a.m. for $500 million. Where do they do that at? If you threatening people and got them believing that if we give away our insurance coverage, we got something to protect them with, you're mistaken. This is a thing where we should be asking this attorney, could anybody have filed a third-party claim or countersuit or joiner? I mean, we ain't got nothing to bargain with. We are defendant everywhere you look. The state was at fault, and you ain't concerned of talking to a lawyer such as this to see his opinion on third-party claims and countersuits. We should have something there that we selling. Did you listen close, Mr. Davis, when the judge said this is a settlement? This is people agreeing. This ain't the litigation. We can agree and agree creatively. Some can agree hoping that when we get to this juncture against the EPA and the banking institutions that they include us. We got the right to say we want inclusion. We got the right to look at the amounts of checks should be. Did you hear that? I know it reminds you of me. If you listen and you say, asking us that we listen, they say, this is a settlement. What's the amount of checks going to be? You don't know if Judge Levy at this point is going to grant preliminary approval. She took it under advisement. You don't know what she's going to say about the bone test. Quit telling people if we give $20 million worth of insurance coverage away it's going to settle all our problems. It ain't. It's going to be some leftover lawsuits, and we ain't going to have no insurance money. That's more threatening to me, where you have to do a special tax assessment. We should have a third party, a counterclaim. The state should be giving us $20 million to go with the $20 million we already got to keep us a cushion. You are mistaken in your analysis, in my opinion. But let's talk to an attorney. What's wrong with having an attorney that can talk to us and talk to other attorneys? Who frowns on that? And so my position is this: no questions. You assign me, or the majority assign me to an ad hoc committee. I'm ready for this council to say, hey, ain't nothing wrong with him talking to Miss Wheeler, and that's where I'm at. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity. And I'm telling you, Mr. Davis, I listened 100%. And I'm telling you, this guy can instruct us on what we can do legally as individuals, as a council, as objections. This was the first start of a process. Don't get mad at us. If we see a settlement, even the judge looking to see if I want to accept it or reject it. People don't have to take the first settlement offer. They can speak if they plaintiffs, and quit bullying people stern, talking about, well, who you are sued at 12:01. I wish I could have told the judge you told us that in the middle of our decision. Y'all betted this for months, worked with it for months, years, and then gonna bully us talking about who you are sued. You represent 2,700 children and then their parents. How you know I don't know their parents better than you? We out to sue the state, the federal government. We was under emergency manager law. Don't you ever send me another threatening letter about what you'll do and spend your whole law career suing the city. I spent my whole political career defending against just you. And so I want to know, Mr. Davis, when we got letters coming like that to us the weekend, I want an attorney who can give us some independent advice as we try to protect this city against all this that can come in, no fault of our own. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Before anyone else asks questions, I do have some additional questions for Mr. Wilson. But first I would like to say, I will recognize you when I finish speaking, Ms. Calloway, okay?
Point of information, Madam President.
What is your point of information, Ms. Calloway?
Have you or have you not been able to already talk to the attorneys before they came into this arena?
Yes. But now that he's had some little time to see it, I have additional questions. So,
point of information.
What is your point of information?
Miss Fields, just because, could you let Miss Galloway go first? Just let's do that.
No, Mr. Mays, no, I can wait. Thank you for that, though.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So, first I want to say something about this threatening letter that Mr. Stern sent us. You know what I got out of that? I got that Mr. Stern represents the plaintiffs who are getting judgments and claims out of this settlement agreement. Okay? If Mr. Stern sues the city, turns around and sues us for $500 million, then the city definitely, if he got a judgment, would go into bankruptcy. And what happens to the payments and the settlements that all of his currently, all these plaintiffs he's currently represented, basically all of their judgments are discharged in bankruptcy. So how is he helping his plaintiff group by suing the city? Because ultimately they would get no money out of this settlement. But here are my questions for Mr. Wilson. You still there?
I am.
Thank you for hanging in. Here's my question. Knowing that City Council was given no opportunity to weigh in on the terms of the settlement, and knowing that City Council has some terms that they would like to tweak, and knowing that the vote for the $20 million includes accepting the terms of the settlement, okay, do you think City Council has a right to file a response to the motion for settlement since we weren't heard in any other venue?
Do you have a right to do that? Absolutely not, Madam Chairman. I'm sorry, but the answer to that is no. You are not. The city council is not a party to the litigation, as far as I know. I mean, again, I've only been in this for a few hours, but as far as I'm able to tell, it is the city of Flint that is the party, not the city council. And so the city council as a body would have to first seek leave or permission from Judge Levy in order to file something. That is the only way you could file something.
But we are allowed to do that?
You're allowed to ask her for leave, yes. But unless she gives it to you, you're not allowed to file anything in the court.
Okay, well, I want to take this sequentially here. So, how is this possible that City Council is considered a non-client, but they need City Council's vote to actually accept the terms of the settlement? How is it that we weren't allowed to be part of the process, but we have to make the final decision on our part?
Well, the city council, and I'm going to do this again. I have not reviewed the Flint City Charter, so if I misspeak, you'll have to I'll apologize in advance if I get this wrong.
Sure.
But the city, as a municipality, is an entity, and that entity has a number of components, including the mayor, the administration, as well as the city council, and so on. And I'm not sure how the authority is split between the mayor and the city council under your charter. But it's not any more unusual that the city council was not a party to this litigation than it would be unusual if the mayor was not personally sued in this litigation. I mean, the plaintiffs have not sued the office of mayor, and they have not sued the city council, as far as I know. So, yeah, you and the mayor have to agree. I mean, that's the way the city acts, is through the legislative authority that is granted to the city council and the executive authority that is granted to the mayor. And so you've got to do this in a joint fashion of some sort. And I'm sure that Ms. Wheeler has explained some of this to you in much greater detail and has much better background in terms of how authority is divided in the city between the mayor's office and the city council, and what is required on your charter. I don't know, but typically agreements and a settlement agreement is a contract. It's simply a contract that gets court approval, but it is a contract, and however your city charter requires you to approve contracts is essentially the process that you need to go through here.
Okay. My next question, Mr. Wilson, once again, is kind of sequential. So if you say the city council doesn't have a right to file a response to the motion, the settlement motion, okay, but you can ask, you could prepare a document that requested of Judge Levy to allow us to do so. That's one service you could give us. The other one is, would you be able to give us the service of preparing legally our objections to once she decides on the settlement, our objections to the settlement?
I'm sure with proper discussion with you and the other members of the city council, we could draft that, yes.
Okay.
I don't know that we have any impediment in drafting objections to a settlement agreement. Again, however, but we don't have the right to simply throw those at Judge Levy and ask her to consider them. We have to first get her permission. And quite honestly, I don't know that that permission is going to be easily forthcoming.
But
you are.
That's why we need your expertise, because this is the first time we heard we could petition to do that. Okay, so then my last question is, just a second, I'm trying to form this in my mind. Oh, darn. Just went out of my head. Just give me a second. How do you think we can best express and get to Judge Levy in the court what our concerns are and to the settlement, and how we could best affect maybe some changes or modification of some of the settlement terms?
Well, you did that largely, I think, through the letter that you sent to Judge Levy. I've got one that's dated yesterday that you sent me. And I know that in there you have expressed your concerns about the settlement agreement. But the only way to get your objections to the settlement agreement legally before the judge and properly before the judge would be to get the court's permission to file those, and then go ahead and file them. And presumably, but again, I can't speak for Judge Levy, but assuming that Judge Levy would allow the city council to essentially intervene in this lawsuit at the 11th hour to file objections, assuming she would do that, I presume she would also have a hearing of some sort before she would approve any of your objections. She would want the plaintiffs to have an opportunity to object to your objections or to argue why your objections are not well-founded and should not be sustained.
Okay, so, and this is my last question. So, would that process you just described be more official in terms of the court records versus just my unofficial communication to Judge Levy?
Yes, what I have just described is something that would get filed in the court file. I don't believe your letter is going to be made an official part of the court file, but again, I don't know that for a fact.
Thank you. Thank you. That's where I wanted to get to. Okay, now, are there any other questions for the attorney? Ms. Galloway, did you have questions?
I do, too.
Okay. Well, let's take Miss. Miss Galloway. I'm sorry. You're garbled.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can. Yes, Miss Galloway, and then Miss Worthing.
So I did, but after hearing the response to the attorney, I was going to ask the attorney what his thoughts were based on what Attorney Wheeler said about. It just didn't seem like she thought that even entertaining a conversation with you should be done, and so I just wanted to hear from you on that.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood your question. I don't want to misstate an answer. Could you repeat your question for me?
So we're having a casual conversation, asking some questions. As you can see, there's a lot of there's a divide on whether even this should be taking place. But Attorney Wheeler, in her conversation, was almost alluded that this is inappropriate. She's saying we have more than capable attorneys, and an offline conversation can be had. And so I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste our time. Do you even think that this is something that we should even be getting into? Because when I listen to your dialogue with President Fields, I can't say that I'm encouraged. And so, I mean, I know you're here, but are we wasting time?
Well, I'm going to avoid giving you advice on what you should and should not do. That's beyond my abilities. I'm a lawyer, I'm not a politician, and what you should and should not do is something that needs to be discussed by counsel. I will respond to what you pointed out against with what Ms. Wheeler's comments were earlier, and my response was intended in part to respond to Ms. Wheeler's comment. First of all, Micah Myers is not about to commit malpractice on behalf of any client, at least not intentionally. Second of all, you asked me if you had a right to file these objections with the court, and I said, no, you don't. And if you tried to do so unilaterally without the court's permission, you would have to do that through some other attorney, because I would not do that. I would not try to presume that some judge, particularly a federal judge, is going to just listen to Richard Wilson because he happens to raise his hand and say, call on me, judge, call on me. We would have to get, the only way you could get your objections officially in front of the court is to be allowed to do so. And the only way that I'm aware of allowing that to happen is to file a request or an application or a motion with the court for leave to allow the city council to appear through its own attorneys and raise objections to the settlement agreement. That's the only way I know how to do this. And if the judge says, no, Mr. Wilson, I'm not going to hear from the city council, then that's it. So whether you should or should not go forward is really a decision that the council should make. It's not a decision I can make for you.
Okay. But based on everything you know, because if I'm not mistaken, I think I heard you say that even though this has been going on for, man, this year literally is 7 years. Did I hear you say that you weren't aware or you didn't know about the Flint? Was it?
No. I have been aware of the Flint water problems since I first heard it on Rachel Maddow's show many years ago. You had a kindergarten teacher that she interviewed about the lead in your water. But I have not, I have another life, and I have not kept close contact with the litigation. I'm aware that there's litigation going on, but what I know about it is, as I said, is what I've read in the paper. I have not read any of the court filings. I have not read any of the court rulings. I have just sort of followed along on the newspaper, TV news and so on.
So is this a task that you would be willing to undergo, realistically?
I'm willing to try, certainly. But again, it would be under the confines of my professional obligations as a member of the bar of the Eastern District of Michigan.
Well, I just want to say thank you because, when I start hearing, and I'm not an attorney, but I know enough to know when words like malpractice start being, even said in a public setting, that it just raises red flags. And so I'd say thank you for being here, Madam President. I just want to say, for me, first of all, I want to apologize to my colleagues for a statement that I made last week in my frustration. I realize that in looking at where we are, we have been, as a council in a municipality, as a group of people, we have had our backs up against the wall for 7 years, and I realized that I took my frustration out on this council, and I should never have done that. When I start looking at even talking to an attorney, I hear enough of my colleagues saying that this is absolutely a waste of time, and the reason why it's disappointing to me is because as I begin to really step back and think about, one, apologizing to my colleagues, the second thing I thought about is the reality is that someone attempted to murder us, because when you look at poisoning in the law dictionary, I'm not talking about me, when they talk about the the level of murder as putting a weight on it. It says that poison is under first degree. Murder is a murder, but we were attempted. There was an attempt on our lives, and so I'm over it. Whatever this council decides, it is what it is. I'm never going to stop speaking for the residents, whether we get an attorney or not. I say to the residents, do not get up. I don't care how many threats we get from attorneys. We will ultimately be successful in this endeavor. Madam President, thank you so much.
Madam President, we can't hear you.
I'm so sorry. I muted myself. Before I turn the floor over to Ms. Worthing, I would just like to ask you, there is a term that has been used, objections, okay? As I understand it, there's a distinct difference between the concept of filing objections in terms of concerns to response to the motion versus after the judge approves the settlement, then we can file formally objections. Could you explain that a bit? Mr. Wilson?
I'm sorry, I thought that was directed to Ms. Wheeler.
No,
Okay.
that was directed to you.
Okay.
So you had said, and the language has been, objections, that we don't have the right to file objections without getting the leave of the judge. But that is distinctly different, that use of the word objections in a response to the motion for settlement versus later. Janelle, we have some background noise. Can you? There we go. Thank you. So could you explain the difference about formal objections after the judge has approved the settlement?
No, because I'm not sure what that would be involving. I mean, perhaps somebody would object that they're not getting enough money. I mean, one of the plaintiffs' claimants. My associate here, Alex, has just handed me part of the, looks like the settlement that allows for objections by claimants for some of the money. But the city council would not be a plaintiff in this case and would not be one of the claimants for the money.
Okay, well, Mr. Mays,
I'm looking at Article Roman numeral 20 that allows for a claimant, including an unrepresented minor, who has not submitted a written request to be excluded from the settlement class, may present written objections, if any, explaining why he or she believes the settlement agreement should not be approved by the federal court as fair, reasonable, and adequate. The city council is not, in my understanding anyway, within the class of people that are defined as claimants under the settlement agreement. So that right of objection would be to one of the plaintiffs who have opted out of the settlement class.
Okay. Mr. Mays, could you please explain, because I know you've talked about filing objections.
But Madam President, I would prefer to let Ms. Worthing communicate with this attorney, and I'm sure when we get to bringing attorneys up to speed and introducing them and they meet with Ms. Wheeler, they going to be surprised because I am a plaintiff, and I'm going to have certain opportunities to file objections just as me. And so it's going to get very interesting, Attorney Wilson, but that's why I want lawyers and a lawyer for this council on at all times, and it'll make sense. But if I may, Ms. Fields, can we hear from Ms. Worthing while this attorney is here before we get to public speaking?
Absolutely. Ms. Worthing, you have the floor.
Yeah, my question for the attorney is there any reason to delay voting on the city's portion of this settlement. Being a defendant, I don't even think, and maybe you can answer this too, we can attach something to it, one as a defendant and the other as a plaintiff. Can you help clarify that?
Would you say the question again, please, Ms. Wheeler? How can the city...
Worthing. That's a council member Worthing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was speaking to the attorney.
No.
Nope. Okay, sorry.
No, the
sorry.
first question is there a reason to delay our vote today on the $20 million portion of the city's settlement as a defendant?
Well, I tell you this, if your insurance carrier has offered policy limits and you don't settle the case, there is a risk that the insurance company will be off the hook for all of the $20 million. And again, I have not had any communications with your carriers. I know nothing about your insurance policies, but as a general rule, if you've got insurance coverage for a claim and your insurance carrier offers to settle the claim within policy limits, if you do not agree to that, you run the risk of losing your insurance coverage. And I don't think you obviously don't want to risk losing the $20 million that I understand your insurance carrier has offered to settle this case for, and I understand that that's also policy limits. So, that's a risk. And again, I don't know the procedural posture of this case, but if there is a December 31st deadline for City Council to approve this, and your insurance carriers are waiting to hear from you by December 31st whether they are going to pay or not, you better consider getting it approved one way or the other before December 31st if you don't want to risk losing your insurance coverage.
Thank you. The second part of that question was, I don't know if it's been answered yet because some others have talked about objections. Are you aware of the companion resolution that others want passed along with our acceptance of this insurance? Is that something we can do?
Can you adopt the companion resolution? Yes, I think you can adopt the companion resolution. I would not offer any opinion as to what its legal effect is, however, because I think if you adopt resolution 200488, which is what I understand to be the main resolution approving the settlement, that resolution is going to stand on its own, and I don't read resolution 200519 as rescinding resolution 200488 or otherwise modifying it, other than the fact that you're just expressing some concerns about it.
Okay, you answered my question then. I just wanted to know if we passed this tonight and said yes, because I really don't see why we would postpone at all at this point. I was ready to vote. I don't know, how many meetings have we had? What's today, Monday? So Thursday. And I want to vote on it today with the companion resolution, knowing there's not much else we can do legally. And I do think it's a good idea to hire our own attorney, and here's why. The mistrust. We've been lied to. We have, this has all been confusing. We were never consulted. And hearing from another attorney on some of these issues might help council make these decisions in a much more timely manner than it did for this one. And secondly, we would trust what was said to us. And I think, sweetie, and I think that's why it's in the charter that we can do that, is because, it's helpful. That's why I'm going to vote yes for the attorney, but I'm also ready to vote on the original resolution. Thank you for answering.
Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, I'm proud of that little demonstration that Ms. Worthing just did. And that's exactly why I agree we should have an attorney. Now, this man, I feel obligated to pay him $290 out of my pocket for his hour consultation. And I'm saying, this guy, I like him because they asking him questions that should be known. And they asking him questions hypothetically, and that's what I like about attorneys when they say we got to look into it. Let me say this to you. Is it Attorney Wilson?
Yes.
Attorney Wilson, the charter, when we take action as a city, the charter allows the mayor to, bring something. We can vote on it. It allows us to vote on stuff. The mayor can veto it. We can override the veto. So that's the city action and the nuances. You gave an example of how stuff can be done, but all of them nuances in the charter, you'll learn our municipality and your group of lawyers. See, I don't want them to think it's just you. This is a good firm. And so that's what would happen, Ms. Worthing. We'd be able to fly through and get communications. And Ms. Wheeler, to you, we would be able to have him talk to Attorney Berg, who represents the city, and him and Attorney Berg and yourself, and then he would come and be truthful with the council. Just like what Ms. Worthing demonstrated, I heard a little bit of it with Ms. Galloway. As far as the specifics, what he can and can't do, we ain't even at that point yet. So through you, Madam President, to Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Wheeler, are you opposed to having a conversation? I think you've already said you have no problem talking with Attorney Wilson maybe offline tomorrow or something. Ms. Wheeler? Through you, Madam President, to Ms. Wheeler.
Ms. Wheeler, are you there? Is she muted, Janelle?
And so I think she indicated that. And so with that, I'm like comfortable. And Mr. Wilson, I appreciate you coming, Attorney Wilson. And I'll come right back to you, Ms. Wheeler. But Attorney Wilson, when you get into the nuances, and even as a liaison communication lawyer for the council with the city attorney representing the city, Mr. Berg, it's an interesting case because right now we are not defendants. But when the city join into the settlement, that would be an interesting legal question. Now are we, part of defendants in a group settlement? I think I already know the answer. Ms. Wheeler, my question is you willing to have an offline conversation with Attorney Wilson, who we met here tonight?
Yeah, I said that earlier. I would be
That's
willing
what
to do
I,
that.
that's
Right,
what
and
I
I
thought
just-
you said.
Yeah, I just want to mention that it was asked about, how do we get here to the council approving things? Well, the charter says in 4-604B, no civil litigation of the city of Flint, including those for which there is insurance, may be settled without the approval and consent of the city council. So that's how we get the council and all of our litigation, is because that's that mechanism by which the charter says we're supposed to go to the city council.
Yeah, and Attorney Wilson, our charter also talks to this effect, that the city council in certain special and certain circumstances, and if ever we in a unique position as a council, this is going to be a certain special circumstance where we want our own legal person who we can talk to within the parameters. And so, that charter is an interesting creature. I think we've accomplished what we needed to accomplish here tonight. And I'm telling you, I appreciate you coming in. You open yourself up. And, I know y'all be charging $200 and some an hour, y'all firm. And so let's just see if this first one can be free and then see what comes out with you and Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Wheeler, I hope you'll let us know. Mr. Wilson, I hope Attorney Wilson, I hope you let us know. Ms. Fields, would it be fair to say that we will let the council know, and council, when we get to the nuts and bolts of actually deciding to pick one, even though we've had a conversation and voted, I hope that we bring it back to y'all in a timely manner, and y'all can say, for the most part, the majority is in agreement. This is the person. Thank you.
Mr. Mays, just a moment, Mr. Greer. I will give you the floor next, but I do have a question for Mr. Wilson. It's about the companion resolution. I have sent you the various versions with the highlighted differences, and the version that I had composed, which has additional language in the second paragraph. Do you have that before you?
The one that has, and provided that City Council has approved on the condition a written response has been filed? Is that?
Right.
Yeah.
Do you believe there is any problem with that as a companion resolution? Because Mr. Klein seemed to feel, and Ms. Wheeler, that was a conditional acceptance, and what we were saying, it is an unconditional acceptance. Do you see any problem with that resolution as a companion?
Well, it's a little unclear as to what the second clause of this whereas clause refers to. Using the word "and provided that the City Council has approved on the condition a written response has been filed with the court on behalf of the City Council as a body and its individual members. I'm not. That sounds like you're trying to revoke what you just said you approved in the first clause of that sentence. So
okay, that's what I was looking for. Your opinion on that. Now refer to the very last companion resolution that eliminated that extra information in the second paragraph, but changed the very last paragraph that was provided to us by Mr. Kim.
Right, and that says, be it resolved that these are the concerns of the Flint City Council regarding the proposed settlement, and that the law department is requested to notify the applicable court or courts of this resolution. That is fine. That does not purport to limit or condition your approval of the settlement. That just simply says these are our concerns, and we ask the city's law department to express those to the court. So.
Okay, so in your opinion, that would be the appropriate companion resolution if we were to try to amend the resolution and vote on that this evening, correct?
To amend the companion resolution or the principal resolution?
We want to amend the principal resolution to include the companion resolution. We do it as a point one, an amended resolution. So we want to bind them together, is what we want to do.
All right.
So you've clearly stated you think...
Point of information.
Mr. Mays, what is your point of information?
So you putting him to work rather than introducing him?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mays, you cut out on me.
I was being sarcastic. I was asking, was you putting him to work rather than introducing him? Let's not put the cart before the horse on getting legal opinions.
Well, I needed some information on that, Mr. Mays, because if this comes to a vote tonight, I just need to know which version is the best version and legally. Yeah. And that's been the recommendation, Mr. Mays. That's been the recommendation of our city attorneys, that companion resolution. And so then, wait a minute. So I just want to ask, is it appropriate at this time? I don't know what the body thinks, but I am ready to vote on choosing Mr. Wilson, his firm Micah Myers, as our candidate to engage their services to represent us. Is anyone else there, or does someone think something else should happen? Because I want that attorney to be able to get working on this now.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Worthing.
Madam Chair, Santino here. I thought I had.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Worthing. Mr. Guerrera did ask first.
Oh, okay.
All right, Mr. Guerrera, and then Ms. Worthing.
Yeah, I just want to say, and I have no problem doing this quick. Mr. Can you restate your name again one more time? Wilson.
Yep.
Wilson, Mr. Wilson. It does sound like the council is definitely leaning towards hiring you. Full disclosure, I voted no against getting another attorney because I think that our city attorneys are there for a reason, but I understand the point of the council, and I think definitely you're well educated in the background here. I understand the treaty you went to Ohio State?
Yes.
All right, well, go blue, first of all. But
go green.
I like the answers, and I just hope if you do get hired here by the council today, even though I oppose hiring an attorney, I think we're going to hire one anyway, so I might as well vote yes or no on this one to hire one. Just please be as blunt and honest with this council as you possibly can, and don't sugarcoat anything. We need to know the truth, straightforward, and even if we don't like the answers, which I'm sure some colleagues might argue with you based on what you say, but just please be straightforward with us. That's all I ask.
That's all I ever am.
All right, Ms. Worthing.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to vote yes. I just wanted to clarify some statements as well that I made when I said that we've been lied to. I didn't mean by our attorneys in this case, and that's why I'm ready to vote for this settlement as well. I just meant in general, with the whole water crisis. I think that council and really the residents of Flint they just feel mistrust in anything water related. And so while I myself don't really need the attorney at this point, I'm going to vote yes for it. I don't think it's a waste of money if it's going to help council make wise decisions. Thank you.
Madam President.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam President, I would move that this council seems to agree that Ms. Wheeler and Attorney Wilson should talk and get back with us and let us know what they've come up with. And so just in a motion form, I move that we allow that to happen as a council body.
Is there a second to that motion?
Madam Chair, Santino.
Yes. Mr. Guerra?
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? I'd just like to say first, Mr. Mays, that was different than what I was looking for. I was actually looking for council. Could someone cut off that background noise? Thank you. I was actually looking for council to make that decision to send forward Mr. Wilson's name as our candidate to engage his services. And your motion is a little bit different. Your motion is just to have them to have a discussion. Are we on the same page here or a different page?
No, we're on the same page. We're moving him forward as a candidate to have that discussion about whether or not our legal department will agree. Can they talk business and that? You know, you never know. They might not can see eye to eye on that. So, you know, that's just something that needs to happen. And I think when that happens, based upon what's been said here, I think we would be moving him forward as the first candidate and maybe the last. That's what I'm hoping. So we on the same page. I don't think we got to pull hairs on that one.
Okay, Janelle, so then is that motion clear? Would you like to read that motion back to me?
The motion is that Angela Wheeler and Mr. Wilson, Richard Wilson, will get together and talk about them joining the council and get back with you. Or not joining the council, but being the council's attorney and get back to you.
Thank you. Okay, is there any further discussion?
Madam President,
Mr. Griggs?
is Mr. Wilson going to do this pro bono? Answer me that. He's going to discuss with our city attorney, and he's going to do that pro bono. Now, you can't single source this. You're not even getting two other bids. Is Mr. Wilson going to do this pro bono? Answer me.
No, this is not pro bono.
Madam President.
Ms. Galloway?
I don't know if the attorneys know they're not on mute, but no attorney works pro bono. I would hope that my colleagues that don't support this just say no. Nobody works pro bono. And so I'll be supporting this tonight.
Well, I'd appreciate
Thank
an
you, Ms.
answer.
Galloway.
Am I going to get an answer to my question?
Mr. Griggs, he did. Mr. Griggs, you couldn't hear him. He did answer no.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So we're going to
No, our
source.
proposal is $295 an hour.
I understand that.
Yep.
Any other discussion on this motion? Any other discussion?
Madam President,
Ms. Worthing?
I don't understand this motion. Shouldn't we just be making a motion to hire him? Can I make a substitute motion to do that?
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Through you to Ms. Worthing, the charter dictates and allows this process with the city attorney. I'm asking people to let it be. We're following the charter way of doing it.
Yep,
Point of information, Madam Chair.
What is your point of information?
Madam Chair, where in the charter does it say that the attorney has to choose our attorney?
Ms. Wheeler?
The charter in 4-601 talks about the city attorney managing and directing the affairs of the city, and that the city attorney shall personally or through assistance represent the interests of the city in all actions, proceedings by or against the city of Flint or its public servants while they're acting in the scope and course of their employment. And of course, I can get others through this by contractual employment, which they would be for temporary as needed. So that's the broad authority that was adopted in the charter. So that's where that comes in, where those are things that I'm charged to do.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway?
Is Attorney Wheeler saying that her broad authority under that section overrides the section that it says that the city council can obtain an attorney when in certain instances when they deem it fit?
So that's where you kind of have two different things. So you have to read them together. So that's one section there. But the other section talks about what city council or the mayor may do. So they're like, you have to read them together because it says here.
Madam Chair, I can't hear somebody's
Yes,
phone.
there's either feedback, Janelle, or somebody needs to be muted. Thank you. Could you repeat, Ms. Wheeler?
Yes. Yeah, what I was saying was that there's two different sections, and so you have to read them to understand that it says special counsel in a separate section. It talks about the special counsel for the mayor or city council, and the city council and the mayor shall, in special instances, have the right to secure independent counsel when it's deemed necessary and proper. So it's a little bit different. It doesn't order me to do anything in there. But as I said, I'm glad to sit down, and I said that before, and talk with them because I can't have people in here, and I don't think that's what they would do, but I'm saying I cannot have folks who are doing things conflicting with what I'm already doing as I'm required to under the charter. So like I said, I'll talk to the attorneys tomorrow and we'll have a conversation about it. But again, I have a charge under the, regardless of that section, I have a charge and an obligation under the, and a duty under the charter to direct the legal affairs of the city. So we'll, like I said, we'll get more into it. I'm glad to talk to them about it tomorrow. But I can't do something that's going to, as I said earlier, cause a problem for the city. And of course, you guys as fiduciaries of the city on the way. So like I said, we have some things that we have to work through.
Madam Chair.
Just one moment. Just one moment. Ms. Worthing still has, wait a moment. Wait, please wait. Ms. Worthing has the floor, but I just want to respond to Ms. Worthing that the intent of this motion is to put forward Mr. Wilson and his firm as our candidates to then engage in the conversation with Ms. Wheeler in order for them to become our attorneys and for us to engage their services. Does that help?
So we're not going to hire him now. We're going to hire them after they talk.
Yes, that has to happen first. But it's clear we are putting forward his name and his firm as the people we would wish to hire, provided that Ms. Wheeler is satisfied that our choice would meet her conditions or her, I don't know. Conditions
I'm going to
isn't the
go
right
with that
word.
since that's what you guys want. But I'm going to go with we have the right to hire an attorney to represent us, and it doesn't matter what she says. No offense to her. That's not how it goes down. But I'll vote for this, and I'll support it. But we have the right to hire whoever we want. I'm all set. Thanks.
Madam President.
Okay.
Madam President.
Did Mr. Griggs asked first and then Mr. May?
Councilwoman Galloway did.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who came first?
Me, Councilwoman Galloway.
Ms. Galloway.
Okay, Ms. Galloway, Mr. Griggs, and then Mr. Mays.
So, Madam President, I 100% support what Councilwoman Worthing said. And one day this council will challenge what has just been said here, because everything that Attorney Wheeler just said is contingent upon what she thinks, the direction she thinks. I can't have someone coming in here. And so I don't agree with that. She doesn't have authority over this legislative body. We get to operate as a legislative body. The charter gives us the authority to secure outside counsel when we deem it necessary. For us to sit here as a 9-body legislative team and hear our attorney, whom we said no offense to you, but we like somebody that's going to take up our interest and tell us what we should know. And so for us to put someone forth, in essence, for her to interview them, I'm sorry. That is inappropriate. For her to say one section says this, but the other section says that, you got to read it in its proper context. No, the proper context is this is a scenario in which we deem outside legal counsel would maybe help us. And so if I can tell you this, when Attorney Wheeler said I have to talk to him and see, because I can't have somebody coming in here that's going to do something that means that if somebody doesn't agree with her or somebody sees things different, and I don't appreciate it, and I would like for this council eventually to stand up, take our legislative authority, and then if she needs to challenge it in court, she could do that. But what she's reading in the charter, I don't believe supersedes what the charter gives the mayor and the council the authority to do. And so I don't like this motion. I was ready to support Ms. Worthing's motion, which says that this is the attorney that we would like and that we would like her to honor our request. I doubt, based on what he said here today, that he will usurp or try to undermine what she said. He sat here and even said, if your carrier is saying this, it would benefit you. And so everything that he said, she still is making those statements. I'm sorry. I don't like the tone of it, and I don't think that it is fair to us. But I'm only one of 9. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Mr. Griggs?
Yes, I'd like to know under whose authority are we going to pay Mr. Wilson to have this discussion with Ms. Wheeler? Please answer me that. Who is authorizing this $2.95 an hour? I'm sure they're not going to do it in 2 or 3 hours. Who is authorizing this expenditure starting tomorrow?
Madam President, if I may.
I'll need an answer first.
I'm going to give you the answer.
Ms. Wheeler, I will ask Ms. Wheeler to respond first, and then you can have the floor, Mr. Mays.
Okay, thanks.
He doesn't get the floor to
let me
finish, Ms. Fields.
This is true. That is supposing that you were through. If you were not, then you still have the floor after Ms. Wheeler.
No, I'm just going to explain something again. I know that it seems as though it's an absurdity, but the charter requires me to manage and direct the affairs of the city. And so that's the reason why, one, I'm saying this, because I don't want to
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Ms. Wheeler, you said that twice. Do you mean specifically the legal affairs? You're leaving out the term legal affairs.
Yeah, the legal affairs of the city. Yes, sir. And so when it talks about that, it says that's one of the things. It says here, the city attorney shall manage and direct those matters, not only in the interest of the mayor, the city council, but also in the best interest of the city. And yes, you are correct. It is the legal matters of the city. And so we want to make sure that we're very clear on there. Yeah, there's another section that talks about the city council being able to hire someone, but it does not specifically talk about the city attorney being ordered to do so. So, like I said, I'm trying to meet you guys halfway because, like I said, it does not say that that's something that I have to do. It says that you guys can, which to me, it's a different type of thing. And it says here, generally, the city attorney shall either personally or through assistance give the attorney a record or counselor to the municipal corporation, to its commissions and agencies and legal bodies and other things. So, like I said, I'm trying to make sure that we, get all this done in an appropriate measure. So, like I said, I think this is the challenge that we're having here, is that we're already in a case, and now we could be bringing someone in who could do something adverse to the case. So we just have to be very careful. And like I said, I'm sorry you guys don't, particularly care for what I'm saying, but I do think it's proper for me to tell you, what I believe is my evaluation. So, and I'll continue to do that. But thank you for the time.
Okay. Ms. Wheeler, I don't think you actually answered Mr. Griggs' question. And Mr. Griggs, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you were asking is, during this initial conversation and negotiating terms and or if we hire him, is he billing the city? And if so, is the city going to have to pay for his time while that phase goes on? Is that the question, Mr. Griggs?
Well, somebody's got to pay Mr. Wilson or his firm, okay? And nobody's answering my question of who's going to write the check.
So let me
just a moment. Just a moment, Mr. Griggs.
Yeah.
To clarify, I think you're asking, while they have this conversation, is Mr. Wilson charging the city? And if so, who pays the bill? So maybe he's not even going to charge the city while they negotiate, do we actually hire him? Does that occur, Ms. Wheeler?
No. He said he wasn't going to work pro bono.
understand he's not retired yet, so he wouldn't be charging the city anyway. But what I'm saying is that the nuanced argument and what I'm hearing from council is about the absolute right to hire who you want to hire and things like that. And like I said, I don't say this to be flippant. I say this to be accurate with the charter. That G talks about the city council and talks about the mayor. The other part talks about what the city attorney's obligations are and all that, which would be what I would be able to be allowed under the general duties to charge for. So, like I said, without trying to put in an opposite position, it seems from reading G is that, sure, you can hire somebody independent, but it would come from your budget, okay? But I'm trying to say is that what I'm trying to do is get someone, based on what you're requesting, get somebody to come in under the authority that I have under B and C, who you can ask questions to, that can help you through the case, but is not going to conflict with what we already have going. So, like I said, I'm trying to really answer your question as much as I can with regards to this.
Ms. Wheeler, I think that you are arguing a whole different issue from what Mr. Griggs' actual question is. So I have a point of information for Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, are you still there?
Of course I am, yes.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, do you submit a bill to the city for the time you spend talking to Ms. Wheeler about whether we engage your services?
No. I only start billing once you've engaged me.
Okay. Thank you. Does that answer your questions, Mr. Griggs?
Okay. Yeah, I guess nobody's paying. He's working pro bono while he discusses this with Ms. Wheeler. That must be correct. Is that correct?
That's correct. I will have this conversation with Ms. Wheeler tomorrow, and I will not charge the city of Flint for that time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all, Mr. Griggs?
Yes, for now.
Okay. Mr. Mays, I believe you were next.
Yeah, I just like for the public and the attorneys and Ms. Wheeler and everybody to just hear the thought pattern of the 9 of us, because that's what makes us a unique body. Like I said earlier, I appreciate you, Attorney Wilson, coming. I'm hearing people who want to move forward, but Miss Galloway, really, if you look at it, if in the future we budget us some attorney fees money in our budget, that's one way of doing it, and Miss Wheeler broke it down. But if we gonna engage the other budget, it's just like we vote on something and we send it to finance. In this case, because we ain't budgeted, to do some of this stuff, and I done seen some of it end up in court. Right now, we got everybody talking, moving in the right direction. Let's send it and see if she can bless it with that budget. In the meantime, y'all can talk to Ms. Brown and see what we got in our budget. But that's exactly the intent here. And so Ms. Worthing and Ms. Galloway, if I'm hearing Mr. Guerra, Ms. Fields, myself, and I don't know anybody else, but if I hear us moving in that direction, if something don't go right, and we pass a resolution, the only amendment would be to do all things necessary through you to Miss to Janelle or to you, Miss Fields. There was a resolution that was going to be drawn up as it relates to this. Is that resolution completed? Because we don't act on air unless we say do all things necessary, and that would be the amendment. Do we have that resolution that was talked about earlier?
Mr. Mays, I do believe that they finalized that resolution based on the motion that we voted on, and I believe it has been sent on for signatures.
Okay, yes. So that resolution...
No, that's correct.
Okay, so that means we passed a physical resolution. Now we're asking politely to let these two talk in a budgetary sense, our budget versus that budget. In this case, Ms. Galloway. And so I'm hoping that people will vote and vote yes, and let's see how this process goes. And Mr. Wilson, Ms. Wheeler, I don't know if the two members of the ad hoc committee need to be on the line, but if things get off a track in the middle of it, call us. But I'm confident. I'm going to ask my colleagues with what they've entrusted in me. Let's see if we can do a majority 5 vote, and then we'll be to public speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Ms. Galloway.
Can I ask one more question through you to the attorney?
Certainly.
Attorney Wheeler, do any of the departments for the city of Flint maintain a budget for their own legal representation?
I don't know. You have to ask finance.
I'm sorry?
I do not know the answer to that, but you could probably get that from finance.
Attorney Wheeler, you're over the budget for the legal department, is that right?
For the legal department, yes, ma'am.
So is it the legal department that represents the city of Flint based on departments? And Attorney Wheeler, I'm asking you to, and we can say the finance department. I have been on the council for 7 years, and I look at line items. Is it customary? I'll ask you this question. When Rob Benzick needed an attorney, did he have a budget for an attorney out of the utilities department?
No, he had a subpoena that required legal counsel, and as a result of that subpoena, there was legal counsel for the city. So that's how it comes. Like, for example, when the counsel was named individually in a lawsuit against the city as a party against for the city, that was the trigger to allow me to give you guys legal counsel. So right now, and that's why I answered my question, that was not a flippant answer, by the way. That was a direct answer to your question. And so what I'm saying is this.
Attorney Wheeler, just 1 second.
No, I just wanted you to know,
Right. No, I get that. But what I'm saying is, as long as we've been on the council, we've never had to put money in our budget for an attorney. And so I don't want to appear to be having a tug of war, but and Attorney Wheeler, you can I hope you can understand my stance. Because
no, I can't, because I was telling you what the answer was.
Miss Wheeler, you're out of order. Miss Galloway had the floor. She was speaking.
I'm just saying in my stances, here we're making, having to vote on something that has been very challenging. Here we as a council, and I'm not saying anything about the great team that you put together, but some of us, not all of us, feel as though the part that we were engaged in, although you've said it, we haven't been willing to go into the closed session. I get all that. But there was a lot that could have been funneled to us, if you will, that wouldn't have made us feel this way. But all I'm saying to you, even in the way that we're talking about this and we're asking to take on the possibility of an attorney, I am hoping that not just the way you talked about it, but to say if it lines up with what I'm doing. And so I'll research it, Angela. Attorney Wheeler. I don't mean Angela. Me and you have a good relationship.
It's okay, Councilman Galloway.
Afterwards, you know what I'm saying? I'll research it afterwards. But to hear kind of the dialogue that has come from you today is a bit alarming. Now, this council has a different makeup. We do. And so this council, according to the charter, has the ability to remove the law department. I'm not saying you particular, but the charter has changed in that now the council does have the authority. And so I'll research it, but I'm hoping that I don't begin to hear my legal representation for the entire city, who also represents the mayor and the council, saying things like, if you guys want to retain your own attorney, you need to have your own budget. Because we
Can I respond?
you to do that. No, I don't want you to respond.
No, I want to respond because that was not true, and I need to clarify for the record.
Miss Wheeler. Okay, you have to wait until Miss Galloway finishes speaking.
Okay, please let me respond.
Madam Chair, all I'm saying is I hope that my colleagues are hearing, because we do have the ability to work on that budget. And if I am hearing Attorney Wheeler say that we need to put in our budget legal representation, I want this council to begin to look at that when we do get the budget. Because if, in fact, the law department does not carry the budget for us to have a legal representation, then we, in fact, should, I would say, reallocate some of the money that goes into the legal department that maybe should be going over to the council. So there's the ability to do that. All I'm saying is, after today, I'll never be in a situation where I have to basically beg the attorney to hopefully confer and pay for the legal representation that the charter says we have. And Madam Chair, I am done. Thank you for allowing me the second opportunity.
Okay, Ms. Galloway, did you want Attorney Wheeler to respond or no?
I do not.
I'm asking for a response. You asked me a question and cut me off, and I never got the chance to say what I wanted to say. I am asking to have a response.
Madam Chair, Santino here.
Mr. Guerrera?
I would like to hear a response from the attorney to hear her side.
Okay, Ms. Wheeler, please respond.
Thank you. So, understand, when I'm saying things, these are not threats. You have a charter that clearly gives the mayor and the council a separate right from any other departments in the city of Flint to be able to retain your own attorneys that I don't even have to be involved in. That's what I'm pointing out to you is what the charter says, not me trying to make an idle threat to anybody. I do not operate that way. Now, when you asked the question earlier about who has the budget, is there separate budgets for all the other departments, I answered the question the way I did because of what was asked. The point I was making is this. It wasn't a point, but when I answered truthfully, it was because when it comes to the law department, from every other department, our litigation that's been filed against the city, whether it be the police department, the city council office, which you guys have been sued, and other people individually, or subpoenas or other things that we appear on, we defend in all of those instances with the budget that we have. So that's the way that those get there. Now, you in the mayor's office is uniquely situated because you have something above and beyond that. And that's when Councilman Mays was talking about, yeah, you guys don't have the budget for that. And so me trying to find a way to give you what you want, but not conflict against the city, which you guys are fiduciaries to, said, hey, I can meet with the attorney, talk to the attorney, and see what we can do to work together. Because even if you want whoever you want, my fiduciary duty, my legal duty to the city is still there, is to make sure things go a certain way in favor of the city, which you guys vote on. So I just think, like I said, I just wanted to make that clear that I am not going to hold anything over anybody, but I do have to follow the charter. And that's what I am doing. And I'm sorry if that doesn't sound palatable, but that's what I have to do is tell you what the charter says.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Is it fair, I have a question for you, is it fair to say if City Council had allocated money in its budget for legal representation, we would not have to come to you for approval? But since we are going to be using... Okay, but since we are going to be using the law department's budget, according to the charter, we do have to go through you. Is that what the issue is here?
That's part of the issue, and also because I have the legal obligation of making sure that the city is fully defended. So when you bring another counsel in to do something that's already being done, you have to be very careful. It's like walking a tightrope. Not necessarily that it could not be done, but we have to be very careful that we don't step on other things, such as with the attorneys that have been on the phone have alluded to. There's certain things you can do. There's certain things you cannot do in a case. And you have to be very careful of those things. And that's all we want to do is we have to be responsible with the duties and obligations that we have to the city. And that's the point in everything that we do, is making sure that those things are fulfilled. We are obligated ethically to do so.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. I was trying to simplify the response in order to understand the issue, but all right, is there any other discussion? Did someone else ask for the floor? Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Galloway?
Madam President.
Yeah.
Mr. Davis, we're in the middle of roll call now. I had already asked if there's any other...
motion clearly?
Oh, yes, I'll certainly... Please, Janelle, before we hold the roll call, would you read the motion so make sure it's restated clearly?
The motion is for Attorney Angela Wheeler and Attorney Richard Wilson to talk to each other and get back to the City Council about possibly retaining Rick Wilson's firm as your attorney.
Okay, thank you. Roll call.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 2 no.
7 yes, 2 no, the motion carries. Mr. Wilson, I would like to thank you for coming and speaking to us this evening. So,
all right.
You and Ms.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, if I may, just point of information to Ms. Wheeler, what is the best phone number I can reach her tomorrow morning?
I can give you that offline.
Okay.
So why don't you send me an email? I'll give you that publicly. I'll give you my email address. It's awheeler@cityoflint.com. And if you don't mind, it's okay for me to say, if you would just please go ahead and send me an email this evening with your cell number, and then we'll connect up tomorrow, okay?
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I appreciate
it. You're welcome.
Yeah,
and Mr. Wilson, if you have any difficulty, just contact me.
Will do. Are we dismissed from the meeting? We'd like to go home.
Yeah, so would we, but yes, you are dismissed from the meeting. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much for having us. We appreciate it. Thank you. Take care.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Good evening. Okay, so that now brings us to public comment. Do we have any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do.
Speakers, when you are unmuted, she will say you are unmuted and ask you to give your name, please, and then you can begin speaking. Proceed.
The first person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Barbara Moore, and I would just like to say, you know, the City Council is really wasting a whole lot of valuable time on going back and forth. Now, I have 2 legal degrees, and listening to what the lawyer already told you, and even Arthur Woodson's attorney that he spoke to, Mark Cooker, he said it would be in the best interest to accept the $20 million. That's your insurance company. So it don't make sense to be going back and forth on that. And then, now you're trying to get an attorney. It really don't make sense to take the first attorney that come before the council. You might could negotiate the price. So you need to take the city of Flint residents into consideration as far as spending their money. You know, it don't make sense. only because you got an agenda that you're trying to get across. And I listened to the hearing with Judge Levy, and the lawyer told you tonight the things that you're trying to do, it's very likely that it's not going to happen anyway. But you still got to pay him for trying. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Janelle. Next speaker.
The next person has been unmuted.
Please state your name.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Oh, they're in public speaking. That's what I want to hear.
Would you like to speak? Okay.
Damn.
The next person has been unmuted. Next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello? Can you hear me?
yes.
Hi, my name is Arthur Woodson. Let me start off by talking about this thing here. Yep, last council meeting, the lawyer said that by y'all getting an independent counsel, they won't be able to catch up with what's going on because they have spent 5 years doing this. Well, how ironic is that? You all were given documents and wanting you to vote on something that was only a week old. So why wouldn't someone experienced in that field be able to catch up just as quick as they wanted y'all to catch up? Bus alone, they are a settlement type of firm. Because what I heard on that meeting today, they say, oh, it's safeguards put in for GISD to get $9 million. They have fought with GISD, and they wouldn't even take them to court or do anything to them to try to get them to even change the formula, and they accepting settlements knowing that it's not safeguard in place for our kids here in the city of Flint. So why would I trust them? I wouldn't trust them. And why would you sit up here and fight just for the council to get information outside of y'all? See what it is, you all afraid because they're not in your clique and they don't go to the same country club that y'all go to, and they won't be at they won't have to answer to you all. Because see, that's how politics works here in Flint. And then Corey Stern, how do you know what's fair for the people here in the city of Flint? You didn't have to go through nothing that anybody had to go through here in the city of Flint. So don't speak for me when you say something is fair, because I know you're listening to this broadcast here. So don't say something is fair and not ask me, myself, and I if it's fair or not, because it's not fair. And then you say that you could sue the city for $500 million. That's only $100 million less than what you're selling it for with the state. Well, why did you take the state up to $1.5 billion? Don't come threatening people, man. It doesn't work like that. And Mr. Davis, I'm in your ward, man. And there's nothing wrong with bringing people in, questioning what's going on. Because it's just like oh, President Obama going to take our guns. For 8 years, we heard that. And not one time has anybody lost their gun. That's what they do with bankruptcy. Oh, we're going to file bankruptcy. They've been saying that for over 10 years now, and we have not filed bankruptcy yet. Show me in documentation where we're going to file bankruptcy or be. Last time I saw, the lawyer said that, listen, I'm going to wrap up. When Councilwoman Fields was talking to the attorney, he told her that lawsuits can come in and the lawyer and the insurance company has to pay the judgment, and if they don't pay, the city will sue. So it's the same thing here. Thank you, Mr. Fields. Thank you for letting me speak.
You're welcome, Mr. Woodson. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted.
Hi, thank you for giving us a chance to speak. My name is Patrick Rose, and I'm speaking as a citizen, and I just wanted to bring to bear my knowledge of the city charter. The section that governs the city council's right to an attorney that's been overlooked tonight is section 4-601 sub B, and it makes it clear that the city council's interests have to be represented by the attorney in addition to the mayor and the city as an entity. The language says the city attorney shall manage and direct those matters not only in the interest of the mayor and of the city council, but also in the best interest of the city of Flint. It makes it absolutely clear that the city attorney has 3 clients. Neither council alone nor the mayor constitute the city. So the charter says the city attorney and its outside counsel must advise and represent both the council and the mayor and the city. Now, the council, as I understood it from the last meeting, and I only know what I heard from the public session of the last 3 meetings, council wants to settle unconditionally and dedicate the $20 million to obtain the release, and may have a majority to vote for that, and still want to be heard in front of the court in a pleading that the court accepts. And yet, the violations of 4-601B that I heard, potentially, were that no offers to settle were shared with city council, and council was denied a chance to have input, even as it accepts unconditionally. That was said by various members that they weren't given a chance to have input. Council was told it's not a client by one of the attorneys. Council was told it lacks standing by another attorney. Council was told it cannot seek permission to file a response to the motion, which this attorney tonight contradicted. All of those could be interpreted to violate the city attorney's duty under 4601B and trigger the duty of an independent attorney. And I heard the council pass that resolution, hiring an independent attorney. Today in court, listening to the entirety of Judge Levy's open court session, not one of the city's attorneys notified Judge Levy or Judge Murray or Judge Farah of that resolution or of the city council's request for an independent attorney prior to the ruling to confirm the motion to confirm the settlement. Why is that important? It's important because it's an open question whether the city attorneys have breached the duty to represent the council adequately, giving them the chance to unconditionally accept, while also having input before the order enters accepting and in no way impairing the unconditional nature of the acceptance or the ability to bind the insurer. That's an issue that the judges have to decide. It appears that the judges also need to decide if the attorney for the city had a duty to notify them, and ultimately Judge Levy, Farah, and Murray have a duty under their ethics rules and the rules governing lawyers before them, and ultimately the law governing the authority of the lawyers to bind the city, whether or not the council has been represented. What I like about today's resolution is this issue can simply go away if the city council has its own attorney. I'll finish in one sentence. If the city has its own attorney and that attorney helps the council get representation required by 4601B, and then the city can accept the settlement and it wouldn't be subject to attack that their lawyers lack the authority because they violated council rights. So I'm in favor of what's happening and encouraged by it, and I just wanted to share my perspective as a citizen.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Claire McClinton, and just like all of us out here, we just being hammered and frustrated and humiliated, and I was very disappointed to hear one of the attorneys threatening to sue the city, and I think somebody ought to tell Mr. Stern, get in line, because we already been sued and beat up and poisoned and everything else. So you just another one on the list. And we don't take too kind of being threatened. That's not who we are. And I just don't appreciate that of this embattled city being tossed around and kicked around like a football. And we don't appreciate it. Now, I know the votes is already, the DAC is stacked and all that kind of stuff. And the city, the state of Michigan is getting away, they getting real light. They have abused this city unbelievably, horrifically. They sent in the emergency manager. The emergency manager switched us to the river. The EPA sued us to get on a 30-year deal talking about for our health. But then you turn around and offer $600 million a settlement not for our health. We just about tired of the state of Michigan beating up on this community, and all for the interest of nameless, faceless bondholders and corporate interests to privatize and steal our water. That's what this all started with. So the votes are in. I'm not a council person. The deck is stacked. But the question is this: after you vote, and I'm proud that y'all found a way to try to fight for your own representation. I think that's a good thing. But the question now is this: regardless of how you vote, now what will you do about it? When will the city council take up the banner and take the state of Michigan and its cohorts, like the bondholders and the MDEQ and the rest of it? When do we fight back as city council? Thank you.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Hi, yes. My name is Audrey Muhammad, and I don't have much to say. I just like what I heard coming from Arthur Woodson. I think it was Mr. Rose and Claire McClendon. City Council, let's get it together. Stick up for yourself. Seek your own legal counsel, because there's too many things that's going on, so you all can be able to have somebody who can take your best interest at heart and not the interest of everything else around us, because the citizens of Flint is ultimately the ones that's the goal, to make sure that we're taken care of. And it's not going to be just this case. You're going to need some legal counsel on some other things that's going to be coming down too. So we need to make sure that we're moving forward with that. Let's stand up. And I'm standing with Claire on that about Mr. Stern. That is not right and not fair when you are coming to the citizens of Flint and looking for them to be your clients. yet still threatening to sue the city of Flint, the ones that you claim that you want to represent and have their best interests at heart. Be careful. Don't do that. That's not good. You shouldn't do that. Not with the citizens of Flint. But that's all that I got to say. Y'all have a good night.
The next person has been unmuted.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Richard Jones. And only thing I got to say about that settlement is we need people prepared to opt out. If Judge Levy move forward with this, we got to take it on our own, and we need to opt out. And 20,000 or more will need to opt out. And I'm gonna leave that there because, like my sister just said, that the other speakers before me well represented. So I'm gonna talk about something that everybody ain't got no time. I'm gonna talk about the blight program in Flint that's going on in Flint. And the reason why I'm going to do it is because I was insulted the last time you had a chance to address the public. And a lot of people in the public had something to say about this lawsuit, Santino. And you didn't address the public. So maybe you address it this time. The blight in the city of Flint is terrible. And the third ward is also a part of the city of Flint, and it's terrible in there. And it seems to be politically inclined about how people are going to get their cleanup, the area cleaned up. You got Harletta Martin saying that she can get it cleaned up because she know how to speak nice. So you trying to say that people that have been caught in the blight for 2 or 3 months, they not nice? I mean, it's just a lot going on, and it's a shame that we got $190,000 and they need volunteers to clean up. You shouldn't need no volunteers. We should be able to call in. They should answer the phone. They should go out and pick it up. They shouldn't leave dumpsters there as long as they are doing. And this is a city problem, not a war problem. But Santino, I'm just coming at you because you didn't have nothing to say the last time to the speakers, and that wasn't cool at all. Especially when you want to represent and vote for an insurance company that can't even come to city council meeting. That's all I had to say.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Chris Del Morone, and I live in Flint, Michigan. There's a large city in the state of Michigan that went bankrupt, Detroit, Michigan. A couple of things that I recall from that settlement is they got all new street lights, a great deal of investment in their downtown, and I didn't hear anything about any special assessment on any property owner homes in the city of Detroit. You might want to look into that and see what these attorneys are talking about. I'm concerned about only, putting the bid out for one attorney. I think more than one attorney should be talking. You need to know the players in the game. Judge Farah, take a look at who appointed him to be judge initially. Take a look at that. It'll be interesting. He was the judge that showed up at Rick Snyder's fundraiser at the Flint Farmers Market a few years back in the rain. He went in the back door, not the front door where the UAW was protesting. Take a look at all that stuff, counsel. Know who the players are in this game. It's a big game. There's a lot of money involved. As in regards to our streetlights in the city of Flint, we're paying over $100 a year. Each lot is paying over $100 a year. At $100 a year, every house could buy their own street light and pay the electricity every year for less than $100. So the city of Flint, the residents get ripped off every which way. That street light assessment used to come out of the general fund, but You know, the city doesn't want to make cuts. We got some nice, pretty lights out in front of the city hall at Christmas time. We don't have the money for the electricity to run them lights, let alone to pay the people to put them up every year. Someone needs to take a leadership role in this city and just say stop and let's just look at what we're doing. Look at what we've been doing. Things are changing. You know, people are paying their bills over the telephone without being charged a surcharge. You know, you can do it all day. Consumers Energy, call them up, they'll take the bill. AT&T, call them up, they'll take your payment, no charge. Use your charge card, nice and simple. Do we need all the people at City Hall who are now working? The hall is hardly open. If no one's going to the customer service desk for help, what are these people doing? I mean, they're not even open a full normal hours Monday through Friday. I think building needs more help than the customer service department. Building is closed every Friday. They got limited hours during the week, like till 3 o'clock. I mean, you can't even get into building inspection now. But we need to look at everything, not just this lawsuit, because there's going to be other lawsuits. We'll be in the same problem, but a single bid, not a good idea. Look at your players. Who's in the game here? How they became a judge? Who initially appointed them? You're going to be surprised in a lot of respects. Thank you.
The next person has been unmuted.
Yes, this is Joseph Moy. That's one thing I just want to say, a few things actually. One of them is that there's a passage that said, where there's unity, that's where God commands his blessings. I tell you, for me here in the city council tonight, you guys are definitely unifying yourself. You guys need to stick down that vein. I mean, even with all that's going on around you, I'm literally, and I know that we got other people calling in saying different stuff, but you guys are definitely, there's a change in the council. And if you guys can sustain this going into 2021, you definitely would change this city. Believe me, you're going down the right vein, get your own representation, get your own attorneys, you're going down the right vein. I listened to Judge Levy, I think that's the name, today. There are some complications with this thing. She's got the final say-so. But if you guys stay down the vein that you're in, not only just lawsuits, but you're going to change the city and you're going to really start to represent the people in your ward. God bless you, and God bless the city of Flint.
Next speaker, Janelle.
The next person has been unmuted. Yes, the next speaker has been unmuted. The next person 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 has been unmuted. The next
Good
person
afternoon,
has been
Council.
unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. How are you doing this afternoon, Council? My name is Mr. Make It Plain. I feel like I'm an honorary city council member because I faithfully listen every single week from the time you start to the very time you end. With that being said, I would like to put a motion on the floor to do all things necessary to terminate Attorney Wheeler tonight. City Clerk, roll call, please. We need an attorney to fight their assets off for the citizens of this great city of Flint. Enough is enough. We are going into a new year, and we need to go in a new direction with the new city attorney. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. Roll call, please.
Next speaker, Janelle.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Good evening, City Council. My name is A.C. Dumas, and I just want to say that I agree with all the speakers, perhaps the exception of the last speaker. I want to say that I too heard Judge Levy, and I attentively listened to her, and I attentively listened to the attorney, and especially Attorney Stern. I think what he said was horrible, and I'm appalled, and I'm really offended by his words. But, you know, I want to say that the state of Michigan has $1.3 billion in their rainy day fund. $1.3 billion in their rainy day fund. And former Lieutenant Governor Brian Calley, he's asking the Republican Senate to take some of that money and use it for businesses, because he said he's a business owner, and things that would represent businesses. I'm really appalled, and I have to agree with those council persons who said, and Patrick Rose, he's not a council person, but who said the council had no representation. I would consider that as attorney malpractice. I think those attorneys that so-called represent the people or whoever they represent should be held with malpractice. That's my opinion. You know, how would you have a client and you're hired to represent, or you're representing a client, and you reach out to the other attorney and they say, hey, ABC, this is where we're at. First thing you're going to say, well, I'm going to go back to my client and see if that's agreeable. I have to tend to agree with Arthur Woodson. You know, they talk about how long they've been working on this case, but yet they gave this case to the city council maybe a month ago to make a decision. I believe that a no vote should be no. You know, it's time, as everybody has said, it's time for us to stand up. It's time for the city council to stand up and represent the people. The Judge Levy said a lot of things. She said a lot of things. And I want to let you know that even the adults will not be represented in that claim unless you can prove that you had injury. Judge Levy, and I'm looking at all the people that's appointed. And I was counting the people that were on the line as attorneys. And I didn't see but three blacks. Angela Wheeler, Val Washington, and another gentleman. Three blacks out of all the white attorneys. And I heard Judge Levy say that we've got attorneys from all over the United States. Oh, you know why? Because Flint has always been a cash cow. And this water poisoning is not, pardon me?
Please wrap up, Mr.
Yeah.
Duma.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to say that, this city of Flint has always been a cash cow, and here we go again. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hello.
The next person? Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Y'all put it down over there. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Fred. I'm from Flint. Now, my kids, my family signed up with the lawyer that's not the class action. And we have been bone-lead tested. I talked to the class action people, and they didn't have the ability to represent us. And so people fighting over stuff that should have been done a long time ago by our leaders, and we probably wouldn't have needed no lawyers. So I saw Judge Levy meeting today, and there's 144 lawyers that was on there. And I saw 5 blacks. But what I'm saying is class action, and then there's people representing you individually. And the lawyers that's representing me and my kids individually found a way to go get the information, to get the people they needed to get in order for us to get the evidence so we can get some compensation. And we sitting here fighting over some lawyers all over here complaining about what seemed to me like bad lawyering. I was one of the first people to get tested, and in terms of my family, and that was just last year. So the first bone lead test was done last year. So it seemed to me all these years, these lawyers that all came to Flint could have found a way to do it, and now they complaining with each other. So I have some evidence because my test and my kids' test and my wife's test came back positive, and I'm in the first ward. And so my mom and them went and signed up, and it seemed to me like we gonna do all right. Now, I want everybody to do all right. And so, but these lawyers, they not saviors. I'm not expecting them to be no savior. We still got a lot of stuff we need to do ourselves and quit always expecting people to come in here and save us. What happened to all that money that was donated to Flint? It seemed like if the foundations still got over $170 million, it seemed like they can give every household in Flint $100,000. That's something we can do something about. Why ain't we going up to them and saying this money that Bruno Mars donated and all these people that came to town, Russell Simmons, give us that money. We'll figure out what we want to do with it. Don't give it to us in pieces. We need to focus on where the money at and go from there. Plus, I don't want no bill, so I need the council to vote to take that $20 million.
Sir, can you please wrap up? Your time is up.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. President. I want you and I want everybody else to vote to take that $20 million. Don't pass no bill on to me. And I'm speaking for myself and my family. Don't pass no bill on to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been...
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? This is Doris. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Flint. I'm called in to talk about this insurance policy. I've been listening for weeks now, and at city council for several years, and no one's been able to tell. I would like this answer tonight. Have you even seen and read the insurance policy, and what does it say? That is so important that they want you to vote yes on this. This started off, I clearly heard lawyers, city councilmen say that No, voting yes on this isn't meaning we're voting for the settlement. That's what we're saying. That was a lie. Now you look at the settlement, and it clearly says tonight, if you vote on this, you're voting in agreement to the settlement and to include, they worded, join in the insurance policy. What does the policy say? And why won't Neely sign it? And also, the lawyers for the plaintiffs also stated that insurance policy did not include lead. That's what they originally said. Well, who's covered under the insurance policy? Is it only people who have died of Legionella? Is it only the emergency managers? Who's covered under this insurance policy? That's what I would like to know tonight. Thank you.
The next person has been unmuted.
That's right. I ain't seen him that.
Did you want to speak? The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. That's the last of the speakers, Madam President.
Thank you, Janelle. Are there any written comments?
There are a few.
Okay, proceed.
The first one is from
Daniel Moore. He says, we are writing once again to urge all members of the Flint City Council to support the $20 million insurance payment with a yes vote. This vote is critically important. These dollars benefit the residents of the city of Flint.
Madam Chairman.
We cannot afford to lose this
Madam
opportunity.
Chair. Excuse me. I believe Mr. Moore has already commented on the phone.
I'm sorry, is this a point of information or a point of order, Mr. Griggs?
I guess it'd be a point of information, I suppose, because I don't know what rule number. But Mr. Moore has already commented in person on the phone. I didn't think we were supposed to allow people two different comments, one by phone.
Okay, Mr. Griggs, that's a point of order. Janelle, can you speak to that?
I didn't hear Daniel Moore speak tonight. He did write last week, and I read it last week. He's writing again. If you don't want me to read it, that's fine.
Mr. Griggs, I didn't hear someone identify themselves as Daniel Moore speaking tonight.
I did.
Madam President.
Point of information.
What, Ms. Worthen, what is your point of information?
I heard Barbara Moore speak. Maybe Mr. Griggs got that confused. I guess that's my point of information. Does Mr. Griggs know that Barbara Moore spoke?
Madam President.
No.
Is that a point of order or point of information, Mr. Winfrey?
It's a point of order.
Your point of order, sir.
Madam President, Pastor Daniel Moore didn't speak. That was Barbara Moore that spoke. He hasn't spoke tonight.
Okay. Thank you all. So, Mr. Griggs, I'm going to deny your point of order because I think they're correct. I think it was Barbara Moore spoke, but not Daniel Moore. So, Janelle, proceed to read his comment.
Point of information. Point of information.
Wait a minute. What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Mr. Griggs, do you understand that Daniel Moore, Pastor Moore, is my pastor, and he have not spoken tonight, and he has the right to submit another letter different from the other night. So you're just not right. So you're mistaken. I'm just saying, do you realize I would have known if he had spoke?
He did this twice at the last meeting. He spoke and he wrote an email. That's why I noticed it. And I know the difference between
Point of information. Do you realize that the last time I think I heard his voice, he did the prayer at the mayor's state of the city? And so other than that, I don't recall him speaking. He's my pastor for years. Thank you.
Thank you. I've decided that Danny Moore has not spoken, so please proceed, Janelle.
Okay. He wants you to vote yes. He says this vote is critically important. These dollars benefit the residents of the city of Flint. We cannot afford to lose this opportunity for the city to settle lawsuits at no taxpayer expense. We represent a coalition of city unions and Flint churches, and we ask you to please vote yes. Ask Me Local 1600, Ask Me Local 1799, Flint Police Officers Association, Pastor Rodney Ellison of Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church, Pastor Reggie Flynn of Foss Avenue Baptist Church, Pastor Jeffrey Hawkins of Prince of Peace Missionary Baptist Church, Bishop Roger L. Jones of Greater Holy Temple Church of God in Christ, Pastor Chris Martin of Cathedral of Faith Ministries, Pastor S. Robert McCathern of Joy Tabernacle, Pastor Daniel Moore of Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church, Pastor Christopher Taylor of Antioch Missionary Baptist Church, Pastor Martez Warren of Church Without Walls. The next one is from Avery Fisher. It says, good evening, City Council. On the commute to the office this morning, I heard Eric Mays on the largest talk radio station in Michigan, 910 AM Superstation in Detroit. I continued listening for 2 hours while he spoke very warmly of all his colleagues, especially both Eva Worthing and Kate Fields. The host, Sam Riddle, and every caller noted it was wonderful to hear council working together to do what's right for the residents of Flint. Each and every caller said this settlement is a scam, a heist, an injustice, and they're treating us less than cattle. And the more I read, the more I too realized that you all should not agree to any of it. Vote no. Stick together and send a message. We're smarter than they think, and we will not accept this lowball or their disinformation. This timing is not a coincidence. All the lawyers, their bar association, pal politicians, and all the political operatives want this to go quietly away during the holidays while most are on vacation and nobody is paying attention. For those that don't know, Rick Snyder is a lawyer, Gretchen Whitmer is a lawyer, obviously Dana Nessel and Bill Schuette are lawyers. Dave Masseron, one of the masterminds of the KWA, is also a lawyer. An interesting coincidence, he just got a big promotion from Whitmer this morning. Eric detailed how all of these cronies on all sides of this heist are in the same clique. Perhaps he can detail it tonight to those who weren't listening to him on the radio this morning. Just like the lawyers on all sides divvied up $30 to $35 million in tax dollars on legal fees, in quote marks, on the fake criminal cases that Dana Nessel dropped. We're being played. It's obvious. Stay strong and hold this up. Warmly, Avery in the 9th Ward. The next one is from Carl White. Hi, my name is Carl White, and I live in the 5th Ward. This community knows that it has been abused. Now, for the state to come in again and try and give us another snowball job is the ultimate disrespect to our community, and it's disheartening. I appreciate Mrs. Carter, but I never thought I would see the day where Mrs. Fields would be speaking up for community and that Councilman Maurice Davis and Herb Winfrey would sell us out, all because Mayor Neely asked them to. And that's the end of that one. The next one is from Mark Nichols. He says, this is Mac Nichols, and I am asking the council to vote no on the water settlement agreement. Please for once stand up with us, the people of Flint, against the state and Neely, who constantly oppress our community. The next one is from Donna Richardson. Hello, City Council. I'm Donna Richardson, lifelong resident and homeowner in the 1st Ward. I'd like to wish everyone in Flint a lovely Christmas and Kwanzaa celebration. I'm writing tonight to ask the City Council to come together and vote no. N-O, no. Do not go along with this. Even those like Santino and Herb who are allegedly leaving council after this term, this is your legacy. This is your family's reputation in this community. You want to be the swing boat that sold Flint out, or do you want to be in the history books as a member of the majority who came together and turned a bogus $600 million settlement into $2 or $3 billion cash for the residents? The consensus in and outside of this community, Flint deserves billions. Half of my family lives in Ann Arbor, and they said their councilperson privately told them that it would cost the state $5 billion if they poisoned the equally sized Ann Arbor like this. Sheldon Neely, Cynthia Neely, John Cherry, Jim Ananick, and Dan Kildee make me sick to my stomach. You are all sellout hacks who have lost touch with this community, and you really should all resign. You aren't working for us. You're working with the Lansing and Washington, D.C. establishment to bamboozle this town. Remember, the state found $1 million cash for each of those 350 MSU gals, while most Flint residents are going to get zero or near zero. Don't let these state lawyers intimidate you or push you around with their hot air. They're all bark, no bite. They need you. You have the power to hold up their $200 million cut. Remember, they nor their kids ever sipped this poisonous water. You agree to that insurance payout. You are opting into all of this settlement. They're going to sue Flint? Go ahead. We have no money. Our pension fund is $500 million in the hole, and it's illegal to tax our houses for any judgments. Like I said, all bark and no bite. Not to mention it'd be public relations nightmare for them. Go ahead and sue the poorest city in America. Dare them. The New York Times, CNN, Rachel Maddow, and the Washington Post will love that. Maurice, stop your misinformation campaign. Nobody is getting kicked out of their house. Nobody is getting sued for all they got, and the police and ambulances. You are an embarrassment, and I encourage the council president to censure you for that fake news disinformation you're spewing on Facebook every night. God bless the citizens of Flint. Donna Richardson, 1st Ward. And the last comment is from Anika Steele. I would like to address the council about the water lawsuit settlement that we all know is not good for Flint. I am very troubled. We have a mayor that is telling us this settlement is good for us. This is the same man who told us that the water was safe to drink. We know that he is a liar and that we cannot trust him. He does not have our best interests at heart. We have 2 state reps and a state senator that are not fighting for us. We don't even hear from them. So between a mayor who is working with the state to screw us over and the rest who are sitting by watching it happen, we have no one fighting for us. We are tired of being messed over. We are tired. You are our only hope. Please help us. Please vote no on the settlement. Thank you, Anika Steele, Flint resident. And that's it, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Janelle. Okay, that then brings us to council response. I'm going to start with Ms. Worthing in Ward 9 and go backwards. Ms. Worthing?
I just wanted to say that for me, hiring the lawyer to represent council is not just for this litigation. It would be for all water litigation. And again, as I originally said, I believe the money is worth it, because how many meetings have we had over this issue that we've delayed and postponed and paid staff for, and we could have gotten our answers a lot quicker. So I don't think it's going to cost us a bunch of money in the long run. I think it's going to be a benefit, and we might be more efficient. I'm hoping so. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. Mr. Griggs.
Yes, Ms. Barbara Moore, I agree with what you said about getting quotes on attorney prices. We need to act like an industry, since we're selling water for profit. That's what our city does. It sells water for profit. Thanks again, Ms. Moore. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Griggs. Next would be Ms. Galloway.
Sorry, Madam President. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the speakers that took time. But specifically, I want to just address the comment that Claire made. Claire, you are absolutely right. And I think one of the most disheartening things that has been a factor for me sitting on this council for the last 7 years is recognizing that if you start from the very genesis of where we are here, we had an emergency manager that came in, made a decision for us to take part in the KWA pipeline, and I'll say it over and over again, and put us responsible for a third of that. At the time, it was $300 million. So it put us on the line. We were in the negative, only to believe that it would deliver us from the hikes that were on the Detroit water, only for us to get a letter from Sue McCormick, because being upset because we went with the KWA, which turned into us going to the Flint River, which turned into the KWA, being delayed and us being on the Flint River longer than they expected, which turned into now that very bond debt that we were under was the threatening point of, if you don't go back to GLEWA and sign over your rights to that pipeline, you will be bankrupt. And so when you talk about all the threats, to hear what the attorney is saying, we are between a rock and a hard place. I will say that. But what I am disappointed in for this whole community is that we find ourselves in this situation. Now, I received a text message from Mike Kilbreth about the possible questionable involvement of some of those, including Carl Levin. I don't know if it's true or not, but a lot of this is disheartening. And so, but I want the residents to know that I live here, I drink the water, my family has drunk the water, and I will fight even if I am one that's speaking a language totally different from the others. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Mr. Winfrey.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, as a person who is serving as a council member, as a former teacher, and as a person who really like and respect the democratic process, I am really pleased when I hear from my constituents, and I'm pleased to hear the activists and to hear people's opinions. And it pains me to hear when people send out information and it's inaccurate, and it seems like they're doing it just to have something to say with absolutely nothing to back it up. And I'm speaking to those folks who wrote and expressed that Mayor Neely had told me to vote for something. That is inaccurate. That is inaccurate. And that's not how I vote. Then another person wrote and said that this is my last year. It may be my last year, but that is not how I vote on issues. Whether it's my last year or I'm planning on running for re-election, I vote on the issues and I try my best to find out as much information as I can so that I can make an intelligent decision or make the right decision. So here, the Claire McClintons and the Arthur Woodsons, I really enjoy hearing them, because when they come with some stuff and it's backed up by facts and those kinds of things, and I admire their activism and others. But it pains me to hear folks just, and I'm wrapping up, Madam President, but it pains me to hear folks just send some stuff through the air and it has absolutely no weight, nothing, no truth behind it. That's just not helpful. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Winfrey. Ms. Jerry Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I would like to thank all of the speakers, as well as those who sent in email comments. I would like to speak to Ms. Clara's comments. Ms. Clara, you are absolutely right. You are 100% right. We, as a community, we, as a council, we need to tell the state that enough is enough. We need to stand up, and we need to stand up and stand up strong. You know, when is it that, first of all, this whole deal, the water settlement, this insurance, the $20 million insurance deal, all of it is just an injustice. The state has continued to devalue the lives of the residents here in the city of Flint. And I am tired of it. And I'm with Ms. Galloway on this. I will stand by myself. I'm with the residents. I will stand by myself. I don't care what my other colleagues plan to do. But I already know what I'm going to do. And I think the rest of you guys know what I'm going to do. And thank you guys. Thank you to everyone who voiced your concerns, your issues, and your opinions on this. Thank you, Madam Chief.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Mr. Guerrero.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond. And like on most political issues, I think that the bodies are not always going to agree on stuff. That's why we have a majority vote. And very rarely do some of the biggest issues that I've seen since I've been on the council get passed with a slim margin. And like Ms. Winfrey Carter said, she knows how she's going to vote. And I respect, I think the two of us are voting opposite ways. But I respect somebody who's saying why they're voting and how they're voting for it. And I think that the residents, we've heard both sides say why they support it and why they don't. And it's a sensitive topic, and I understand that. And I have no hard feelings against any other colleagues who are voting a different way. I know some residents are going to be upset with how the vote goes tonight, regardless of which way we do vote. And I just it's important for the community to know that everybody's voting for what they believe the best interest is for the city of Flint and for the residents. So hopefully tonight, this might be a historic meeting, absolutely. But let's continue to go forward and move the city forward together.
Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. Mr. Davis.
Thank you for indulging, Madam Chair. I can understand the frustration of the residents, but we stuck between a rock and a hard place. I'm going to say it again. I've said it over and over. If these was lemons and we tried to make the cliche lemonade, we could not do it because the lemons is rotten. I looked at the meeting today and I seen the demeanor of all of the council that was there, the 144 that was sitting there, and the power of that federal judge. You could tell clearly this is a poor community because the way they said they know the actual formulas they use. Ain't no money coming to these residents. The way they formulated the 80% to the children going to probate and different things, ain't no money. The way they wanted the money to go out to the county, ain't no money. So they clearly know this is an impoverished community. Only thing I'm going to keep saying, driving this point home, I hope my colleagues, people here is retired already. They're on fixed income. And we can't afford not to opt in with this insurance contribution to take this city out of the way of all these lawsuits that's going to come. And our own council, when you're dealing with a federal judge like that, you don't point an order or point an information. You sit there till it's your turn. Clearly, our representation wasn't able to represent us like they could because the powers that be in the state and the feds. So I understand Attorney Wheeler and the whole team. But one thing I don't understand is bringing in new counsel with 5 minutes of judgment to work when these attorneys been in this here fight for 5 years, 5 long years, representing thousands of people.
Look, let me tell you something, and I know I'm a leader in this community. Don't risk people losing their home claiming it's some kind of thing out there to protect us, because they going to come by the billions against this city. I'm wrapping up, Madam President. I know my colleagues don't like nothing I'm saying, but like the young man stated before, him and his family might be all right, but don't assess other hardships on people that can't stand it, because people are already in foreclosure in this community, and I trust I'm fighting with all my might for the residents. Thank you for indulging.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam President, a lot of my conversation, if it's allowed under the rules, will be during the conversation on the vote on this. I enjoyed hearing all of the public comment, those that agree, those who disagree. But I want to say this. If you listen close to that Judge Levy hearing, Mr. Davis and everybody listening who heard it, the new news was the attorneys say they done agreed on 27% for them. And then the state's attorney made it clear we wasn't agreeing in that. That was just the plaintiff's attorneys. First I had heard. Now, that's relevant because one of the attorneys say we still got the EPA, Veolia, and the banking institutions, and we're going to fight, and we're going to win, and we're going to get more money. Well, guess what? If you so confident in that, why didn't you let your 27% go down to 10 or 12%, give that 17% up front to the adults? You so confident you're going to win the rest, but, you know, that formula ain't promised for adults. So I heard a lot. And when it get to the insurance settlement, somebody spoke on it during public comment. Why would not my colleagues want to talk to the insurance company, and why do they refuse to show up? I'll discuss that policy or policies more. And that's the genesis of it. How can you be in such a hurry? Your deadline ain't to the 31st. This is such an important thing. Ain't nobody should be losing their houses. And I'm going to ask y'all the question. Why haven't somebody filed a third-party claim, a joiner or a counterclaim against the state? We sitting here as a city poisoned by a state and ain't got nothing to settle with because legal counsel ain't filed it. This is a settlement. They saying we gonna win, we gonna continue to win. I'm gonna wrap up, but I want everybody listening to me to understand. You even heard it on the Levy's court today. How much is the checks, the division count? And so as we get into this, God bless everybody who disagree, but I believe we can make a statement and do something right, and we will end up getting this proposed settlement right. There are some problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Ain't nobody
Mayor.
going to lose no house.
All right. Now here's my response to the speakers. I'd like to address the people had said, why didn't council get more than one bid? I'd like to describe the process that the ad hoc committee, which was Eric Mays and Kate Fields, had in trying to find potential attorneys. And we spoke together with at least 6 different firms, and using this criteria, basically, it has to be a large enough firm to have resources in order to be able to, respond to our issues. Okay, we would like them to have experience with municipal law, class action, and hopefully environmental law, and that they had no conflict. Now, with representing us, that means that they weren't part of any other lawsuit filed against the city or in the water litigation or whatever. And I'll tell you, when you look at the state of Michigan to try to find a firm that meets all those criteria, it was very, very difficult. And in the end, we had 2 firms to bring to council to interview, but at the last moment, the second firm dropped out. So I really believe we have ended up with the best possible choice, which is Mr. Richard Wilson and the firm of Micah Myers. So that's all I have to say under council response. I have more to say about the settlement when we get there. Also, before I go into the next part of the agenda, I forgot to notify the public that on the agenda there is member contact information for all members of council. Okay, so next that brings us to Resolution 20048 and a companion resolution. I would entertain a motion to...
Madam President.
Mr. Mays.
Madam President, I would make a motion to suspend the rules as is to the 5 minutes and to that type of aspect of the rules when we introduce and go over this companion resolution.
The motion's been made to suspend the rules. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'll support that motion.
The motion has been supported by Ms. Winfrey Carter. Is there any discussion? Oh, wait a minute. I think there is discussion under suspend the rules. Let me just check. Here it is. Okay, so it requires a second. There is no debate. It cannot be amended. It requires a 2/3 vote, so that would mean it would require 6 yes votes to suspend the rules. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Gregg?
The motion is to suspend the rules.
Mr. Gregg?
For this discussion. I'm sorry, Janelle. For
That's
this
okay.
discussion.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Ms. Fields?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
4 yes, 5 no. The motion fails.
Madam President.
Before I recognize you, Mr. Mays, I would like to say that you stopped me from completing my sentence, and I have the floor. I would like to entertain a motion to amend 200488, the water litigation settlement, in order to include the companion resolution, the last version provided to us by Ms. Wheeler.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
We're not to that resolution yet. We're just on whether or not we will adopt the companion and what it'll say. I think that motion is out of order based upon the agenda change.
Oh, Mr. Mays, I forgot. We had switched the... You're correct. We had switched the order of that during agenda changes. So 200519 actually does come first, so you're right on that.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Did you realize that on the last vote?
Yes, well, I didn't really, but it didn't matter to me. Okay, so I guess we are...
Point of order. Then we would be on council. We would be on council. No, I'm just trying to clarify. If you would now be asking, is it anybody else want to speak in their first round? If that little seconds was my first round, that's where we're at.
Well, I didn't even get an opportunity to announce the number, but now we're at resolution, the companion resolution 200519. Is there a motion?
Madam President,
Ms. Worthing?
I make a motion that we approve the companion resolution.
There's been a motion. Is there support? Is there support? Is there support for that motion?
Madam
Hearing
Chair,
none, that
Sandy.
motion. Mr. Guerra?
I'll support her motion.
It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion? And I would like to speak first this time, only for clarification, okay, that 200519 actually needs to be amended to the most current version, so we don't have a number for the most current version. I would like to ask Ms. Wheeler, is that a separate resolution number or the same resolution number, just a different version? Ms. Wheeler? Is Mr. Kim on the line?
Your phone's on mute, Angela.
No, my phone's not muted.
This is Assistant Attorney Kim. I think we're trying to get unmuted.
I'm here.
Okay. All right. There's Ms. Wheeler. Did you hear my question?
The version that we're using is the version dated 12/21/2020. It's version 3.
Version 3. And is it the same resolution number? 519-200-519?
I think that's up to council on the numbering. I mean, it should be the same one. It's for the same purpose, but I think that's going to be up to you all on the numbering on that.
Well, it is a slightly different version, so I just need to know, do we need to change the number of this?
I don't know. I think that's a council thing. Your support staff on that. You may want to do a .1. I don't know.
Yeah, Madam President, this is Davina.
Davina, yes, could you help us?
Okay, so the 519 that's on the agenda, the one that you are talking about, the third version, if it's not the one that we submitted with the agenda, then yes, you would need to do an amendment to a .1 and then vote on the version you're actually discussing, the one that you want. It would be a .1.
Okay, Davina, so we need a motion to amend 200519 to 200519.1 to be the third version?
That is correct, and for the record, you would need to state what the differences are because the public wouldn't have access.
Okay.
Madam President?
Ms. Worthing?
I make that motion to amend it to a .1, but I don't...
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
Did Ms. Worthing get the floor in the middle of this round to make the first motion, and now you go right back to her to make another motion before you ask if anybody in the first round want to speak? I mean, I see what's going on, but I don't appreciate it.
Well, I don't think there's any problem with her making that motion.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
So when she got the floor and the rules say that you get the floor to make a motion and you have to have the floor, wouldn't she technically have already had a first round as it relates to this motion? You can make a motion and still get a first round. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Well, the way I view it is that we were under, well, wait a minute. We didn't have a motion on the floor because the original motion failed. I don't know, but I'll tell you what I'm
Well,
willing to
Madam
do.
President, she had to get the floor under the rules and make a motion. They didn't suspend them. You gave her the floor. She made a motion. That's her first round. She used it. You had to do that. Now you got to ask, does anybody else want to speak on the first round? I just wouldn't go back to her because she want to make a motion. We in discussion on the first round of the...
Excuse me, Mr. Mays. We don't actually have a motion on the floor. Yes.
Actually,
well, yes, it is.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Ms. Worthing?
We have a motion on the floor. I made the motion and Gara seconded it. And then I asked for the floor again, as is my right. And I amended it to the point one. There's no, I think Mr. Mays is upset he didn't get the floor first.
Ms. Worthing, upon reflection, I think you're right, because basically I asked for discussion on the motion you had made. So you asked to be, you were then first in discussion, and in discussion you made that motion to amend it. So I believe you do have the floor.
Thank you.
And have the right to make that motion to amend.
Yes, was that seconded, or have we not gotten to that yet?
I hadn't gotten to that yet. Is there a second for that motion to amend 200519 to 200519.1?
Point of order.
I'm Sarah Santino here.
Point of order. What is your point of order,
If you
Mr.
listen
Mayor?
close to Davina, she say the motion should include what the changes are. So, I mean, I hear people trying to make a good motion, but that motion ain't where it needs to be yet, is my point of order.
Council President, perhaps I can be of assistance.
All right,
if
just,
you would
just
like,
one moment. Just one moment. I would like to say, Mr. Mays, that Davina said we should read the differences. She didn't say that had to be part of the actual motion. So under discussion, I was getting ready to read the differences. So I'm denying your point of order. Mr. Kim?
I was simply going to offer to assist you in pointing out the differences between the point one version that I believe Ms. Worthing is proposing and the resolution that's included in your packet as 200-519.
Okay, just a moment. I just want to make sure. So did I have a second for Ms. Worthing's motion to amend? Was that Mr. Guerra's second?
I second it.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. Now, Mr. Kim, if you would like to state the differences.
Yes. If we start from the resolution that is included in your packet as 200-519, there are only two differences. First is that there was an additional item added to the list of concerns, that being the additional issue that the issue of water liens for unpaid water bills should also be addressed. That's labeled as number 5, and then the current number 5 is renumbered as number 6. And then the concluding paragraph has been amended to where in the original resolution it read, therefore be it resolved that these are the concerns of the Flint City Council regarding the settlement agreement, resolving the Flint water litigation, and that the members of the City Council may, at their discretion, submit to the applicable court or courts these concerns, along with any other concerns that individual City Council members may have. The new version reads, the concluding paragraph reads, be it resolved that these are the concerns of the Flint City Council regarding the proposed settlement agreement, and that the law department is requested to notify the applicable court or courts of this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. All right, now, is there discussion on the motion?
Madam President.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam President, whenever you got such important business, and I know I was a member of the ad hoc committee, and I probably talked to you 6, 7, 8 times. And I know if I'm still looking at it and want to suspend the rules and want to get my colleagues brought up to speed, whether they're for or against, it's embarrassing to me that people just won't let a good meeting go and do what is right. so we could go over some without a crunch of time. Now here I got 5 minutes to discuss some details on council's concerns. That's a companion to the major bill. And we just got a lawyer who probably after tomorrow will be able to help us, and the deadline on this stuff ain't until January 31st. I know I enjoyed Christmas. I enjoyed waking up, getting drum sets, movie projectors, and all that. But it's going to be a time between Christmas and New Year's where we got attorney, we got stuff going on. You listen to the deadline. Clearly, they waiting to see what council going to do on the 31st. But you got council people don't want to talk to the insurance company, don't want to suspend the rules, to discuss a companion resolution and go over those legalities. I can't do it in 5 minutes. So God bless y'all for putting me on an ad hoc committee. But guess what? I ain't changed. I'm thorough. And I'm going to save a minute, but this can't be done under these 5-minute rules properly. No different than you can vote on an insurance policy proper and ain't talk to the insurance company after repeated requests. We'll get to that too. But nope, and I save a minute. Or whatever I got left under these rules. You don't do multi-million-dollar business under a 3 or 5 minute rule.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Janelle, you are timing us, right?
Yes.
Point of information, how much time did I have left then?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mays. You had, when you stopped talking, you had approximately 3 minutes left.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. And then Ms. Worthing? Yes, Ms. Worthing?
Yeah. We've had so much discussion on this. Nothing really has changed. I saw the changes in the email. I think almost all of us know exactly how we're going to vote. There's no reason to have a lengthy discussion. I'm actually ready right now, and I hope my colleagues have read it, have went over it themselves, and know which way they want to lean, because this has been discussed to death. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call,
Madam President.
Oh, Mr. Mays, I'm sorry. I
was waiting on all the first rounders. Yeah.
Yes. Is there any additional discussion? First, I'll ask, is there any additional discussion on the first round? Anyone who hasn't spoken? All right. So is there any additional discussion on the second round? Mr. Mays?
Yeah, let me say this, if I may, Madam President. I know you got certain feelings about this companion resolution. It's council concerns is what it is. I don't know what they calling it, concerns. Some people say conditions. Whatever it is, it's some fruit, it's some usefulness to it. We should also have in there concerns about the EPA settlement and what these attorneys are thinking and who is included and who signs off in this state agreement. And when they sign off, can they be in the EPA agreement or this new $500 million lawsuit Stern is threatening to file? Through you, Madam President, to Angela, Ms. Wheeler, or more importantly, Mr. Berg. Mr. Berg, is he on the line?
Yes, he is.
Through you, Madam President, to Mr. Berg, and stop the clock. Mr. Berg, you telling me that Stern can file a lawsuit, a new one, and start new claims as of January 1st, 2021, 12:01 a.m.?
No. Can you hear me all right, Mr. Mays? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hello? Okay, very good. Thank you. That's not what I understand his letter to mean. Mr. Stern is already the plaintiff's attorney for many of the children in the city, which he said when he was on the phone here and with this council a couple of weeks ago, and what he says every time that he's in court. He has pending lawsuits that have been pending against the city and against the state and against the engineering companies and everybody else for 4 years or so. What he is saying is that the city has now before it tonight the opportunity to join the states and the plaintiffs' settlement. That's what the city's option has always been ever since we began talking about it with you. If the city joins, then the city will be dismissed from all the lawsuits because it is settling with the insurance companies $20 million. What he's telling the city, what he told us, and what we then delivered to you all, is that if the city votes this down, or if the city simply punts into next year and doesn't do anything and goes past the December 31 deadline, he's not, we're not getting a second chance. The 4 years of lawsuits that are already filed, he is now doing what's called making a demand. He's basically saying, now, if you want to settle with me, it's $500 million. It's not $20 million. That's what he's saying. The lawsuits are already out there, and he's simply telling you what it's going to cost you if you don't make the right decision this time around. And
he can make a demand, but he don't know that's what it's going to cost me. Are you also telling me that if the $20 million goes in and he have half of his people opt out, we ain't got to worry about him no more because he done took his 27% and gone?
The opt-out problem has been there from the beginning. It's there now. It's always going to be there. He will, I'm sure, try to tell and probably be very effective in convincing his clients that this is the best deal and they should not opt out. They opt out.
He might and he might not. But let me read what he wrote. He said at 12:01 a.m. on January 1st, 2021, I would formally demand $500,000 from the city of Flint for his role in creating and perpetuating this crisis. So he can demand it. You as the city's attorney don't mean you're going to respond to it and give it to him, do you?
Of course not. What it means is that he will, unless he gets it, he'll just put us through trial. That's
okay.
That's what it means.
Okay, and so when we put the $20 million in, do that mean that him and anybody he ever represented in the city of Flint go away for the rest of our life on this litigation?
Yes, unless they opt out. That's right.
Right, and if they opt out, he can choose to continue to represent them or he can't?
He cannot.
Okay, and so now let me ask you this question. So any of them 144 lawyers that we heard about today, once they agree to be in it, all of them lawyers is gone, and any new lawyers for opt-out people have to come in and learn however they can. Is that a fair statement?
It is, although the context of your question will change because there probably won't be any more 144 lawyer hearings. Every one of those opt-out lawyers is on their own. They are flying solo. They are not in a class.
So you telling me you already know how many lawyers been opted out already? Do you know?
No. I don't have. It's not the
okay. So right now they all is opting in on that 27%. Now you ain't in on that 27%. That's just the plaintiff attorneys, right?
That's absolutely correct. But let me please let me finish my prior answer. The opportunity.
No, I'm on my time. Y'all can ask time, and the council people like Guerra, Worthing, they respect y'all, Davis. But when it's my time, particularly when they count it, you ever been removed from a council meeting for trying to talk? Go ahead, Mr. Bird, but you got to let me do this when I get you back. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say the opportunity to opt out has not yet arisen. It's not time for that yet. So no one has opted out yet.
Mr. Berg, I know that, and neither have the opportunity to object. And our deadline gonna come before that opportunity. I know that. What else you want me to tell me you don't think I know? Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to make sure I was answering your question completely.
Well, you've answered part of them, and I'm telling you, do you know the answer? Do you know whether these 144 lawyers can opt out and still move on? Do you know whether or not once they settle and they all in with this state settlement, we can never see them no more? And can you tell me the EPA settlement, who is the plaintiffs? Is it children, adults? Do you know? Is that a double dip type pool, or is people signing off their rights in this?
Excuse me, just a moment, Mr. Mays. Janelle, how much time does Mr. Mays have left?
53 seconds.
Okay, proceed.
I would be guessing, Mr. Mays. I believe it's both adults and children. I am not certain in the EPA lawsuit. I'm just not certain because the city is not a party.
And if you ain't certain, Maurice Davis ain't certain, Mr. Griggs ain't certain, Mr. Guerra ain't certain. That's how fast you done got information. And I'm telling you, this council ought to be ashamed of itself if it rushes to decision in front of a public body, ain't vetted it when the attorney don't even know all the answers to how the EPA and them settlements overlap. Now, if I heard you wrong, I should have 13 seconds, but the clock stopped running when you talk. Stop my clock.
I told you I believe that they are both adults and children, and we can probably verify that while this city council meeting is still going on.
You would think so before people vote, because I'll move to postpone this in a minute. So can we stop and wait for these answers, Ms. Fields? I got probably 7 seconds. Speak, Mr. Berg. Find it out for me.
Yeah, I can. I can't do it. I can't do it in this effect. And I would like to correct one thing that I would.
All right, Mr. Berg, I'll allow you to wrap up, and then Mr. Mays' time is done.
Point of order, Ms. Fields. Point of order. That bell started going off when I had turned it over to him. I would have a couple seconds. I'm not going to nitpick because I know how to do y'all rules. Mr. Berg, I've made my point. You'll find out. This council don't know. They're ready to vote. Thank you, Ms. Fields. Thank you, council. Thank you, public, for listening.
I'd like to correct something that I said. Mr. Stern has apparently been in contact with one of the city attorneys, and he would know better than I. He indicates that he can continue to represent his own clients if they opt out. I don't know the rules regarding the plaintiff's attorneys as well as they would themselves, and so if that's his position, then I'm not going to contradict it. So,
thank you, Mr. Berg.
All right, thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you for indulging. Attorney Berg, do you, Madam Chair?
Yes, yes, Davis.
Yes, how you doing this evening? I got a question, and I need some clarity for the residents of some misinformation. I might have been accused, or we'll find out shortly. Is you familiar with a Headley Amendment when the city go bankrupt or whatever that is safeguard from increases of property tax on the resident? Yes or no?
That may be true, but the increase in property tax on the residents that we're speaking about has nothing to do with bankruptcy. All of the times that I've ever said to you that if we get judgments against the city has an obligation to impose those as taxes on the residents, has nothing to do with bankruptcy. The law that I'm talking about that requires you to impose those taxes is a state of Michigan law. It's a state of Michigan law
that's what I wanted clarity right there.
After a judgment. If there is a bankruptcy, you're in federal court again. It's under federal law. And it's possible, and I don't know this, that things may change regarding property taxes if the city is in bankruptcy. But all of my comments regarding imposing property taxes all assumed that the city was not in bankruptcy at that time. So if the city files bankruptcy, maybe there'll be different rules. I can't speak to that.
But it is a risk factor with a... Yes. I'm sorry, this is Sheldon Klein, and I apologize. But going back to the Headley Amendment question. What the Headley Amendment says, the state can't say, city, you have to spend $10 million for a new bridge without making up that money to you. I mean, I'm oversimplifying. So the Headley Amendment simply has nothing to do with the question of whether we have to comply with state law and pay our debts that we might incur in this lawsuit.
So it don't exempt residents from the risk of losing their home if we don't take this $20 million contribution to safeguard this city from all these lawsuit litigations coming our way, playing around.
Mr. Davis, I'd just like to point out that the motion under discussion is to amend the companion resolution, and I think
exactly
your
what I'm
debate.
asking.
Just a moment.
No, I'm not,
I think. Would you wait, Mr. Davis? I think your debate is going into the conversation about the actual resolution 488. So I'm just saying, if you could try to be more germane, well, somehow I guess in your mind it's relevant. So proceed.
It's in my mind because there's misinformation in the community. I need to clear this up. Now,
right, Councilmember Davis, this is sorry, Councilmember Davis. This is Assistant City Attorney Kim here. I think what the confusion that your constituents are having is that the Headley Amendment does contain things that are limitations on the city's ability to levy taxes. But what Mr. Berg and Mr. Klein have been talking about, and the danger that we face if the city doesn't join the settlement agreement, is that if there's a judgment against the city that the city cannot pay, the city then has to do a special assessment. And this is kind of this is lawyering, but basically, a special assessment, even though it's collected in the same way that taxes are collected, is not actually a tax. So the Headley Amendment doesn't apply. Does that answer your question, sir?
You couldn't do that. No, that's beautiful. Thank you, Attorney. But my time run up. Now, I listened to Judge Levy today. I want to clear it up for the community. Now, this companion we're doing, I'm noticing that it wasn't entered into the court today. So therefore, the judge expecting us to either opt in or stay like we are. And this is dangerous for this community in the city. We need to sign on, take this contribution as residents have pleaded with us, because the homeowners, they don't want to risk this here risky business when nobody here guaranteeing to pay no assessment, and they're already strapped with foreclosures in their face. We don't want to do this community like that. And all it's doing, we don't have a voice in the settlement. We're just trying to secure, and that's what y'all been saying, the community from being assessed, or even worse, billions of dollars of litigation and lawsuits against this community. And that's all we voting on, to get insurance. And we only got Corvair insurance, but we want Corvette insurance. We don't have that. We got a cheaper policy that ain't going to go up to $1 billion. And if we did, it's up to the federal judge to do that in order, state of Michigan, or even the Fed. But right now, we have no say. But at least this council tonight can safeguard this community from going under. And I thank you, Madam Chair. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I would like to say something regarding this motion, okay, to amend this companion resolution. The reason we need the companion resolution is because it's been made clear to us that we can't do a conditional acceptance because that is a negation of the acceptance. So the only way that we will be able to get our basic concerns, and those that are listed are kind of the majority of the concerns that have been brought up by the majority of council, okay? Meaning that, that the water liens should also be addressed, and the settlement agreement should allocate settlement funds to cover basically refunds. So ultimately, however, this does require, in the last paragraph, the law department is requested to notify the applicable court or courts of this resolution. Basically, by doing this companion resolution, okay, we are ensuring that somehow this information is getting to Judge Levy, who then can decide to pay attention to it, pay no attention to it, maybe modify one of the terms, two of the terms, or none of the terms. So that's why we need this companion resolution, and I'll definitely be voting for the amendment. And if that passes, I will ultimately be voting for the approval of the amended companion resolution. And when we get to the water settlement, I'll be voting to combine the two in that resolution. So would anyone who's not spoken, or someone who I guess no one else has a second round, anybody else like to discuss this motion? Anyone else? Hearing none, roll call on the amendment. I'm sorry, who was that?
This is Winfrey.
Mr. Winfrey, okay. You would like to speak. You have the floor.
Yes, just briefly. Because I read the companion resolution, and I know what the settlement. So let me ask this question. Let's say we vote vote in the affirmative for the companion resolution. In doing that, are we saying that how does that relate to? And I think that this may be something that confuses some of our constituents. So, are we saying that when we vote on this companion resolution, that as it relates to the $20 million settlement or 200488, are we saying that if we vote on the companion in the affirmative for the companion resolution, then we also vote in the affirmative for the 20 million litigation? And you want to combine? Are you saying that you want to combine the two?
Yes, Mr. Winfrey. The subsequent would be, this would be bound to the original resolution, okay? And then that just means that if we vote in the affirmative on the original resolution, if it's combined to, then that would be amended to a point one to the companion resolution, which we have to approve first. We have to amend first and then approve. It just means that the law department is requested to notify the applicable court or courts of this resolution. That's all that it means.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Is there any other discussion?
Madam President?
Mr. Griggs.
Yeah, I've got a problem. Now, y'all correct me if I'm wrong on part of the companion resolution. It's about reimbursing people on their water bills. Now, I think for about, in the previous administration, someone, I never could get the answer of who it was, even though I asked the question about 3 times in city council. Someone from the previous administration told the residents, please don't pay your water bills if you can't drink the water. So a lot of the residents did not pay their. All right, so that's like they were making money at the time. Well, now we want to give those residents money again. This is the part that I've got problem with this companion resolution. Now, please correct me if I'm wrong on this. But there were people that did not pay their water bills, and thereby it got us into trouble financially. Now we're going to give them money, so they're like getting paid twice. Now, am I wrong on this, or Does anybody have any comments? Thank you.
Mr. Griggs, I would say that while the water liens, okay, is one of the 6 issues that council is stating that they have concerns, and all this says is the law department is requested to notify the applicable court or courts of this resolution, which is just conveying to the judge, these are some of our concerns. That's all this is. We don't have the ability to make a decision on the water liens being included in the settlement. They're currently not mentioned in the settlement. So, basically it's just up to Judge Levy. We're kind of raising the point and the issue, and we just want the judge to be notified of our concerns. That's all this is doing.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President.
Ms. Galloway.
I just want to say on the record that just for my colleague, he asked a question. People weren't getting paid. Nowhere in the world are you normally required to pay for something that is not good. But because of the way that the enterprise fund is governed, people had to pay for water that was considered bad water. And so for a statement to be made that those people that did not pay their water bill or could not afford to pay their water bill, because I think it's important to know that someone may have told people not to pay their water bill, but the reality is many of the people that didn't were struggling with the affordability of the water. So they didn't get a payday. They were forced to pay for something that was not good. We shouldn't have had to pay for water that was not good just because by the very nature of how our sewer works, I need to use that water to wash my dishes, to flush my toilet, to wash my clothes. Unfortunately, many people have bad property. Their water heaters went out. And so I just hope that when we start talking about the impact that this has made on our constituents, that we don't begin to turn this around as if in some way they've taken advantage of the system, because they very well did not. And the only thing that would happen, if that is what's written in this companion, is that the city would get paid back what they should have never charged the residents. So I don't think there's a double payday, but that's just my spin on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Is there any additional discussion on this motion to amend the companion resolution to a point 1? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain because it didn't have adequate discussion and nobody would suspend the rules.
Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Guerra? Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Vote is 4 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention.
Madam President?
4 yes. Just one moment. 4 yes, 4 no, the motion fails. Ms. Worthing?
Oh, well, motion failed. I was going to make a different motion. Are we on the next motion then? The motion to...
Well, the motion would be to approve the earlier version of the companion resolution.
Okay. Well, then I move to approve both 200488 and 200519.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
That motion that just didn't pass was a point one amendment. There should already be a motion on the floor, you would think. I don't know. Was there?
Janelle, what? I don't think there was. Was there an earlier motion or just a motion to amend?
Yes. There was a motion to approve 200519 made by Ms. Worthing. And then it was amended.
And it was seconded?
Yes, ma'am. By Mr.
Okay. All right. Well, is there discussion on the motion to, Ms. Worthing? I don't think we can combine the two, okay, because we're only on this one first. We have to approve this first, I believe.
I think we can,
Ms. Wheeler?
but we already had the motion on the floor, so.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so is there discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays.
What is the parameters of this discussion and where am I at in it? Is this a first round, 5 minutes?
Yes, this is the first round, 5 minutes, and the parameter, the difference is that the issue of water liens is not included in this earlier version. And the last paragraph says, be it resolved that these are the concerns of the Flint City Council about the proposed settlement agreement, and that City Council members may submit them to the applicable court or courts with any other concerns that individual City Council members may have.
Right. And as I listened to the hearing today and I listened to the legalities, and if we could wait until our attorney came on board, I think you would hear that, of course, when we take action in resolution, the mayor can veto it and 6 votes can override the veto. Y'all got to remember that at all times when you acting on behalf of the city. And I hear that my colleagues and me too, you know, I got nerve. I'll vote for a companion resolution and vote yes because I can. I'm elected. And so I'm trying to teach my colleagues or send a message, and Mr. Winfrey demonstrated it well. When you got one colleague and these votes are so close, as Mr. Guerra eloquently stated, and I done showed it before, you can lose a vote on your 5 or on your 4. You can gain one if you be courteous. Y'all is like them race horses and greyhounds trying to hurry up and get out the gate, and the deadline is the 31st. Been complimented well, but in everybody's zeal, and remember, I did meetings from California. You could do a meeting to come in and vote if you get the right information, but don't force yourself to vote off teal. Now, Miss Fields, I worked close with you this past week. I see a way out. You know, I could even vote in the affirmative for this companion resolution if the votes stay the same. I don't know, maybe they hate me and the votes have changed. But I'm here to tell you, your intent with the companion resolution is great, and they don't quite understand it, and I do. And I'm like, we could wrap this up tonight with it, but without it, I just know what's going on here and what people say to me. So guess what, y'all? I don't know if you want to reconsider. I don't know if you want me to vote yay or nay and see what these people do or say who voted before. But this is going to be interesting. Janelle, how much time I'm saving for this second round?
About 3 minutes.
That's what I'm going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. I would like to say that we have yet another option. 1, yes, we could vote to reconsider. Okay. Number 2, we can vote to amend it, leaving out issue 5, that the issue of water liens should also be addressed, but amending the last paragraph to cover the better clause be it resolved that these concerns of Flint City Council regarding the proposed settlement agreement and the law department is requested to notify the applicable court or courts of this resolution. So that's our other option. We could make a motion to amend this to change just that last paragraph as an amended version, and then vote to approve.
Point of information.
Mr. Mays, what is your point of information?
If you think about that, I would ask you that might be your best option. What you think?
I don't know what the will of the body is. I don't know if the people who voted no are willing to reconsider. I don't know if the dropping issue number 5 and just changing the last paragraph seems a better option. I don't know. Let's hear in discussion what council thinks.
Madam President.
Ms. Galloway.
So I'll say this. The concern that I have is, although we are putting a companion resolution on the floor, I didn't hear any teeth in it. It seems like when we talked about this was asking that the judge would consider, but it didn't require anything. And so to me, it just seems like a formality that has no power or authority behind it. And so with everything that we've, the 5 points, what are we hoping or believing that this companion resolution is going to do? Does it stop the judge from, or are we asking the judge to say, you know what, we will only approve this if these things are done? Can you give some more, just a brief overview of what the teeth of this companion resolution is?
Yes. We initially wanted to amend this so that the attorneys would be like a conditional acceptance. We would approve it only if the attorneys filed something to express our concerns to the judge. We were told that we can't do a conditional acceptance because that in effect would negate the acceptance of the resolution on the settlement. So our next option was to try to at least get what some of our concerns were before the judge. And yes, it doesn't have any real hard legal teeth, but at least it puts it on the record and combines it eventually with the resolution to approve or not approve the water settlement agreement. And I think it's better to at least try to do something that officially gets it before the judge, but ultimately the judge makes the decision whether to pay attention to our concerns or not, to agree with some of our concerns and tweak something or not. So those are the choices. So I think the companion resolution at least fulfills some of the intent and wishes of counsel to convey our concerns with some of the terms of the settlement, etc.
And Madam President, but we didn't include anything about the bond debt or any of those things, right?
No, that's not included in this one. It doesn't mean that we, I don't know, can't try to bring it up later, but no, that wasn't included in this.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Do Ms. Galloway understand that it could be amended and included in a point 1?
Yeah, but I'm sorry. The thing for me, and Madam President, I thank you for all the work that you've done. I just the thing for me is it doesn't send enough of a statement. It doesn't have any teeth in it. So that's why I didn't support it. I think it sounds good, and the reality is we have the ability to send that to the judge, but whether it will be weighty or not, that's the only concern that I have. So thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. I would like to say that although you feel it doesn't have any teeth, in my opinion, it's better to at least get on the official record as part of the resolution that we have concerns and list some of them, as opposed to having to vote on the water settlement agreement where we just accept everything or not, okay, depending on how the vote goes, with the agreement with the $20 million. I mean, I think it's better to get something on the record, the fact that council had concerns, and part of this is because we weren't allowed input in the negotiation process. So it's something. It's better than nothing. So that's why I would ask council to try to approve that. So I don't know, what is the will of the body? Would there be a vote to reconsider? Is there a vote to amend just to leave off the issue of water liens? Because we have to change. If we're going to vote to amend it, we have to change it, because we just voted not to amend it according to the way it is right before us, the third version. So a change might be to drop the issue of water liens, and the last paragraph, I like this last paragraph better in this third version, is that the law department is requested to notify the applicable court or courts of this resolution. So at least somehow the law department has to get our concerns in front of the judge. Isn't that better than not?
Yeah, Madam President, I wouldn't drop the lien one. If I did support, if I have just for a quick second, if I did support a change, it wouldn't be that portion of it. Can you tell me what the overview? What are the other four?
Actually, there's a total of 6, or well, the other 5. That the state of Michigan is contributing insufficient funds, and that the proof of injury requirements may be unduly burdensome on some residents of the city of Flint, and that the proposed settlement agreement should more explicitly cover payment of water bills by the residents of the city of Flint, that's the refunds, and that the proposed settlement agreement should allocate settlement funds to cover claims for payment of water bills in an amount not less than 2%, and 6, that the City Council would prefer an additional 2 months to consider and deliberate regarding the proposed settlement agreement and conduct additional consultations. And once again, this is not saying our vote on the original resolution, okay? It just says that, we have these concerns, and the law department is requested to notify the court or courts of this resolution, which at least gets some of our concerns before the court, because right now they are not officially.
Madam President.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to serve as a 2-member ad hoc committee, but these rules make it difficult. So once again, I'm going to move to suspend the rules for this specific discussion.
It's a motion to suspend the rules. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Madam President.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
President, I'll support Mr. Mays' motion.
It's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules for this discussion, I take it. Okay, there's no debate. It requires a 2/3 vote. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to suspend the rules for this discussion.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Did I
No.
hear? Okay. Ms. Fields?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
4 yes, 5 no, so the motion fails. Okay, so that brings us back to we either vote to reconsider the entire amended version, or we amend this third version to include either change the last paragraph and or to include issue number 5. What is the will of this body?
Madam President,
Ms. Worthing?
what is the last paragraph? What changes could be made?
I'll read the third version first. Be it resolved that these are the concerns of the Flint City Council regarding the proposed settlement agreement, and that the law department is requested to notify the applicable court or courts of this resolution. 519, the last paragraph says, be it resolved that these are concerns of the Flint City Council about the proposed settlement agreement, and that City Council members may submit them to the applicable court or courts with any other concerns that individual City Council members have. So the difference between the two is that individual City Council members could submit them to the court versus the law department requesting to notify the court of this resolution.
Well, since no one's going to vote to reconsider, then I guess I'll make a motion to change the last paragraph to fit the original motion instead of the third version.
Motion's been made. Is there support? To amend?
Point of information.
What is your point? Well,
can you clarify?
What is your point of information?
Can you clarify what she's saying? What is she removing?
She is changing the last paragraph in the second version that says City Council members may submit individually concerns to the court, with the paragraph that says the law department is requested to notify the applicable court or courts of this resolution. And the other change between the two is that, no, that is a difference.
So she's removing the attorneys have to instead say the council has an individual ability to do it?
Yeah, that the only way the court gets notified is if we individually notify the courts versus the law department is requested to notify the courts of this resolution.
I wouldn't want to remove that. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Galloway, I don't think you're understanding. We're now voting on the second version, okay? So Ms. Worthing's motion is to replace the last paragraph of 519 with the third version that says the law department is requested to notify the court.
Okay.
That's how she is amending the second version. Is that clear to everyone? Does anyone have questions? Okay, the motion has been made. Is there a second? Is there a second to this motion to amend? All right, for the last time, is there...
Madam President.
Mr. Mays.
I'm going to second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Do you understand that you can make a second? And I'd second that just to get into discussion. Do people understand that when you hear Ms. Galloway say it needs teeth, when you hear me say we got to talk about the banking institutions and the EPA and the information we don't have, when I hear y'all say try to get the city attorney to communicate with the courts, understand this, and Mr. Berg and you and Ms. Wheeler and Mr. Kim chime in. When you agree to join, and the mayor is already saying it, and the executive branch and the legislative branch join the settlement agreement as a party, then you really want to do a resolution trying to get your attorneys. That would be Attorney Berg and Angela Wheeler and them to raise this stuff, no different than that attorney who raised about the bone marrow. So even this resolution, if you listen close to what's being said, once you join in and y'all set to do that, I'm not, then you become a party. You can speak through a party. Right now you ain't in the settlement as a party. So really, if the mayor try to override your resolution and you get 6 votes to override a veto, the attorneys on behalf of the city must present these concerns as a party. Am I right or wrong, Mr. Berg, Ms. Wheeler, Mr. Kemp? Through you to them, Madam President.
This is Angela. The intent of the companion resolution, and they can chime in, of course, as well, is to file it with the court. So you don't become a party because of that. The only one who's
No, I got to interrupt you. I say once you become a part of the settlement agreement as the city of Flint becomes a party in the settlement agreement.
We join the settlement.
You become a party in the settlement agreement. Yes or no, anybody? The answer is yes. No, once you become a party, then you have standing to file certain motions.
Well, now, I think you're confused. Let me have Rick and Bill.
I ain't confused. Aren't y'all asking us to vote yea or nay to become a party by putting $20 million in the settlement agreement? We would become a party to the settlement agreement. Ain't that a fair statement?
I'm not allowed to finish what I'm saying, Councilman Mays. I really need to be able to finish what I'm saying.
Stop my clock.
So,
go ahead. You get to talk.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is that, one, by filing this, we put that into the official court record. That's one thing. Okay, we'll do that immediately. And as a part of that, like the other resolution is to join in the settlement by contributing the $20 million from the insurance policy. Now, what else are you thinking that it does? And maybe we can answer that too, because I'm not really sure what you're saying. There's additional rights. I'm confused.
If 5 or more council people vote on this and becoming a party to this settlement, our official terminology legally, we would be a party to the proposed settlement. Once the council votes, the mayor and them already saying, yeah, it takes the mayor and the council to become a party to the settlement. That's a fair statement, correct?
Councilmember Mays, I think you're misunderstanding kind of the structure of how this works. Assuming that...
Hold up. I'm not misunderstanding. Let me say this. Right now, the state of Michigan is a party to a settlement with a bunch of plaintiffs. McLaren and Roden joined in as a party to the settlement. If we join, what will you call us? That's all I'm asking.
We would be a party to the settlement, but there's an
okay. Now stop there. No buts. I'm just trying to use my time. If they suspend the rules, then I'm patient with you. We become a party. Once we become a party, then we have the rights to file motions. Correct?
The question that you are trying to ask is whether or not the city would have the right to file objections on behalf of the city.
I didn't say objections. No, I did not say objections. I said as a party we could file motions, yes or no.
You're saying like council?
It depends on what motions.
Is that what you're saying?
No, the city of Flint. The council under city action can take action, and if the mayor veto it, he can knock the action down. If 6 votes of the council override a veto, that's the action of the city. If Bird, you, and Kim is representing the city, if we take an action and the mayor don't like it and he veto it and we override it, then we asking them city attorneys and people representing us to file a motion. Is that a fair statement in that sense, if you understand the question?
But Councilman Mays, the answer to your basic question is it depends on what you are asking us to file. We are a defendant. We can't.
We ain't said specifically which motion. We just asking once we become a party, we would have some type of standing to file a motion, yes or no. We might get to that specific motion down the road, but we ain't there yet. I'm just asking some basic questions.
And it depends on what the answer is.
Oh, when you represent the city, you can walk away, but if the city council vote to take action and direct an attorney, and the mayor and the administration say, no, we don't want to follow and ask that or file that type of motion, and it's a legal motion, then we can override a veto. Once we override a veto, that's the action of the city under our charter. I think y'all know what I'm saying.
No, we don't. You're acting on behalf of the city. The city council votes on behalf of the city.
That's correct. And sometime when there's a disagreement, we can override a veto, and that override is the final action of the city. So I'm saying to my council colleagues, sometime we don't have to just put it before the court. If we really understand what we're doing, sometime we can, on behalf of the city, get it done through our representation.
No, it's not.
So this council is on the right track, in my opinion, with some type of concerns. And so now I got to try to get this council to another level. If I can, Madam Chair, I'll listen to anything these attorneys have to say in that area.
Well, Mr. Mays, your time is up. So once again, we are on the motion. We're in discussion on the motion to amend the second version to switch out the last paragraph from the third version into the second version, which the biggest difference is the law department is requested to notify the court or courts of this resolution, which lists our concerns. That's what the motion is. Ms. Worthing.
I'm going to vote yes on this motion. There is no reason to vote no. If we're all in agreement of these conditions and we want our voice to be heard, I don't understand why it would be voted down. Our attorneys have said it will have no effect on our $20 million portion of the city. It just allows the judge to hear our concerns, like what we've been saying this whole time and been wanting. So I'm going to vote yes. If this gets turned down, apparently we don't want our voices to be heard on this issue, and we'll just vote for the $20 million. I don't know what else to do, but I will be voting yes on the $20 million settlement, and no, we're never going to become plaintiffs. We are still defendants. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. Any additional discussion?
Madam
Any additional discussion? I'm sorry, who's this?
This is Davina.
Davina.
I just want to point out for the record, until this last round of discussions, you were just talking about the resolution, and I noted differences. You're talking about version 2. I just want to point out that the 519 that's on the agenda is actually the first version. Version 2 was never published. Only council has seen it. So you're amending from 2, from 3 back to 2, but nobody. The version that's on the agenda is the first version, which does not have any of that proposed language that you're referring to.
Council President, this is Assistant City Attorney Kim here. Can I speak for a second?
Yes. Go ahead.
Would it be helpful if I were to read the resolution as I understand that Ms. Worthing has amended it?
Yeah.
So that we just have it in full on the record here?
Yeah.
So then the title would be the resolution expressing City Council's concerns about the Flint
Just a moment.
water.
Mr. Kim, there's additional discussion going on. Who's talking?
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway?
Madam Chair, you haven't clarified what the keeper of the record has just brought to our attention. We're moving past what she said as if what she said doesn't matter. Can you get some clarification on what she's saying to us?
Ms. Galloway, I understand what she's saying. Mr. Kim is going to just read the resolution as we have now suggested it be amended. Okay, whether it was published or not, the 1-9 doesn't matter. The original. Mr. Kim is going to read how we are proposing to amend and what we want to amend it to. Mr. Kim, proceed.
Point of information.
Thank you, Council President.
Ms. Galloway, what is your point of information?
Madam Chair, through you to the record keeper, Davina, can she share why she thought that it was important for her to raise that?
Davina?
Yes, Madam President, through you to Ms. Galloway. Because in discussions, I just realized that it wasn't treating what is on the agenda. And I think it was because the whole time it was, when you were discussing the third version, you were comparing it to the second version. And I just wanted to point out that the version that's on the agenda is actually the first version. So a lot of the language that is assumed that's already in there hasn't been formally amended to add that language.
Thank you, Davina.
Thank you,
so that is why, Ms. Galloway, Mr. Kim is going to read the version we want to amend this to get this on the record. Proceed, Mr. Kim.
Thank you, Council President. The title would be Resolution Expressing City Council's Concerns about the Flint Water Litigation Settlement by the City Council, whereas numerous Flint water litigation cases, lawsuits arising out of the city's use of the Flint River from 2014 to 2015 have been filed in state and federal court in which the City of Flint, former city officials, and or city employees are among the defendants. And whereas the City of Flint has approved settlement of the claims against the city and its former officials and employees with $20 million in funds from the city's excess liability insurance carrier at no additional cost to the city's taxpayers. And whereas the City Council, on behalf of their constituents, the residents of the City of Flint, expresses the following concerns regarding the proposed settlement agreement. 1, that the state of Michigan is contributing insufficient funds. And 2, that the proof of injury requirements may be unduly burdensome on some residents of the City of Flint. And 3, that the proposed settlement agreement should more explicitly cover payment of water bills by the residents of the City of Flint. And 4, that the proposed settlement agreement should allocate settlement funds to cover claims for payment of water bills in an amount not less than 2%. And 5, that the City Council would prefer an additional 2 months to consider and deliberate regarding the proposed settlement agreement and conduct additional consultations. Be it resolved that these are the concerns of the Flint City Council regarding the proposed settlement agreement, and that the Law Department is requested to notify the applicable court or courts of this resolution. And then followed by the signature lines.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. So is City Council now clear on what we want this amended resolution to say? Is there any further discussion?
Madam President.
Further discussion? Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam President. There are some outstanding concerns, but I'm just kind of listening and watching. And I'm telling you, this council should not be just like now, if they allowing me to speak in this discussion, but I'm saying this council really need to be careful how they move or try to move. And I'm gonna keep asking the same question. Once the majority of this council vote to become a party, then we've got an opportunity to direct our council as the city of Flint. And it has something to do with those resolutions and vetoes and overrides. Trust me, it'll make sense down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. I still believe, if I'm understanding Mr. Mays correctly, I still believe this can only help get our concerns before the court. So I am hoping City Council will approve this amended companion resolution. So roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Did you say something, Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
And I abstain for the lack of thorough discussion and detail.
Vote is 6 yes, 2 no, and 1 abstention.
Yes. Vote is 6 yes, 2 no, and 1 abstention. That means we have amended the companion resolution. Now I will entertain a motion to approve
Madam President.
the amended, just a moment, to approve the amended companion resolution. Mr. Mays.
No, go ahead.
Is there a motion to approve the amended companion resolution?
Madam President?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Worthing?
I move to approve the amended companion resolution and also resolution...
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
If she's fixing to try to move the main resolution, it would be out of order. We voted on agenda change.
I believe that is true, Ms. Worthing. We have to take them as 2 separate items. I don't think your motion can include the second one. So I think we can only take the first half of your motion.
Okay. I move to approve our amended companion resolution.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Davis?
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, as I watch this scenario unfold, I'm here to tell you it could be on the right track, but it's not inclusive of all concerns. And so that's where the council is missing on this. Now, the reason I say I could vote yes, no, abstain, I've got different options is because these concerns is common under 9.9, Rule 9.9 to my colleagues. And so, believe me, what I'm doing as a person who clearly first had concerns that's being left out as to the EPA, as to the $1,000 cap on the 3%, and I'm talking that language. I've got concerns about who can sign off and who can sue. I guess Mr. Stern sent a word that he can have 50% move forward and 50% come back and sue the city. So, keep that in mind. When we get to the main resolution, I'm going to show y'all without coverage, and I ain't talking about insurance coverage. I'm talking about third-party claims, joiners, counterclaims. Without that, people like Attorney Stern, if I said Berg, I meant Stern, these people, they in to get a 27% or more cash cow and get out. They don't care about the city. They have seemed to care about the residents. And so guess who's left to deal with it? Us. And that's what you heard Claire and others comment on, Mr. Woodson. And so I don't like to even do companion resolutions. So, Ms. Fields, it's been a pleasure working with you, and I see things shaping up. We've done a decent job as the ad hoc committee. I look forward to, the future, and I want council to understand. I believe Councilman Mays and the residents of the city of Flint and Judge Levy and all those involved, like Cooker, and if I'm saying his name right, it's going to be a lot of people getting involved in this process that's going to show stuff that's not fair and adequate. That's going to be the standard. And so I'm going to reserve the balance of my time as this thing seems to continue to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Would anyone else like discussion on approving the companion resolution?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to say I will be voting no, like I voted the last couple of times, on this companion resolution because, in my opinion, this is just a slick way to strong arm us into voting that the city join in on this settlement agreement. And I'm just not for it. So I will be voting no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Is there any other discussion on this motion?
Madam.
Muted. The recording has started.
Some good information today, as well as the federal judge. Them folks are the shot callers. They are the stakeholders. And let me tell you something. They didn't acknowledge us, and they said we wasn't a part. But what we better do is put an umbrella over the city while we got a chance, because she said she going to give us the December the 31st. And that train already left the station. But I don't know why we're going to politic on people's property. Most people homes on the north end of Flint, first and second ward, I know, is paid for. Don't do that to these retired residents. Let's quit playing. Now, I'm hoping, I already know what she said. She ain't going to even acknowledge no companion. I just hope she accepts us by the contribution of this insurance policy to secure this city as well as its residents. As a good steward of this community, I'm trying my best to get these folks to see it. Thank you for indulging.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any further discussion?
Madam President.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Ms. Winfrey Carter. First,
I'll wait until I second now.
Yes, thank you. Okay, who's not spoken yet? Ms. Galloway.
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to say thank you to our forefathers. And the reason why I'm saying that is because in order for injustice to stop, there has to be the resilience to stand up in the face of adversity, to stand up in the face of the oppressors and demand that we no more. And so I want to say to the residents, regardless of how I vote tonight, I assure you that the last thing that I want to do is cause there to be any excessive taxation on this community. But I will say to you, nowhere in the world what we are hearing tonight to be threatened with decisions that were not ours, to tell us now that now you are put in a situation where if you don't buckle, we will ensure that your property is taken from you. And so I am just disheartened by, I would feel better to say, you know what, this is not a good place for us, but to continue to pump the spirit of fear over us when we have been abused as citizens of a United States of America that promises that we have the right to justice, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I am over it. And so I want this community to know it will not be over to me until we appear, in my opinion, one day before Justice Roberts and the Supreme Court justices, because there is no way that we should continue to hear this fear tactic that your property is going to be taken from you. And so, Madam Chair, I don't know how I'm going to vote on this. And the reason why I say that is because does it mean anything?
This session is no longer being recorded.
Ms. Galloway, hold a moment. We need to get it recorded again.
The recording has started.
Are we good to go, Davina?
Yeah, and that's
Davina,
just a reminder. Yeah, I just want to remind everyone that you're going to start dropping after 6 hours.
And Madam President, I want to thank you for the work that you've done, because I know that you've worked very hard on this. And so it's a tight fight, you guys. But I would hope that my colleagues would stop pumping fear into this community. I would be willing to challenge in court that you could tax this community any more than they have. I don't believe it. I'll go to my grave believing that you can't possibly make me believe that they would begin to tax us and try to take our property.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Davina, could you repeat that? I couldn't quite hear what you said about the recording.
I just wanted to remind everyone that the start meeting after 6 hours, it will automatically hang up on you. So we're not dropping calls. You will automatically drop after 6 hours. So everybody, that's why the meeting will stop after 6 hours and we'll stop recording. We have to start it up again. So if it hangs up on you, it's because you're no longer for 6 hours.
Is that true if you're on the app and not just calling in?
No, I think it's just for callers.
Okay. So if you get dropped, just call back in again, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Davina. Okay, so is there any further discussion on this motion to approve the companion resolution? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President.
Yes.
So we on the second round, and this is going to be a vote to approve or deny the companion resolution, correct?
Right.
And I'm telling you, I can't wait to get to the discussion on the next resolution, because I'm going to lay some of this scaring people about property to rest. But what I might say, the reality might really scare some folks and wake them up. People been talking about misinformation. Y'all might better listen to me close when we get to this. They not going to suspend the rules so you can really get it. That's okay. We got the whole month of January. Judge Levy said if it take her 3-4 days, she going to listen to everybody. So just keep listening and watching, but I'm going to lay that myth to rest about these properties and property tax assessments. Stay tuned. We are almost there.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Madam President?
Yes, just a moment. I'm glad we're almost there because it's 11:18. We still have the whole actual vote to amend 488 to include the companion resolution and then to vote the resolution up or down. So, Ms. Worthing, did you have something else you want to contribute on this motion to approve the companion resolution?
Yes.
Go ahead.
After everything everyone has said this whole time, they were unhappy with this $600 million settlement. We didn't have a say, and we spent all that time talking about it, and we're possibly going to vote no. That's disappointing. Extremely disappointing. Don't you want the judge to hear your concerns, even if the judge denies it? I think she will read it. It's not very long. And even if it means nothing, isn't it a way to say to our constituents, we tried, we did what we could, we spent weeks and days and hours talking about this, and at least we tried. I don't understand why some would vote no. I'm ready to vote yes on this. Thank you. Madam President, are you muted?
I'm so sorry. Yes, I am. Is there any additional discussion on this motion to approve the companion resolution? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I abstain because of the lack of the details and what I might have needed included and the refusal to get it done. Thank you.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 2 no, 1 abstain.
6 yes, 2 no, 1 abstain. The motion carries. That now brings us to Resolution 200488. I would entertain a motion to amend this to a point 1 to include the companion resolution.
Madam Chair.
Madam President.
Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis.
Yeah, I move that we approve it as it is, the point 1 add on.
The point 1 is there a second for that motion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Worthing?
I second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Davis and then Mr. Mays.
Thank you for indulging, Madam Chair. I can't agree more with Councilwoman Worthing because she's absolutely correct. You done did a add-on, you done did a companion. And now that adds in the car before the objection time of what the judge has set forth. And at least we speaking a part of the residents' concerns now. I don't see why nobody on this body would sit up and say they representing a community when you don't want to even sit up and approve add-on companion with this water litigation to put insurance on this community and leave us behind out. Don't do that. This is just, we putting all the effort we can, and it took a lot of effort, especially on your part, Madam Chair, as well as Councilman Mays. Y'all did the ad hoc committee. Y'all sought out an extra counsel that's going to cost this community more money. But I'm going to tell you right now, if people really mean without politicking, I I went against all of my will because I wanted the settlement to go as it was, 200488, and good enough because the judge hadn't acknowledged nothing. We don't have that kind of power. I understand that. Maybe this body will get there. But I'm going to tell you, like Ms. Worthing said, we worked, and you added in stuff for this community. Let's make sure we represent this community as Ms. Claire McClendon and everybody else want us to do, proper. Because we're going to have to be able to opt in, out, or whatever you want to do down the road. But our deadline is December the 31st. Let's make it happen tonight without no postponing. Thank you much for indulging, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Mays? Mr. Mays, and then Ms. Galloway, I think. Mr. Mays? Mr. Mays may have been dropped.
Okay, they had me muted. The call had dropped and they had me muted.
Okay.
And we got to watch that on roll call for votes because of the technology. But I'm going to say this, and I'm going to reserve some time. This is the motion to amend with the companion resolution. I'm going to just go through my exercise for good reason. I move to suspend the rules on the discussion on this motion.
There's a motion to suspend the rules. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of support.
So do I wait for a second round or do I continue?
You still
I can
have
do it
the floor.
either way. I'll wait for a second round and save all my time for that.
That's fine too, Mr. Mays, whichever you prefer.
That's how I think the rules work.
Okay. Would anyone else like to have discussion? Oh, I'm sorry,
Madam
Ms. Galloway. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. I wish that my colleagues would stop saying what authority we don't have. We have a lot of authority. We are the actual authority in this community. We have a legislative branch and a executive branch. And in fact, the difference here is that this legislative body has come, well, I won't say, there are many that believe that the words that I've heard is the ship has sailed. I don't agree with that. I believe that if we had the political will to fight, to really fight, if we really thought that there was the ability to move forward. And so I supported the companion resolution, but I won't be supporting this through you to Attorney Wheeler. Attorney Wheeler, are you still there?
Yes, I am still here.
Is it and correct me if I'm wrong, is it true that if this settlement is approved, we all become plaintiffs and therefore would have to opt out?
No, you don't.
And when I say we, I mean residents. Is it true that if we approve this settlement and the judge approves it, every resident in the city of Flint becomes a plaintiff and therefore has to opt out if they don't want to be a part of it?
No, not because of the settlement. You are adding to the settlement that's already there, that's going through the preliminary approval process, and I'll have the others chime in on this too to make sure we have the full answer for you. But no, you're not because you're approving this. As said before, the settlement between the state and the plaintiff's counsel happened back in August. Now it's going through the preliminary approval process. So not because you would or would not opt in or out of the 20 million. I'm sorry, would approve or disapprove the 20 million. It would be there if the judge approves this process going forward. Then everybody in the city of Flint would have the opportunity to opt in or opt out. And if I may have Sheldon or Rick, just in case there's something else that I have.
No. I think then I need some clarity. So whether we approve this or not, whatever the judge does every resident become a plaintiff unless they opt out?
You have the opportunity to opt. Oh, here we go. There's Sheldon.
Janelle, please stop my time because I'm asking questions, and please stop my time, Janelle. Attorney Wheeler, I just want a simple answer because I thought you told me that once this is approved, if it were approved, that every resident would become a plaintiff unless they opted out. That's all. That's my only question.
And I'm trying to be clear with you. Everything is not that simple. So we're trying to make sure we're very clear on this to make sure we give you a solid answer. And so they're not just like yes or no. So if I may have Sheldon pick up where I left off, I would appreciate it to make sure we're giving you the information that you need.
If I may, this is Sheldon Klein, and I appreciate it. I'll try and be as brief as I can. First, everyone who's filed a lawsuit is already a party to the lawsuit and will be part of the settlement with the state and others, whether or not we join in with it. Everyone who, let me start over. It's easier from the other end. The class doesn't include all of the people in the city of Flint. The class includes adults who haven't retained their own attorney. As for those people, they are, when the settlement is approved, they will be parties. That is true whether or not the city is a party to the lawsuit, and they will have the ability to opt out. And if they don't opt out, yes, they are bound by the settlement. It is different for complex procedural reasons for kids, and the judge touched on how just law is different when you try and settle lawsuits with kids at the hearing today, and it's different if you retain your own attorney. Hopefully that makes sense.
So let me ask you this question. The only reason why this is before this council is because we are defendants, not plaintiffs. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Welcome, Ms. Galloway. Anyone else who's not spoken yet like to discuss this motion to amend? Who is that? Ms. Worthing?
It's Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I have a question as far as the $20 million insurance. And maybe I missed this. Through you to Attorney Wheeler. Attorney Wheeler, who again negotiated the $20 million for the city?
This for the $20 million for the city. This would be the city's legal team, who's on the phone.
Okay. And you guys sit down with the insurance company and negotiated the $20 million cost to go into the settlement, right?
Yes, we fought and brought in an insurance expert as well to fight to get that.
Okay. I thought, so how long again have we had this insurance policy? Because I thought a couple of meetings ago, I heard someone say that our policy is worth, $10 million per year or something like that. Can you go back and explain that?
I'm going to have, if I may, have Bill, Attorney Kim, explain that, if that may.
Yeah, yes, that's fine.
Okay, thanks.
We're trying to calculate something here.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself there. The city's made a practice of securing excess liability coverage for a number of years, and we had excess liability coverage that covered the period that the city was on the Flint River. Those policies were excess liability policies, as Mr. Berg has previously described, and they had a policy limit of $10 million for each year. When essentially this would have been, in October of 2015, and then in the months afterwards, when basically the magnitude of the problem became evident, we had provided the insurers with the notifications required, but as Mr. Berg has previously described, the city can't collect on those policies until there has been some sort of judgment or settlement of the claims that we are trying to make under this policy. And so that opportunity to make that claim really hasn't arisen until really just recently, because it wasn't until August that we had the opportunity to join the settlement agreement if we could come up with a suitable contribution. And that's when we engaged in intensive negotiations with the insurers to essentially maximize the recovery that we could provide and that we could contribute so that the city could have the claims against it released.
Okay. Okay, that's it for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Okay, so the discussion is regarding the motion on the floor, which is to amend Resolution 200488 to a point 1 to include the amended companion resolution. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken that would like to speak? Okay, is there anyone who's not spoken for the second time who would like to speak?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Madam President, through you to, if they want Attorney Kim to be the spokesperson, the name of that, what years is in play for the excess policy? We had Princeton Excess and Surplus Insurance Line Company, and we had that in August of 2013 to August of 2014. We had it in September of 2015, and we had it in September 2015 to 2016. How many years of that policy is in play? 1, 2, 3, or 4?
Our insurer has agreed to provide $20 million, which is the full value of 2 of those policies.
That's not the question I asked you. I asked you how many years was in play. I know what the negotiations is.
If I may, this is Sheldon Klein. The answer is whether it was 1, 2, or 3 years would have been something that could have been litigated for a very long time, for which there was no clear answer, given the nature of what happened here and the way the policy was written.
Okay, what is the last date that the policy is coming into play in this settlement? Is it 2/15, 2/16, or 2/17?
I actually don't. I mean, I know they said $20 million. I don't know that I asked the question.
Well, I know that too, but I wasn't in negotiations. I don't know how many policies was in play, because if it was 3 years, that could be a potential of $30 million, but we settled for $20 million. And so don't nobody know these answers?
Yes, I misunderstood your question, Councilman. There was
Councilman, I think... I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
There were 3 policies potentially in play, but I...
Okay, that's the answer I was looking for. That we 3 policies and we settled for $20 million for whatever reasons negotiations is give and take. Now, this is my next question. Have the insurance company told the city of Flint that if you don't take this negotiated insurance settlement, we walk away and we leave you with no coverage to argue about? Have the insurance company said that?
They haven't. What the insurance company said is if the settlement doesn't happen, we are taking the money back, and if down the road you think you have a claim in the future, you can submit it, and we'll tell you whether we agree or don't agree that it's an insurable claim.
And that's what they should say. Because if they didn't say that, then I would say we can immediately start suing them if they didn't say that. So that's what they should say, and that's what the people should hear that they said. So that means I want somebody to answer this because my colleagues don't believe me. First, I'm going to do this. I hate to hear people say if we don't take this, we ain't got no insurance coverage. That ain't quite maybe true. But let me ask you this question, attorneys representing the city. These are settlements, correct?
If you mean with the insurance company, yes, it was a negotiation.
No, the proposed $600 million settlement and the insurance thing, all of them are settlements, right?
Well, yes, they're two separate settlements, but yes.
They are settlements. And a settlement is people working favorably together to try to reach a goal short of litigation. Because in litigation, either side could win or lose, correct?
That's one of many reasons the settlement happened, but that's certainly important.
Well, I'm just wanting you to deal with what I'm dealing with. Any side, if it go to trial, can win or lose, correct?
They could win or lose, yes.
Right, and so we ain't at that point. If you listen close to Judge Levy, we at a point of settlements. So let me ask you this question. If y'all, how many lawyers represent the city? Angela, Klein, Kim, and Berg. 4 people on the line represent the city, correct?
We are making doing the major work. There's young attorneys that are looking at the million-plus documents.
And did any of the 4 attorneys ever file a complaint naming individuals that work with the state? Did anybody?
Absolutely not.
No?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's my position. A third-party claim, some type of joiner. Do you know the history of this water crisis and disaster have been that the state and the federal government have structured agreements to protect the city and the taxpayers? I'm appalled that nobody from the city filed a claim, because if you file a claim, that's what you settle on. We ain't got nothing to settle on, and I'm disappointed in that, and I don't know if we can fix it at this late date. So here we left a bargain with $20 million, putting it in a pool of $600 million. It's going to hardly ever be felt in that pool, and then we only get a guarantee that some lawsuits might be settled. Those that's not settled, we done give up our insurance coverage, and we still have to defend them. That's why when I hear my colleagues argue the point that putting this money in here keeps the liability off of the residents, no. We could have kept it off if we had filed the proper paperwork, settled with the state, keep our $20 million, and they would put another 20 or 40 million with it. Some legal team, in my opinion, fumbled the ball. So this resolution sound like it's going to attach. I want it to attach, and I want more than that attached. But under these rules, just keep listening, keep watching, and I'm inching close to showing the community. Don't listen to these people who say if we don't do this, we leave the community liable. We leave them liable. I'm going to wrap up. We leave them liable when we give it away, ain't got no coverage, ain't got the state giving us nothing, we giving to them, and they were the culprits. Just think about it. I'll finish it up because we almost there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Once again, the motion on the floor is to amend 200488 to a .1 to include the companion resolution that has been approved. I think the debate that I've been hearing is more appropriate to the actual, when there is a motion on the floor to approve the final version here, amended or not. So I'm going to ask counsel, if you have any further discussion, could you please keep it to the topic of the motion on the floor, which is simply to amend 200488 to a .1 to include the companion resolution. So is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair, right quick.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Berg or Attorney Wheeler, any counsel, legal counsel. How do you think the Judge Levy, this companion attachment would affect Judge Levy's opinion or decision? You think she will acknowledge it or not?
The real answer is I don't think anyone can really answer that, in part because the issues you're raising are going to be raised by lots of other people too. I mean, we know they're being raised. So I don't think any of us have an intelligent decision, an intelligent opinion on what the judge will involve the information.
Let me ask
Councilmember Davis, if I could add one thing. And this is really my own personal, this is Assistant State Attorney Ken here, and this is really my own personal assessment, is that in 5 years of dealing with Judge Levy, she's struck me as a very thoughtful jurist, who is very patient towards all the people who appear before her, and gives serious consideration to what is presented to her. Beyond that, I really can't, I can't add anything more to what Mr. Klein said, because I can't tell you how much weight or anything like that.
But it wouldn't be something she would dismiss and hold it unfavorable toward this community. You know, she may not do it as an add-on, but it would move forward as a vote that we accept our insurance contribution, not a rejection.
Yes, I do not believe that she would hold this against the city in any way. Like I said, this is my own personal assessment, but in 5 years of dealing with her, as you're aware, there have been multiple changes of administration, and in each of those, she's been very respectful of our need to basically, deal with the transition of administrations and of councils, and I don't see any reason why she would be any different now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk. On the motion.
Sorry. Madam President, this is Davina. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I was trying to wait to give council opportunity. I just have an administrative question.
Okay.
So when you say you are making the motion to amend 488 to include the companion resolution, you're not amending it to change the language of 488. This is my question. Are you amending it to change the language to include the language of 519, or you're just saying basically you want to just kind of attach 519.1 to it so that every time we distribute it, we're really distributing the two? Are you changing the entirety of 488 to include the language of 519.1 is my question.
Mr. Kim, could you answer that?
Well, I guess my understanding is that you're wanting to attach the two documents so that they're always presented together. I think there might be some issues to trying to combine the verbiage together, especially given that the companion reso is really to express the concerns and opinions of the city council, where the primary reso is on behalf of the city as a whole and is the administration as well.
Okay, so Davina, that's the answer to your question, to just attach them, not to include the language of one into the language of the other, okay? Davina, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Then I guess I'm confused about the language to amend 488, because you're not really amending it. You're just making a motion to always kind of include them. So I guess I'm confused. We're not really amending 488. We're just saying that when we distribute 488, we're always going to include 519.1, that they're actually 2 and 1.
Well, it is an amendment because the original resolution on 488 does not include the attachment of the amended companion. So all this means is it will include the attachment of the amended.
Okay. I think we can make record notations to that effect. Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. Okay, so we are at roll call on the motion to amend 200488 to appoint 1 to include the attachment of the amended companion resolution. Roll call.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I abstain because without the suspension of the rules, my position is we couldn't get the details right.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention.
5 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. The motion carries. So that brings us to resolution 200488.1. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
That brings us to the amended resolution you just called. You can't amend it and then don't say it right when you ask for where it brings us to.
That's correct, Mr. Mays. Okay, so is there a motion to approve?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Davis.
Madam Chair. I
Mr.
make a motion
Davis.
to approve. I make a motion to approve that resolution as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, Santino.
Mr. Guerra.
I second that motion.
Motion's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
I heard Mr. Mays, and who else was that?
Davis.
Mr. Mays and then Mr. Davis.
Yeah, I would move to suspend the rules for this important discussion as it relates to the 5-minute time limit.
Is there a second to that motion to suspend the rules? Is there a second to that motion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I can support that motion.
It's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules. There's no debate. Roll call, Madam Clerk, and it requires a six votes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Ms. Fields?
No.
Vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
4 yes, 5 no. The motion fails. All right, that takes us back to discussion on the motion. Mr. Mays, I believe you have the floor. Is Mr. Mays on the call? Janelle, is he there or did he get dropped?
I'm looking.
Oh, I was muted, Miss Fields. I say that I've had my first round and the rest of my time is reserved for my second. That's how I understand your rules.
Okay, is there anyone else who has not spoken for the first time that would like to discuss this motion?
I haven't, I don't think.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you for indulging. I just hope me and my colleagues, we go on and get this done because time is getting late. We finna enter into a whole nother day, even though I got all night and tomorrow, anytime, to do city business. But I'm hoping we get this done tonight in a timely manner so people get off this phone. These attorneys been on this phone all these hours. I respect that, and it's costing this city 2 arms and 5 legs. Thank you for indulging.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Is there anyone else who would like to discuss? First round. Anyone else? Well, then I'd like to say that in my consideration of this, okay, both the Attorney General, Dana Nessel, and our state Senator Jim Ananick said the $600 million from the state that the state legislature approved was very hard won because of the Republican-controlled legislature. And they don't think that we're going to have any opportunity that they would come up with any more money. And I'm not happy that council was not given an opportunity to be part of the negotiation process and not allowed to have input on the settlement terms. I'd like to note that. I'm also not happy that in our companion resolution, we didn't vote yes on a version that included water liens because I thought that was very, very important. But maybe there will be some way to bring that up in the future. Now, I'm not happy with all the terms of the settlement, but the best we can do is to hope Judge Lever will take our concerns under advisement and hopefully address these specific terms. And the ones I actually would like considered as water liens, but it's not in our companion. The fact of refunds, because the language is not clear in the settlement, and Mr. Fletcher was not allowed to join in the settlement. And I hope she also listens to that we would like a less onerous process for citizens to register for a claim in a judgment. So I am going to vote yes, but I believe all of my colleagues are voting according to the best of their understanding of the best interests of the city of Flint, for the city and the residents. So, would anyone else like to discuss?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays, you ready for your second round?
Yeah, Madam President, I see this vote going a certain way. It would surprise me if it didn't. And I'm telling you, I know how the media work. I know how Flint has worked. I know how Mayor Weaver worked, and I know how Mayor Neely is working with Gretchen Whitmer and others. I call them the Lansing crowd, Ananick, the Republicans. I know who endorsed who for mayor and who wouldn't have not even let it get to this point. That's my opinion. And so I'm one of them. I'm in that crowd. I'm in the crowd that know from the beginning when I was criticized for bringing lawyers in. Some of the best lawyers and did a good job. But I thought it was real telling when I heard for the first time that they had agreed for adults for 3%, but agreed for them for 27%. I thought it was telling when they said, we know we can get money from the EPA. We know what we're doing. Then wait on your 27%. I mean, give some of your percentage to the adults. The formula that I've got a problem with is what I heard in Judge Levy's court today. One lawyer was smart. He said, how can adults intelligently understand, and children too, what the amount of the check will be? If I was preaching a sermon, it would be entitled, How much? How much is my category of check? The preacher would say over and over again, how much? Without that answer, yeah, and if you don't do the arithmetic, you don't know if it's fair and just. And I'm here to tell you, and you can quote me 5 times, this is a settlement. There's no way, in my opinion, 4 lawyers for the city should be telling me a third party claim or countersuit or joiner against the state, particularly under emergency manager law. And how dare Mr. Who is the one who sent the letter about who he'll sue and what city employees is responsible? That was Stein, wasn't it? And was that a co-lead counsel? I wonder if the judge know he talking about that and talking to us like that, bullying us, in my opinion, legally, and ain't acting right in the middle of a key decision. You could have kept that to yourself. That's offensive to a guy like me, and maybe it shouldn't be. Maybe it's legal talk. But my legal talk to the attorneys and the one that I think we've been to hire is, how did they leave us naked on a counterclaim? Pastor Moore and pastors and everybody who think it should be, think about it. We shouldn't be taking our little 20 million, leaving our city naked from coverage and putting it in a pool. It's like throwing a penny in a pool. It should be the state letting us keep our 20 million, and they putting 20 or 40 more million with it, because that's what we done settled for at this juncture. Now, what is they going to do at the next juncture? Have they cleared the lines between the EPA and the banking industry and how it matches with this settlement? The answer is no, not in front of this council. Where did the plaintiff's attorney showed up once and disappeared 144 of them and not one here? This council is sitting to vote on an insurance policy, and for 3 meetings I've asked, where's the insurance company we can talk to? Are they here today, Miss Wheeler?
No, the insurance company's not here.
No insurance company representative, no lawyer. I'm looking at 3 policies. I'm hearing 3 years. We negotiated 20 million versus 30 million. That's the best we could get. I'm hearing, no, we might still have coverage. Everybody who listens to me know all of that stuff is messy. And this council should be ashamed, because you ain't even at your deadline, ain't even got the details, and you celebrating and telling people you done covered them from getting taxed. And really, you couldn't throw their coverage away and leave them naked. Miss Wheeler, Mr. Kim, do we have any additional coverage left out there in excess policy coverage after this?
For the city as a whole, or for what do you mean? Make sure.
Yeah, the city as a whole. When we do this gives away all of our excess policy, or do we have one for 2019 and 20?
Mr. Mays, this is Rick Berg. The policies that we had with the company that's settling, the Princeton company, as you mentioned, are for the period in which they were the carrier. The city has policies in later years that...
Yeah, we got one with Old Republic Union Insurance Policy. Old Republic came on November 23rd, 2018. And I'm asking you, is Old Republic ever going to kick in? Do the policy work from when it happened or when we get sued?
I can answer your question. They're occurrence-based policies. They respond to things that happen during the policy year. That's why we are looking at the policy year 13 to 14 and 14 to 15, because that's when the city was involved in making the decisions that were criticized. So none of the decisions in 2018 have anything to do with the Flint water crisis, so those policies are never going to kick in.
So those policies will go for something else. And then I asked before, y'all told me the policy didn't cover lead, and you told me it didn't cover something else. And I've been asking for 3 meetings, what does it cover? Does it cover personal injury? I know y'all said it covers an accident. I guess that means if somebody trip on the sidewalk or get hit by a police car. So this council ain't even probed that enough to be gung-ho talking about voting at this point, knowing that they got a job to do, get paid money. I want to enjoy the holiday too, but just like Nancy Pelosi and them others, you have to stick with it when you take on these oaths of office to do what's best. And so I'm going to say this to all of those who talk like that, Mr. Davis. I'm very responsible. I'm the same one that said don't spend that $24 million when you, Neely, and Mr. Scorsoni and others decided to. Now we'd have that $20 million. We'd have the insurance $20 million. If we had to file the right paperwork, we'd be selling with the state for another $20 million, and we wouldn't be leaving the taxpayers out here naked. So I'll be not voting for this, and I'm glad to see y'all maneuver. But it's all going to be the same. If it looks like a duck, walk like a duck, it's a duck. This is not an adequate settlement. And quit scaring residents talking about losing their property and getting sued. You can get a protection away.
Mr. Mays, your time is up. Could you wrap up? Mr.
I'm gonna let the 5 vote. I'm gonna let the 5 votes wrap it up.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Davis, this is your second turn.
Okay. Well, I'm going after Colombo. Let me tell you something, Madam Chair. This is so important for this community. Evidently, some of my colleagues just don't have no concern other than themselves. These residents, I'm a stickler because my job is to be a good steward as well as the mayor and everybody else sitting on this body, is to be a good steward for the residents of this community. I already know this here settlement is not the best settlement. Like the attorney said earlier, don't throw away good trying to get an excellent settlement. If we could get the good, we good. What is good right now? And I'm not scaring residents. You just don't heed to good counsel. Mr. Bergnum told you what could happen. Attorney Kim as well as Attorney Willard said it, but it's not what you want to hear. You got to learn to listen sometimes. I'm talking to my colleague, since he want to always I'm throwing false information. But the misinformation he giving, if he can't put the guarantees, if don't keep a city going in the red. We already got an uptick of everything fires at holiday. I ain't never seen this type of holiday. And the add to it in a negative connotation is not right. We are stuck between a rock and a hard place. This is not easy, but we got to make the right choices at this time in this season. And the right thing is what we're doing now, trying to get to a vote. It's we're in the next day now. The day we started on Monday, now it's Tuesday. We got litigation going. You're talking about different attorneys coming on board when we got a team of high-skilled attorneys representing the city. And we got a federal judge that don't play. She's soft-spoken, but she don't play. And people like that is a dangerous thing to have in a community such as Flint. Because, for one, the track record speaks for itself. I'm tired of colleagues talking all this stuff, but the track record don't add up. Last I checked, my ward and my colleague's ward is the raggedest ward, period. Until you line that ward up yours, let it line up to your mouth, Mr. Colombo. And I'm done, and thank you for indulging.
Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway.
Thank you, Madam President. Residents of the city of Flint, this is Councilwoman Galloway. And I just want to say on the record, when the story breaks, just like it did on the cover of Time magazine, the poisoning of an American city, let the headlines be this time how little it cost for someone that attempted to murder an entire community. And I will scream attempted murder as long as I live in the city of Flint. And in my opinion, it is disheartening that today we sit as as defendants in a case where we had no authority whatsoever. We had no control over emergency managers, and yet we sit as a community defending the very emergency managers that were imposed upon us. And so, unlike some of my colleagues, I'm not intimidated. I don't come against the fact that, we don't want to set aside $20 million that's available to buy us out of a scenario that we find ourselves in. But I can tell you this. You can't put a price tag on the residents whose loved ones, they didn't die from lead. It's interesting that we minimize what has happened to this community under the auspice of lead because that makes it easy. But it wasn't about lead. It was about negligence. It was about deliberate negligence. And so I just say to the residents in this community, hold out. Unfortunately, there are many that have decided that this is what it is, and it's unfortunate that you would have people, and myself included, that would talk about each other's motives, because that's where I failed you at our last meeting. But the reality is this is not okay. Our community, and I speak about not just our brown babies, but the Michigan Civil Rights Commission said that this was systemic racism, but he said not just color, they said it was class. And so I will not allow myself to operate as a defendant when in actuality we are very much plaintiffs. And unfortunately, the fear factor has taken its root, and we find ourselves where we are, but my name, my legacy won't be attached to any of this. And so, Madam President, I am ready to vote, and I thank you for taking my time to talk. And again, I will say, and I hope the media picks it up, this was the small amount that was paid for the attempted murder of an entire city. Thank you.
Madam Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Is there any further discussion? Was that Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Man, we are confusing issues again. I want my name attached to this, and I'm going to tell you why. Because this isn't a vote about the $600 million. We are defendants, not plaintiffs. We are defending the city, which also was negligent. We had, as a city, our own faults in this, and we're paying for it, literally, with the $20 million. If we don't pay for it with the $20 million, it could be millions or more defending every lawsuit individually. So it's great to give awesome speeches about this community and how we were taken advantage of, but it means nothing in the case of this vote. Also, Mr. Mays said that he was voting, he wasn't going to vote for this. I hope he abstains like he has in all the other votes, because he's a plaintiff and he cannot represent the city in this and then also be a plaintiff. It's a conflict of interest. So let's not lose sight of what this vote is about. My vote in no way minimizes the damage that we're done.
Point of information. Ms. Fields?
Sorry, I was muted. What is your point of information?
The point of information through you to the speaker, and isn't you and any other council person a plaintiff? Do you know?
I'm not a plaintiff in this. I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm representing, as a council member, the city of Flint. I'm not representing the people who were damaged by the state for choosing an emergency manager that put us on the Flint River. I'm not representing them. We've confused our roles this whole time. I'm not representing them. I'm actually representing the city and our negligence in our part of this water crisis. So, no. The answer is a big whopping no, and I'm tired of people purposely, trying to confuse this vote. And honestly, should a plaintiff that's supposed to be representing the city, should they have had this huge amount of influence over other council members? I say no. This is ridiculous. Let's vote. I think we're all ready, but please, do not confuse this audience once again, which are our constituents, that this has anything to do with the $600 million settlement. We are defending the city and hopefully keeping it solvent, because a bankruptcy isn't just some little thing. People lose pensions. It's huge. And I'm going to keep this city solvent by voting yes and using our $20 million insurance policy. Thank goodness for that. And that way we limit our what we're paying out. So I'm not going to risk this city financially to make some big statement and act like I'm a hero. I'm not a hero. I'm just defending the city and my constituents at the same time by voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. Mr. Guerra.
Just want to say that I'm glad to see that we're finally getting to it appears to be a final vote. And I want to say too, yeah, I'll be voting in favor of this. And from the beginning, it's pretty clear to me at least, that this is the best decision for the city as a defendant, definitely to take, because this is why people have insurance. We have insurance in case situations unfortunately happen that we don't expect to cover ourselves. And this is the most financially responsible thing to do and most fiscally responsible thing to do as a city, as legislators, so that we can make sure that our residents who've already been so negatively impacted by the Flint water crisis don't have to pay more money into the future for something that's already negatively impacted them. That's the primary concern for me. The fact is, and Ms. Worthing said it correctly, the city as a whole, even though none of us were here when the city switched over, the fact is that they messed up.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway?
Does my colleague realize that his statement is not true? Some of us were here.
On the council were elected during the water switch?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Correct. And some of us were involved in the political ring, but the majority of the council, I know, wasn't elected at the time. So a lot of us are newer, so that's a good point. But the fact is that when it happened, none of us, as I was a child, of course, I was still pretty young at this point, and this decision is going to impact the city of Flint for a very long time. And that's correct about that, whether we disagree on how it goes. This is what I personally believe would be best, not only for my future as a resident in the city of Flint, my family's future, my neighbor's future, my residents' future. This is the way we have to go. And absolutely do I think that residents are entitled to more, especially from the state at some point. Yes, I get that. But the situation here is what the city is going to contribute to the settlement, and the city itself does not have to pay more in the long run from the residents' pockets. So hopefully the council, I think, is going to make a decision here tonight, and whatever way it goes, I think that's the will of the city and the body. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra. I think the only council member who's not spoken yet is Mr. Griggs.
Madam
Would you wish
Chair,
to say anything?
I would like to speak as well. I would like to speak as well.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, I think you only had a first round. So first, Mr. Griggs, would you like to speak in your first round?
Point of order.
No, thanks. I know how I'm going to vote. Thank you.
What is your point of order, Ms. Galloway?
Never mind, Madam Chair. My point of order was we were already on the second round. I didn't think that you were addressing people that hadn't spoken. That was my first time during the second round as well.
I was just trying to make sure that every council member had an opportunity to voice their opinions. Okay, Ms. Winfrey Carter, go ahead with your second round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say in my second round, and I want to say to my colleague, Ms. Worthen, do you realize that this resolution says that we are joining the settlement of Flint water litigation, which actually means that we're saying that $600 million or whatever, however much it is, 600 million plus some change, that we're saying that that's okay, that we agree with the terms of that settlement.
Point of information.
Now, I'm sorry. I got the floor right now. I'm sorry. But,
point of
information. We gotta stop.
Sorry, I was muted. Ms. Winfrey Carter, just a moment. What is your point of information, Ms. Worthing?
Does Ms. Winfrey know that that's not what it states? We are joining the city portion for the fault of the city in this water crisis. It doesn't mean that we are happy with what the $600 million and how it's distributed.
Well,
point of
okay,
order.
Ms. Worthing, that's getting very close to a statement rather than a point of information.
Does she know that? Because she asked me a question, so I really would like her to answer that.
You know
Ms.
what?
Winfrey
I
Carter?
got the floor right now, period. I got the floor. And let me finish with what I'm saying. When are we going to stand up? When are we going to fight? The state really essentially did this to us. Okay? I don't know. I have a degree in chemistry. And I don't know why the EPA did not put corrosion control in the water. That's what caused this whole thing, period. Yes, the emergency managers switched the water to the Flint River. But if you're going to switch our water system to the Flint River, an idiot would know to put corrosion controls in the water. You know what? This is at best systemic racism. And I get so angry when I think about this whole deal. And I will not vote yes for this. I can't. The state has continued to devalue this community. And we got to put a stop to it. We got to put a stop to it. And
Madam
for my
President.
colleagues, I respect your decision, but also respect my decision. Respect my vote. And Councilman Davis, yes, I'm voting no on this. Now, you can talk about me on your podcast on Saturday if you want to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Worthing, have you spoken on your second round?
This is my second.
Yes.
I have not spoken twice.
Okay, and Janelle, how much time does Ms. Worthing have left?
I thought it was 5 minutes per round. First round 5, second round 5.
No.
I don't want to talk very long.
Okay, Ms. Worthing, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that Ms. Winfrey Carter pointed out exactly why the city is at fault, as well as the state. Because once it was switched to the Flint River, it was the city's responsibility to put the corrosion control in the water, and we didn't. We're at fault here, and that's what this vote is about. We can't just blame it all on the state, as much as we would like to. It wasn't my personal decision. I wasn't at the council at the time. But I do hope my colleagues understand that the city is not just innocent in all of this. And as much as we would like to represent our constituents, who we're representing right now is the city, which is also at fault. We didn't put the corrosion control in. The EPA doesn't manage our water plant. We do. It's our fault. Thank you for pointing that out, Ms. Winfrey Carter, with your degree in chemistry or master's in
Point
chemistry.
of order, Madam Chair. Point of order.
What is your point of order, Ms. Galloway?
Now, Madam Chair, you've been talking about a text, and Ms. Worthing continues to slide things in. She always has to say something, and you never correct her.
Ms. Galloway, there's been a lot said by multiple members of council that put Ms. Worthing, or excuse me, Ms. Galloway.
That's not me, Mr. Chair. I ain't said nothing.
Well, I said, Madam Chair, I want to do my rebuttal.
No, you have
I'm
exhausted. Miss Winfrey Carter, you have exhausted your time. I would just like to say to Ms. Galloway on her point of order. During this discussion, multiple council members have slid very close to, and some have actually slid home on saying statements that could be construed almost as an attack. But I don't believe that Ms. Worthing was attacking. Ms. Winfrey Carter had stated she had a degree in chemistry, and so she was aware that corrosion control. So all Ms. Worthing was restating was that with Ms. Winfrey's. And I hope we don't get bogged down at this point in time, because I believe everybody has exhausted their right to discussion. I think it's time to vote on this matter. So are you finished, Ms. Worthing?
I didn't, Madam Chair.
Are you sure, Ms. Galloway? You didn't speak twice on this?
I'm so sure. And that's why I said to you, I hadn't spoken at all, but I spoke during the second round. And I'm not going to say anything, Madam Chair, except this. I think that some of my colleagues that have been on here a limited amount of time, we should respect each other's experiences. And so it sounds good to say that the city had some liability, and I'm not saying that they didn't, but this magnitude, and so because unlike what Councilman Guerra said, he is very wrong in saying that none of us were here. I was here. As a matter of fact, I was a newly elected council person who went to Senator Stabenow, who went to Congressman Kildee, asking what can we do, attended a round table with President candidate Hillary Clinton, in which the only answer that could be said on what was happening to the residents of Flint is, hopefully we can shame the Republican Party to do what's right. So don't talk about our experiences, because you have no idea what it's like to be in the room with people that are considered the power people that don't have an answer for the residents. And so just keep your comments to yourself. Honor your vote, the residents that you are supporting and those that you are representing, and stop talking about our experiences. You didn't live here day by day as we heard General Motors come before us saying that this water was destroying their engines. So stop. I respectfully ask you to stop and vote your conscience and what you think is right. And I won't support this because, in my opinion, I don't care that they're telling us that we're defendants. I don't see us as defendants. We are very much plaintiffs. And I don't have to sign anybody's documentation saying that I'm taking the position of a plaintiff. I'm saying, even as a representative of the city of Flint, that the city of Flint should actually be plaintiffs. And so, Madam President, that was my second round. I want to thank you.
You're welcome, Ms. Galloway. All right, all discussion having been exhausted, it's time for...
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
My point of information, Madam Chair, did you hear me called Columbo? And if you did and didn't nobody hear it but me, that mean I can say Maurice D. Dumb Davis Dumbo. And y'all shouldn't say nothing because we create, y'all letting them create new names. And I'm that type politician. I don't miss nothing. My name ain't Columbo. Well, y'all better catch it because I'm going to catch it every time.
Mr. Mays, that's your first warning.
I appeal the ruling.
Mr. Mays has appealed the ruling of the chair. Is there a second to his appeal?
Madam
Is there
Chair,
a second? Ms. Lindsay Carter?
I'll support his appeal.
It's been appealed and seconded. Is there first discussion, first city council person? Mr. Mays?
That would be you.
I understand. I hadn't finished speaking, Mr. Mays. So if you could refrain from interrupting me. Mr. Mays started to attack Mr. Davis. And when I asked him to stop and told him he was out of order, and I told him he was out of order repeatedly, he refused to stop speaking. So I finally had to give him a warning because he was out of order. So who else would like to speak on this appeal?
Madam President.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam President, I'm going to vote no on you giving me a warning because the charter is clear. Discrimination is unlawful. You, as chair, allowed Mr. Davis to call me Columbo. My name is Councilman Eric Mays, Mr. Mays. That's who I am. I'm not Columbo. Did you not catch it? I waited patiently. I listened for you, Eva, anybody to catch it. I let it clear out. In a point of information, I asked that you catch it and was fixing to say that you can't allow discrimination because I can pan, I can talk stuff, I can give people nicknames. And if we going to give our colleagues nicknames and you going to let them give me a nickname in a public meeting and don't catch it and I catch it and I end up getting a warning, I'll take that warning every time and I'll nickname my colleagues. I'll nickname them. If they say their name is Maurice D. Davis, I say it's the D for dumb for calling me Columbo because you didn't call it.
Out of order.
I'm arguing my case. He was out of order, and that's my point.
Your case. You're using the appeal discussion in order to
point of order
again. No
point of order.
Point of order during an appeal.
Well, you out of order. I got the flow.
Mr. Mays, the chair has the right to chair and say when you are out of order. Okay? So we are in a discussion of the appeal. And you can't use
and the discussion of the appeal had something. The discussion of the appeal had
yet again. You're interrupting me yet again, Mr. Mays. I would just ask you to speak to the appeal without attacking another member.
The appeal has to do with name calling. And so when I got an example of name calling and can show how the discriminatory allowance of it can cause a big confusion because I can create some names. When people let that slip by, particularly when it's on me, and they let it slip by, don't catch it when I go to create names. My point has been made. I will vote no on your ruling that I'm getting a warning for raising an issue of a blatant name call about me. But that's how I roll. I like for them to call names, and I like for you to let it go because I like to create some names. I'm good at it. That's ridiculous. You should never condone that. Your ruling is wrong. You should have checked him. I'll be voting no. But if this appeal passes, I'm going to create some names.
Excuse me. Would anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Madam President.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes, ma'am. I heard the name Columbo, and maybe it's just my naivete. I actually thought he was talking about a person. if he was talking about Councilman Mays is correct. His name is Councilman Mays or Mr. Mays. I would prefer to call him Councilman Mays because that's what we're doing. We're performing our duties that we took an oath to do, and that's the council people. I understand what he means by being fair across the board. I wouldn't like to see him get a warning for sitting patiently as he did, and I wouldn't have known that it was meant towards him until he said that. I was thinking that Colombo was, I don't know who, but I was trying to wait to see who this Colombo person was. So I wouldn't like to see him get a warning when it appears at this point that the name, and I quote, Colombo was aimed at him. Again, that's my position on this, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Winfrey. Mr. Guerra?
Yeah, so I get nobody should be called a name. And if Mr. Mays is called a name, I don't know what that means or if it's just a random name. Like Mr. Winfrey, I wasn't aware. I don't think that's right. However, Mr. Mays pointing out the fact that something negatively happened to him is reasonable. But then calling somebody a name because you were called a name is unreasonable, which you properly advised him to stop. Good. There. Could have been over. But he continued to go. When you continue to do something knowing that it's wrong, that's where the problem lies. And I've seen many colleagues and the council start to say something. Somebody will say point of order, point of information. Somebody will just blurt out, stop them. Okay, they'll stop. But just continually to do it isn't right. Now, the initial name calling isn't right either, but continuing to do it, knowing that it's wrong, that's a whole other level, and that should be a warning. I don't see how that's not. In the legal system, you can't just break a rule, be advised, give your warning to stop, and then continually do it. That's a bad precedent to start. And I think we're getting sidetracked from the main vote. Hopefully this goes quick. And that's just my perspective on the situation.
Madam President.
Ms. Galloway?
Madam President, I did hear my colleague say that, and I heard him say it twice. And I knew exactly what he was saying. But I didn't say anything because, in my opinion, Councilman Davis, who has studied the rules, he knows what he's doing, and he was adamant about it. He said it at the beginning of his statement, and then he said it again. And in proper context, he not only said it, but he used it to say, if you would listen to what's being said to you, Colombo. And so it was derogatory. It was meant to be cruel. It was meant to be attacking. And he knew what he was doing. But I can't say anything. And the reason why I can't say anything, Madam Chair, is because the fact that you don't hear it, that there are certain ones of us that if something like that is said, and so when you said that you gave plenty of latitude, I guess I didn't see the latitude. I thought that everybody did pretty well on how we oppose positions, but there wasn't necessarily an attacking on each other. And so Councilman Mays started out very well, working very well, just really complimenting his colleagues. And so I hear what Mr. Guerra is saying, but when you do feel like you're being discriminated against, and the reality is he has been tonight. And because, as a matter of fact, I'm guilty, Councilman Mays, because I heard it, but I'm tired of fighting with this council. I'm tired of only certain people seeing and hearing something being said when the majority of us will say, yeah, he did say that about you, and I really didn't hear it, but you shouldn't have said anything. But it's like anything else. If you feel like there's discrimination, it becomes, and I'm not in any way supporting the behavior, but for a warning to come when we are this far in, I won't be supporting it. I don't think that a warning was absolutely necessary. And so he was attacked. It was not caught. It was not addressed. And so I'll be supporting the appeal.
Madam Chair.
Would anyone else like to discuss this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Greggs?
This is Mr. Davis.
I'm sorry, Mr. Davis.
Thank you for listen. I've been putting up with attacks from Councilman Mays for the last 3 months, from being a Republican to why would I vote the nasty white woman in when we all black. All my colleagues know I'm telling the truth. I've been called ignorant on Sam Riddle's show, 1420. Each and every week they come at me trying to remove me out of my seat. I don't represent my ward. All of this out of Councilman Mays' mouth. Nobody come to Councilman Davis' defense. Ignorant in everything. And I know the community know exactly what I'm talking about. But now he want to act like he a saint. Columbo is a detective on a TV show I watch to this day. Now, that was being nice, but I don't call him ignorant, stupid, Republican, and all this other stuff, and voting with the white folks. Now, y'all know I'm telling nothing but the truth. Now, you should have a little thicker thin skin, my colleague friend, because we all can call names, but I don't intend to do that. But one thing I refuse to do is keep letting one person control the narrative, not only of this body, especially of me. Thank you for indulging.
Would anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Well, Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I would just like to end with saying I think the moral of the story is to be fair across the board. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else like to speak on this appeal? Okay, I would like to say finally, many of you are missing why I said Mr. Mays was out of order and why I gave him a warning. I gave him a warning because he wouldn't stop talking. I told him he was out of order to please stop, and he just wouldn't stop talking. And he wanted to then proceed with a rebuttal and a response to Mr. Davis. But the warning was because he wouldn't stop talking when I asked him to. Now, it's not about discrimination in any way, shape, or form. I have heard tonight, and unfortunately, as the night goes on, we are devolving here. Instead of concentrating on this most important issue, now we have to deal with this and waste our time with this. We still have a whole agenda to get through. So, once again, don't be confused on what you're voting about. You're voting on the ruling of the chair that Mr. Mays was out of order and received a warning because he wouldn't stop talking when I asked him to. That's what this appeal and the chair's ruling is about. So, if you vote yes, you agree with the ruling of the chair. If you
point
vote
of information, point of order.
Mr. Mays, it's one or the other. And
point
I'm
of
sorry.
order.
No,
Point of
Mr.
information.
No, Mr. Mays, we are in an appeal. There is no point of order or point of information.
I'm going to call for the orders of the day then.
We are
because
going to
that
have...
wasn't my appeal.
Mr. Mays, please stop talking. We are going to have a roll call vote on whether you agree with the chair's ruling that Mr. Mays was out of order or whether you agree with Mr. Mays. Roll call vote. Yes, you agree with the chair. No, you agree with Mr. Mays. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Winfrey? Mr. Winfrey?
No.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Greggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Gareth?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
5 yes, 4 no. The appeal fails. So once again, we are back at roll call on the motion, which is to approve Resolution 200488.1 on the Flint water litigation settlement. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Galloway?
I abstain. I do not support the guidelines surrounding the resolution.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays? Mr. Mays?
Janelle, is he still on the line?
Oh, I was muted. I'm sorry. I abstain because I do not agree with the percentages and the information that has flowed. And also that this particular council did not vet it. They did not talk to the insurance company, and the information, no third-party claim or anything was put in place to give the city something to negotiate or settle with, is a better word. And so for those reasons and a few more, I abstain from this because it's not even proper at this early stage before the 31st deadline.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no, 2 abstain.
6 yes, 1 no, 2 abstain. The motion carries. Okay, now I would ask council, it's quite late, but if you will persevere with me, I think we can get through the rest of the agenda. I hope. So back to the agenda. We are now on presentation of minutes. Were there any minutes, Madam Clerk?
No, ma'am, there are not.
Okay, we have postponed all of the special orders. We are now at public hearing. The first public hearing is 200494.6, a public hearing adoption of City of Flint Board and Commission procedures on conducting electronic public meetings. Are there any speakers for this public hearing? And you may only speak to the public hearing topic. Are there any public speakers on this hearing?
We are going to unmute all speakers, but again, if you use profanity or anything that is disagreeable, we will mute you, and we will also mute you if there's any outbursts.
Is there anyone who would like to speak on this public hearing?
No, thank you.
Yes, I would like to.
Give your name, please, and proceed.
My name is Chris Del Moroni. I live in Flint, Michigan. Could you repeat what the public hearing is about?
It's about adoption of City of Flint Board and Commission procedures on conducting electronic public meetings.
Can you provide a little more information?
Not really, Mr. Del Moroni.
Does this mean all city council meetings? Does this mean that all city council meetings will be done electronically?
Mr. Del Moroni, this is not supposed to be a dialogue between the chair and the speaker. You are welcome to speak on this, but that is all. I cannot engage in dialogue with you.
Okay, I understand that. Well,
point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
Madam President, it's traditional and natural for the council to ask if anybody can explain it before you open up the public hearing.
Fine, Mr. Mays. I will ask Ms. Wheeler if she can explain this public hearing. and then we will hear from Mr. Del Moroni.
Thank you.
Could you mute yourself, Mr. Del Moroni? I think you have background noise.
I will mute myself, but there's nothing coming from where I'm at, I assure you.
Madam
Okay,
President.
then Janelle?
Davina, Madam President.
Yes.
I just have to say it's more than one person making background noise, so I would ask all the speakers, if they are not planning on speaking in this hearing, please mute their phones. The way the noise...
But Miss City Clerk, the council's been making noise all day.
Exactly. I'm sorry. If I can finish what I'm saying. The names are jumping around, so I cannot mute. I'll mute the wrong person. Every time they make a noise, it jumps. So if you want to speak, when Ms. Fields asks if you want to speak, then you can unmute again, but I'm asking all callers, if you're not
Ms.
speaking...
Fields and Davis, they're two clowns. They're two...
Sir, you're out of order. You're out of order. That's your first warning.
I'm sick of you. I'm not a council member. You can't call me out of order.
Davina, please mute that speaker. Okay, there's still people on there that have conversations. Please mute yourself until it's time to ask if you want to speak on the public hearing. Everyone. Well, someone's not listening, so can you tell who that is?
Point of information, Madam Chair. Point of information.
What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway?
Madam Chair, I understand that maybe our staff thought that this was a good idea, but do you think that we can mute and just take the time to unmute, because this is disruptive?
Madam President, I think we're going to have to do that because it's hard to tell who that's coming from. It looks like it's multiple people.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Wheeler. Would you
Madam
please
President,
explain?
this is Attorney Kelly Thompson.
Kelly, would you like to
I
explain?
believe I wish that I could. I'm not familiar with this public hearing, so I'm sorry I'm not able to offer anything as far as an explanation of this public hearing. I can take that information and report back, but I just have the agenda in front of me, and it doesn't say very much about it, so I'm not prepared to speak on this public hearing.
Okay, is Mr. Kim gone as well?
I believe that I'm the only remaining attorney.
Okay, well, we have just a moment. We have in our agenda a section that says procedures on conducting electronic public meetings. And this says all boards and commissions must adhere to all laws established under the Michigan
I appeal
compiled
the
laws.
ruling of the chair.
Mr. Mays, I'm reading something. There's no ruling of the
Point
chair.
of
I'm reading
order.
this.
Point of order, point of information. I'm appealing you not stopping and recognizing that. I'm appealing your ruling.
Well, I didn't hear a point of order or point of information. I just heard you appealing the ruling of the chair, and I hadn't ruled on anything. So what is
You
your
ignored a
point
point of information, and I'm appealing the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Mays, I didn't hear you, so I didn't rule on it. Are you saying a point of information or a point of order? It has to be one or the other.
I said that, and you said, no, let me read this.
No, I couldn't hear you.
Well, maybe I couldn't hear you when I was talking about Mr. Davis. I'm appealing your ruling not to stop immediately and recognize a point of information. Because you kept going, so I ain't got no choice but to appeal.
Well,
I'm going to rule you out of order if I get affected.
Mr. Mays, I will let you do a point of information, so there's nothing to appeal at this point in time.
Too late.
I was simply, Mr. Mays, trying to provide information for...
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Oh, for Christ's sakes. You can't appeal a ruling on a point of information. What is your point of information?
When you don't stop immediately and recognize it, that's my only vehicle. And so you should ask, is it a second to the appeal?
I hadn't ruled on anything, so you couldn't have an appeal. What is
You
your point of
constructively
information?
ruled. You constructively ruled by ignoring it in violation of our rules. I'm going to show you when y'all want to fight, it's a be a fight. You in violation of the rules and you out of order by ignoring a point of information.
Mr. Mays, I said I did not hear you call a point of information. The first time I heard you was when you said you appealed the ruling of the chair. I hadn't ruled on anything.
Okay, we'll let it go. I forgot what it is now, but you got to listen close to our voices when we say point of order, point of information.
Again, Mr. Mays, I have the floor. Please don't interrupt me. I can't rule on a point of information. I can rule on a point of order. I didn't hear a point of order, and you said you called a point of information. So
point of information right now.
What
point
is
of
your
order.
Point of information?
When we call a point of information, don't our rules say cease talking and recognize that it can't be ignored?
It is if you heard there was a point of information called. It isn't if you don't.
Madam President, I think I can provide some clarity right now. Ms. Davina.
Mr. Mays, would you like your point of information or would you like the clarification from Davina?
Man, you didn't recognize it. You kept going. You told me I'm reading something, so I didn't really honestly forgot what it was. But when we say that, it's for a reason, and I'm going to make it clear, and I hope you don't try to throw me out. So I'm walking on eggshells. Now, Davina, I don't need you right now to clarify nothing. I know I said point of information, and I know she said, let me read this. So let's keep moving. Y'all done caught a tiger by the tail.
Davina, would you like to clarify what this public hearing is about?
Madam President.
And I said point of information. Point of information.
Mr. Mays, you don't have the floor unless you're calling a new point of information.
I am.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
When them attorneys weren't here, I was going to ask, could you just read it and we can move on? It's a narrative. You want me to read it?
Mr. Mays, I did read it. I did read it. I read everything that is in my agenda to read.
Point of information.
What is your point of information?
May I tell the people that it's a public hearing on the boards and commissions and the multi-member bodies of the appointed bodies of the city, where they can then have rules that they adopt dealing with the electronic meetings. And this is a public hearing for the public to chime in on these electronic rules for boards and commissions that the state want us to put in place to allow them to meet electronically, if that helps you, Mr. Del Morone.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Mr. Del Morone, you now have the floor. Is he unmuted, Janelle? Janelle, is Mr. Del Morone unmuted?
I think I got him now.
Yeah, you folks had me muted. Councilman Mays, thank you for that piece of information. So I'm assuming that these new rules will be in place only during the coronavirus period or some other extenuating circumstance that may come up. Eventually, my belief would be that we'd eventually go back to, in-person council meetings. One of the things to consider in adopting any rules for these, audio meetings would be to take into account that let me say, of some, many, and most, certainly some residents in Flint do not have access to a phone in which they can dial out long distance. So any phone number that we need to call in on should be done through a local, 810 area code, so that they would have access. Some people, for whatever reason, just don't have long distance service. One might have a landline, and to have long distance service, one might have to pay an additional charge for that service. Not many people are in that situation, but there are some, for whatever reason. It could be affordability. They just don't, all family lives in the area. They don't make long distance phone calls, so they're happy with, they're making the local calls and toll-free phone numbers. So I would say for council to take into that account, it seems like most numbers that we have to call in, whether it be a border review number or any other number, it involves a long distance area code. Thank you.
The next person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak during this public hearing. The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. Okay. The next person has been unmuted.
Yes, my name is A.C. Dumas, and I have to agree with Mr. Del Maroney. I've got a landline, but I don't have long distance on my landline. Fortunately, I do have a cell phone, and I think it's unfortunate that you have a lot of seniors who have landlines and they don't have the long distance. And you know why? I guess the major carrier, AT&T, costs so much for a landline now. And you just have, a lot of them have just the basic landline. And so I do agree with Mr. Del Maroney about, it's a cost factor. And I think that, perhaps why couldn't it be an 800 number? And you can dial an 800 number, I think, on a landline that don't carry long distance. I guess my thing with government, it should be making it easy on the residents. But it seems like, it gets harder and harder on the residents, and just another tax or fee that we have to pay in order to communicate. So I do agree with Mr. Del Moroni, and I don't excuse me for not having the knowledge that Mr. Paul have about what number you can call the city council and whatever. I mean, I missed that. Do they have a number that you call the city council, and it allows you to be in tune with the council meetings or any other meetings, like Mr. Del Moroni said, the board of review or any of those meetings? Do they have a local number? It makes this difficult. So that's my little 2 cents for whatever it's worth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dumas. Would anyone else like to speak on this public hearing? Would anyone else like to speak on this public hearing?
They're all muted now. I have to unmute individually.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, the next person's been unmuted. The next person has 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 been unmuted. The next person
Hello,
has
Council.
been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for accepting my call. It was so hard. I just really hope the boards and commissions, it's not set up the way this. I'm constantly saying, hello, can you hear me? For every time you say you unmuting us, but I cannot catch up to.
Could you please state your name, please? Could you please state your name?
Robert Jones. And it's so hard to try to speak because you're saying unmuted, but I'm saying hello, but it's not my turn. So I just hope we figure out a way that the board and commissions can figure out some type of system. Can we pay for someone to come in and teach us how to do this audio equipment, whether it's Zoom whether it's, I don't know what it is, but it's just crazy with the way that the setup is with these phone lines. And Eric Mays, we are for you. Thank you for fighting for the people of Flint. Please run for mayor. Please.
Mr.
Please.
Excuse
Please.
me, sir. You can only speak to the topic of the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I would like Mr. Mays to oversee all meetings for the commission and boards because he's the right man that can help fix this mess. Thank you.
You're welcome. Would anyone like to speak to this public hearing?
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. That's the end of the speakers, Madam President.
Thank you. So I will say for form's sake 3 times. Would anyone else like to speak to this public hearing? Would anyone else like to speak to this public hearing? Would anyone else like to speak to this public hearing? We've given everyone a chance to be unmuted to speak, and no one else has responded. So this public hearing is closed. That then brings us to the second public hearing, 200485.6. It's a public
Madam
hearing,
President.
street Yes?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. When you're done, I just wanted to... Go ahead. This is Davina. When you're done, explain.
This is a public hearing, street vacation, Simpson Court between 9th and 10th Street. A public hearing to consider the vacation of Simpson Court between 9th and 10th Street. Note, Genesee Health System is looking to build a 60,000 square foot building at the south corner of Saginaw and 9th Streets between 9th and 12th Streets. They are looking to build the new facility due to the water crisis and the children and families affected. They also want to consolidate services that are currently offered in 3 buildings. Now, what did you want to say, Davina?
Just to Mr. Jones's concerns, the caller, when Janelle unmutes them, they're the only person that's going to hear the voice say unmuted. That means you are the one that's being unmuted. So you will hear a recording say unmuted to you only. And that's your cue that you are the one being unmuted.
Thank you, Davina. Are there any speakers to this public hearing? Janelle, I guess we have to go through the process again. Are there any speakers for this public hearing?
Yes, ma'am. I just unmuted the first person.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Through you to Janelle, is it possible to unmute them all? If you hear one, leave that one unmuted and mute the rest of them back. Unmute them all if you hear one, and when we get to a point we don't hear one, she said 3 times.
This public hearing.
Yes, ma'am. I just unmuted the first. We would have to leave them all unmuted so they can tell us if they want to speak.
Okay, well, let's try it.
So you can't unmute them, and then when you get one, mute them all back except for that one?
No. I mean, I'd have to do it individually.
Okay. If she did that, we would have to mute and unmute the council as well. We either mute everyone or mute everyone at the same time. So we
Right.
Well, we ain't got to talk. You could mute us too.
Okay. Is there anyone to speak to this public hearing?
You want me to go through them one by one or unmute them all?
Yep. Yep.
One by one?
Yep.
The next person has been unmuted.
Yes, my name is A.C. Dumas, and I'm looking at, I guess, there's several public hearings on this, but I guess this is the one, 200486.6. I guess
no,
that's
sir.
the one.
No, sir.
Okay,
It's
okay, which one?
200485.6.
Okay, all right then. That's the one off of Saginaw Street. I didn't off Saginaw Street. I just trying to find out. I'm saying this that we just, the Flint water crisis lawsuit settlement. And I think this ties in with what the residents and we were saying that now these are nonprofits who are making money off what happened to I think the children during the water crisis, and they want to build a Genesee Health System is looking to build a 60,000 square foot building, and is that where that club was? If somebody can let me know if that's where that club was by the expressway, just about where the expressway was. But anyway, what I want to say that this is just a prime example.
Madam Chair.
No, we don't interrupt. We don't have dialogue with speakers during a public hearing.
Well, scratch it.
Please, no, you're out of order, Mr. Davis. Please continue speaking, Mr. Dumas.
Well, I mean, okay, but I just, that was maybe, well, I don't know if they ever to speak about it, but, I have an issue with it again. I'm saying this is what happens when you get politics involved. And, Genesee Health System, they're wanting to, they're getting money from whatever form the money came from, but it's from the water crisis settlement money for whatever account it came from. Let me say that. And it says they're looking to build the new facility due to water crisis and the children and families affected. They also want to consolidate services that are currently offered in 3 buildings. And, I know you all going to vote for it, but I think it's terrible. Again, I want to know is what building, or what property is that? Was that a property that's how did they acquire that property? That's a concern of mine, and I'm just I just want to put that on the record. Genesee Health System. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dumas. Next speaker. Is there a speaker for this public hearing?
The next person has been unmuted. 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 The next person has been unmuted.
Whoa, what was all that?
The next person has been unmuted. 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 The next person
Yes,
has
thank
been
you
unmuted.
so much, Council. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you once again for accepting my call. This is Robert Jones again, and I just want to thank the city clerk and her staff for making these meetings happen. But what she stated is not true. We can hear you every time you say the next caller, I'm muting. So it's confusing for the callers in because we're hearing about
Excuse
how
me,
many
sir.
times you say it.
Excuse me,
Okay.
sir.
I'm sorry.
You can only speak to the topic of this public hearing, which is a street vacation, Simpson Court between 9th and 10th Street.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that. So I'm envisioning something as a recreational center for youth. And I think once Eric Mays become mayor, he can really look out for the youth of our community and build like a skating ring or a... Yes, ma'am?
Please
Hello?
only speak to the public hearing.
That's what I'm speaking towards, Ms. Hill.
Okay. Proceed.
That was the last person, Madam
I'm
President.
I'm looking for something like of a skating ring or a recreational center for the youth. Swimming pools. We never built anything for the youth. Y'all always in other meetings y'all talk about liquor stores and this and that and closing down liquor stores or clubs or build something for the youth. And like I said, I think when Eric Mays becomes mayor,
That was the last public speaker for this public hearing, Madam President.
Okay, for form's sake, I'm going to say 3 times, even though we've exhausted our
Point of
speakers.
information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Did that speaker end or he got shut off?
I'm not really sure, but he wasn't speaking to the public hearing, which is regarding Genesee Health System looking to build a 60,000 square building at the south corner of Saginaw and 9th Street. He really wasn't speaking on the topic of the public hearing.
Yeah, but my point of information was, did he finish or did he get shut off? And I thought it sounded
I don't
like
really
he got
know.
shut off. I
don't really know. Janelle?
I didn't.
Madam Clerk, this is Davina.
Davina?
I did mute him when he started talking about Mr. Mays, and then he hung up the phone, and now he's back. But he did hang up right after that.
Okay. So, I'm moving on. I've said 3 times.
Madam President, point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
That guy got the right to talk about developments in a certain context with a certain latitude. So I'm not going to pick a big fight, but I'm saying y'all got to be careful because before I was a councilman, I did it all the time. My point of information is you have to give these people latitude when they're still talking about certain development and land use. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. I would like to conclude this public hearing is closed. That brings us to the next public hearing, 200486.6. And please, I'm urging speakers to listen. You can only speak to this topic. A public hearing, street vacation, 1415 Beach Street between 9th and 10th Streets. A public hearing to consider the vacation of 1415 Beach Street between 9th and 10th Streets. Note, Genesee Health System is looking to build a 60,000 square building at the south corner of Saginaw and 9th Streets between 9th and 12th Streets. They are looking to build the new facility due to the water crisis and the children and families affected. They also want to consolidate services that are currently offered in 3 buildings. Would anyone like to speak on this particular public hearing?
The first person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. The next person has
Again,
been
my
unmuted.
name is Ace. Again, my name is A.C. Dumas, and I just want to, since I'm up this early in the morning, regarding this public hearing, and it's really getting a little somewhat confusing. So, I'm just trying to see where does this build. I mean, they want the land from 9th to 12th Street. Now, I do know where 12th Street is. That's down there where I think they had on. Well, I know where 12th Street is. That's where they have a pawn shop. Are they trying to get all that or whatever? It says between 9th and 12th Street, Saginaw and 9th Street, between 9th and 12th Street. So then it says the building, looking to build a new building facility, due to the water crisis and children and families affected. I guess I'm trying to find out what type of building, what will be in the building. Will it be a swimming pool? Will it be a basketball court? What will be in the building? And again, I want to say that I have a problem because these non-profits, Genesee Health System, they have profited from the catastrophe of the Flint water crisis. So I'm hearing, a public hearing to vacate Simpson Court between 9th and 10th Street, to vacate 1415 Beach Street between 9th and 10th Street, and then it goes on and says to build this 60 square building at the corner of Saginaw and 9th, between 9th and 12th Streets. And so, I mean, I do have a problem with it, but I know this council, as well as I know how this council votes, they certainly is going to approve it. And again, I'm trying to find out if there was a building that there, I know there is street to vacate, but if you vacate in the street, is it an empty lot or what? Thank you.
Next
Thank
person
you.
has been unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Chris Del Moroni. I live in Flint, Michigan. I didn't have a chance to comment on the previous one. I never got unmuted. But what I'll say to this public hearing will pretty much be as to the former public hearing we just had, again, which I wasn't unmuted for. But there's a thing called sweat equity, and generations before us laid the roads there, the sewer lines, the water lines, and I think the city of Flint needs to be compensated for property that we are giving up. I mean, we're in an economic crisis in this community. We're talking about money that we don't have for various lawsuits, and here we're giving away property. I mean, my God, the land bank even sells property. And I'll touch on that in a moment here. But, you know, I'm not even arguing whether it should be vacated or not. What I'm saying is if it is vacated, the city should be compensated. I mean, land has some value. And like I said, the land bank, they even sell the property that they have. And then when they sell it to the residents, then the residents have to pay a light charge and everything else on their properties. Then the city assessor's office assesses the property for more than what they paid for it because there aren't any other, there aren't too many vacant pieces of parcels of land in the city of Flint that are sold between individuals. It's basically parcels that the land bank has, and those prices that the land bank sells them at is what should determine the value and not some other type of formula, because that becomes what people are willing to pay for, what the land bank is selling them for. But we need to be compensated for property we give away. I mean, otherwise, someone will come by and maybe ask for, maybe, I don't know, 50 by 100 foot lot in front of City Hall one day or at the corner there. People just don't give away their property for free. I mean, think about it. We're in a financial crisis. We should be counting pennies. We should be turning off Christmas lights in front of City Hall and everywhere else. Anywhere else we can cut money, we should be doing it in Flint. But maybe they'll ask for us to tear up the road for them too. Who's going to replace water and sewer lines that go underneath these streets? How do you rerun all that stuff? Any wiring under the ground, anything else? But so at least get some just compensation, some fair market value for the land we own. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Del Moroni. Is there any other public speakers on this public hearing?
The next person has been unmuted. 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 Next person has been unmuted. The 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 next person has been unmuted. next person has been unmuted.
Hello, Council. Are you there?
Yeah.
Hello, this is Robert Jones again, the guy that I was muted a few times and I didn't hang up, but I'd like to stay germane, as Kate Fields would like to say. So I think about keeping the property and making money off of it. Like I said in the prior public hearing, build like a multi-purpose stadium, a pool, a school stadium, a skating rink, something for the kids, and something that we can make money off of. And like I said before, when Eric Mays becomes mayor, I think we can build all this stuff. And I don't think, and I'm staying germane to the subject, but when we build these things, I think he has the best vision of kids in mind. And I really hope we can get this phone situation straightened out. Thank you so much for your time.
Madam President, that was the last speaker.
Okay, so for form's sake, even though we have no other speakers, I'll repeat 3 times. Are there any other speakers to this public hearing?
Madam President.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes, ma'am. Is it proper for council to shed some light on because this relates to Genesee Health System, and I think if some of the speakers or callers had just a bit more information about who Genesee Health System is, maybe they wouldn't say, or maybe they would have just a bit more information and could make it would just be more informative. And I would like to do that. It'd take me about a minute.
Well, Mr. Winfrey, we're still in the public hearing. I have to close the public hearing. Okay?
Okay.
And, yeah, the time to have done that was, I don't know, I guess at the beginning. So I'm sorry, Mr. Winfrey. I understand your intent. So for the second time, is there any other speaker on this public hearing? Is there any other speaker on this public hearing? This public hearing is closed. Now, before we move on the agenda, I would like to ask Davina and Janelle, it's so late at night or early in the morning, please notify me if we lose quorum at any time. Would you do that, please?
Sure.
Okay. It brings us to petitions and unofficial communications. Are there any?
There are none, Madam President.
Communications from mayor and other city officials.
There are none, Madam President.
Additional communications.
There are none, Madam President.
Appointments.
We have none tonight.
Licenses.
There are no licenses.
Okay, that brings us to the master resolution, and just for council to make notes so you'll know what's in the master resolution, 200488 has already been dealt with. 200519 has been dealt with. 200493 has been postponed. 200516 has been postponed. And there is an add-on from the city clerk. So, I'll entertain a motion regarding the master resolution. Is there a motion for the master resolution?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Davis?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the master resolution, but I don't have the numbers before.
Madam President.
Just a moment, Mr. Davis. I didn't quite understand you. Are you making a motion to approve the master resolution?
Yes, ma'am. I just don't have the numbers of the actual resolutions before me. I'm looking for my doggone.
You don't.
Yes,
you don't need them.
Okay. Yes.
Madam President.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion, Mr. Griggs?
Madam President, yes, I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any separations? Are there any separations, Mr. Mays?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, Madam President, I'm looking at a change order number 2. It's 200510 still on the master.
I'm looking. Yes, 200510 is on the master.
Yeah, I just see a change order, so I want to separate that change order number 2.
Okay. Any other separations?
And I see a change order number 1, transfer funds to the Department of HUD and Urban Development.
Is that 200514?
Yeah, that's still on there.
Yes.
And then,
are you asking to separate that one?
Not yet. Budget amendment, transfer fund, street lighting fund, balance, decorative street lights. Is 200516 still on there?
Yes, but so you did not separate 514?
No, but I do want to separate 200516. What that
has been postponed, Mr. Mays.
Okay, so it ain't on there.
No.
Okay. And then it's the resolution setting a public hearing comments on draft. Okay, that'll be right now. It look like that would be my only separation so far.
So you have separated, just a minute, excuse me, 200510, and that's the only one, right?
That's the only one I've separated so far. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other requests for separations? Any other requests? Hearing none, is there any discussion on the master resolution?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, through you to whoever can answer. What is this change order number 200514?
Mr. Mays.
Is Mr. Edwards on the line?
I am indeed, Mr. Mays. Good morning.
Something about this Flint Housing Commission change order. I'm more interested in what it is and what's the change order.
I thought you were asking about 200510.
No, 514.
Okay, well, Suzanne.
That separation ain't come up yet.
Okay, which are you interested in? 200514?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe the person that would be best to answer that question for you would be Suzanne Wilcox, and I believe she's on the line. Suzanne? Janelle, is Suzanne still on?
Oh, no, she is not.
Okay.
I'm sorry. She is on the line. I'm sorry. It's
Okay.
very late. I apologize.
Yeah, I understand. It is. Okay, Mr. Mays, I don't know if she has not responded at this point. I'll give you my best understanding of it at this point. These are dollars.
Fine.
Yeah, these are dollars apparently in relationship to some security needs surrounding the Flint Housing's ability to provide those kind of services to this particular housing development And so these funds were requested by the Flint Housing Commission, the $41,580, to be able to allow them to be able to provide some security services at some of the establishments that are related to their services. So that is the use of that particular funding.
Yeah, where the money coming from, do we know?
It's supposed to be out of the, as it says here, it's out of the choice grant money, the HUD choice grant money. That's what the FHUD 18 choice is. That's the allocation of funds from that time period, and I believe there, as I understand those allotments of money, they're secured and they remain available for the duration.
Now, I did not separate 516-200-516. If we jump down to that through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Edwards, do you know what's happening with this tree removal?
Mr. Mays, Mr. Mays,
yeah.
Mr. Mays, that has been postponed. That is not on the master resolution.
Okay. All right. I'm done.
Okay, any other discussion on the master resolution? Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call,
Madam President. Madam President, this is Janelle.
Yes.
Can I verify what's on the master resolution?
Yes.
200426.2, 200468.1, 200485.1, 200486.1, 200494.1, and then 200506, 507, 508, 509, 511, 514, 515, 517, 518, and the add-on resolution.
Correct.
Okay.
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, let me separate 200426.2.
Mr. Mays, we've passed the separation point. We're in the motion. They're in discussion on the motion to approve the master resolution. We've gone past the time to separate.
No. Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays? What rule has been broken? Can you give me the number?
Well, I'm thinking you still in discussion on the master can still find something and separate it. That's my point. You denying my opportunity to separate 200426.2. I'm trying to get the rule in my favor before I have to appeal.
Mr. Mays, it's my understanding that first we do separations, and then we go into once you have separations, then we go into discussion on the master resolution, and once we've gone into discussion, we've gone beyond the separation phase. That is my understanding.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Like when we in discussion on the master, I don't want to vote yes on this vision master plan thing, and now that we've detailed it in discussion, I've spotted it out, so I want it separated. So I don't know if I agree with you, so I'm still asking that for it to be separated. I want to vote different.
Well, Mr. Mays, let me just ask Davina, have we ever separated during discussion on the master resolution?
Madam President, I'm going to say yes because that you did started the thing where you do the discussion on the master before you actually. So yes, I'm going to say yes. Short answer.
Okay, so Mr. Mays, which one did you want to separate again?
200426.2. It's got something to do with the vision, mission, and goals of the strategic plan.
Okay, so is there any other discussion on the master resolution? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway? Ms. Galloway? The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
8 yes, 0 no. We've approved the master resolution. That takes us to our first separation. Mr. Mays, 200426.2. Mr. Mays?
Yeah, the vision and mission plan goals of the strategic plan kind of reminds me of a master plan. And I can't admit that I've detailed this vision, mission, and goals. And so that's something that'll come back on me. Well, we agreed to this in the vision, mission, and goals and the strategic plan. And so I just know under COVID-19, I've been in most every meeting, and I can't say the details. So, this is something that I would like to read about. I would move to postpone it to the January 11th meeting.
There's a motion to postpone 200426.2 to the January 11th meeting. Is there support?
Madam President.
Mr. Griggs?
I support.
The moved and supported. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk, to postpone 200426.2 to January 11th.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Ms. Fields?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway? Ms. Galloway? Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
5 yes, 3 no. It has been postponed to January 11th agenda. That brings it to Mr. Mays's, let's see, last separation, I think, 200510. Mr. Mays?
Madam President, through you to Mr. Edwards, could you shed light on this change order number 2, how much it's for and why is it a change order? It's an increase. I don't think it's a decrease. What's going on? Where the money come from?
Yes, Mr. Mays. This is one of the special water projects. This is related to the chemical feed building. This is the engineering firm, CDM Smith. That's the engineering firm on the project. The change order is for $95,586. It relates to the fact that during the time period that we had the stay-at-home order from the governor, they were shut down. So it has created, as a result of a suspension of work and work delay, it's created an additional 18 weeks in terms of their management of the project that delayed the project from proceeding because Lane was also down during that time period. So CDM Smith will be engaged. They're the engineering firm that is overseeing construction of the facility. So this is a change order to provide them with the additional cost for supervising the project right on through to its completion.
Where do the additional money come from?
It's out of the wind money, the wind funds, the 100 million.
Okay,
100 million. Yeah, all of these projects like the chemical feed building and the Dort Reservoir and the like all come out of the 100 million.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, we had a lot of communications about the prices as it relates to this, and we overcame that, and now we got a change order number 2 coming for additional money, and then we say COVID-19, which I understand. But, Ms. Edwards, what I don't understand is the cozy relationship we allegedly have with the governor, and the governor and everybody is talking about money to the state because of the COVID-19 and extra expenses. Have this city came up with an amount of money that COVID-19 has cost us an additional money, 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, 20 million? Do we have a proposal for Flint's money yet?
I don't have.
Excuse me, Mr. Mays, I think I made a mistake. We're supposed to have a motion on the floor before we move into discussion on this. We didn't do it on the last one, but we're supposed to. So would you like to make a motion regarding this?
Yeah, I'm trying to make a motion to pass it or postpone it. So, I mean, if we give a little latitude, I separated it. We have discussion on the master. And so, however you want to do it, I'm not going to make the motion. If somebody else want to make a motion, they can. I'll continue my discussion. But,
Okay, could I have a motion, please, on 200510?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Davis?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve 200510.
Motion's been made. Is there support?
Madam President.
Mr. Winfrey?
Greg.
Greg?
Greg.
Okay.
I'll
Greg?
second.
It's been moved and seconded. Now we move into discussion. Mr. Mays, did you want the floor again?
Yeah, I want people to understand. I've been in council meetings for over 30 years. Never, and this new council don't even understand it, never have we dealt in multi-million-dollar business and policies in 3 to 5 minutes by elected people representing over, in some cases, 10,000. And so that's the sad part of this so-called new council taking care of business for residents. Mr. Edwards, let me see if I can figure out where I was at. I think I was asking you about a budget for the things that has cost us extra money during COVID-19. I got my idea of a figure, but have we put something together to ask the state and or federal government that you know of?
I know that we have been engaged in many levels of preparing COVID-related dollars. I would have to get back with the council concerning those which would be directly related to a state ask. That would be something I have to follow up and provide you with an answer at a later date.
Well, I'm going to give this council and you an answer. That's why I keep talking about meeting in the emergency. I mean, we are a sad city if we don't have a figure already of accumulated monies that we need to get recompensated by state or federal government. That's just, to me, something that's appalling, whether it's the administration or the finance committee or chairs of this city council. Where do they do that at? That we not asking for money and already knowing where our shortfall's at, whether it's in the water accounts, the general fund, the law department, the legal, and so I did this on purpose, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. Mays? Mr. Mays?
Mr. Edwards, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there have been many grant opportunities that we have engaged in the city. You were asking for a collective understanding, but there have been several grants that have come out of the state, if you will, and they call them grants, but they're actually funding sources to provide restoration of funds used for COVID purposes. But they have referred to them as grants. There have been a couple right out of the water department. So your question was not about a single thing. Your question was about a collective. So I am aware of us getting money from the state for that purpose to cover certain costs or expenses related to COVID. But you asked for a full representation of asking for money, and that was what I was giving you that particular statement. All departments are managing and keeping track of COVID-related expenses, so they're still accumulating. They're not. We haven't stopped. COVID hasn't ended. People are still spending money and accumulating those costs, related to COVID. So we're proactively continuing to monitor that, and as you talked about a dollar value, that will come to that point. But right now, COVID is still active, and people are still accumulating those costs. Departments are accumulating those costs.
If I may, Madam President.
Is this your second round, Mr. Mays?
No.
No. You had
it would still be the first if you went to him and I didn't, and now he was talking to me. It would still be the first with still left over time.
You said you included. You said
I can wait to respond to him. Go ahead, Ms. Fields. I'll wait for my second round, and I'll respond to the person I was speaking to. No problem.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this motion? Anyone's not spoken? Then, Mr. Mays, you had your second round.
Ms. Fields, it was really the first round. I mean, I've been in this council long enough when a speaker speaks and so forth, but I'll play that technical role because, in fact, I was done. You called on him as if he was your speaker. But anyway, Mr. Edwards, let me say this. I would ask you at this point to give me a cumulative total of all that you say y'all have been keeping track of, and no. Any additional ones as COVID go on, I would look at them later. So I'm requesting at the next council meeting in January, give me a cumulative total. Do that make any sense?
Yes, it does, Mr. Mays.
Okay, because I want to know where this municipality is at. And I want to know, just like I did during the water emergency, what we need, what we're requesting, what's our shortfalls in each department, so forth and so on. Now, if you need more time come January, I ain't got a problem with that. But see, I'm getting to the point where I'm tired of the politics. I'm a real finance chair. I'm a real person who have a good track record of doing a good job along with Mr. Huey Newsom, and I learned something. I'm disappointed when we get to this year-end audit, and I'm looking at a fund balance that's now gone. And I'm just waiting to see what it's going to say. So do you know if the audit is complete yet, anybody?
I don't know the specific details, and I'm not sure you have any finance people left related to that question at this hour.
And so I hope y'all can understand how I'm trying to be germane. When I'm voting on a change order, which I might not, but I might on this one, I also want to tie it into finances, and particularly when it's said on the record that these delays for Lang and these people was caused by COVID-19. So I appreciate the conversation. And Mr. Edwards, if you give me a cumulative total of some sort, it will impress me, and I don't think you would have been politicking me today. If we get and can't get no type of roundabout look at it, I'm going to believe in my mind you was politicking me again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Is there any additional discussion on this motion to approve 200510? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
8 yes, 0 no. The motion carries. The resolution is approved. That now brings us on the agenda to liquor licenses. Are there any liquor licenses, Madam Clerk?
No, there are not.
Thank you. That then brings us to introduction and first reading of ordinances. We have postponed 20074, 75, and 76. 200489, 200490. The only one left on first reading is 200512. And I would just like to say that, excuse me, I think I'm at the end of my endurance. It's after 2 in the morning. I'm getting laryngitis. So before I turn this over to Mr. Davis, for the first reading of 200512, I just want you to note that we do have a second reading enactment of ordinances. All of the discussion items have been postponed until January 11th, so then we only have additional discussion items, final council comments, and adjournment. So I want to wish everyone a happy holidays and rest up. I think it's a well-deserved rest.
Point of order, Madam President. Point of order. If you gotta go, you gotta go. We ain't at final council comments now. Come on. We're in the middle of an agenda.
That's fine. I just want to be polite and nice. So,
And I just want you to do yourself like you do me when I'm out of order. Point of order. We on the agenda. We ain't on final council comment. Just go.
Mr. Davis, it's now in your hands. Good night.
Have a good night, Madam President. So Janelle, we're first reading?
Yes. It's actually not a first reading, it's an emergency approval.
Oh, this emergency approval?
Yes, Mr. President, this is Kelly Thompson.
Yes, Kelly.
So this is the 7th, and if I may, I just wanted to speak on this agenda item.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. This is a 7th extension of the emergency marijuana opt-in ordinance, and it allows for the continued licensing of the recreational or adult use facilities. So that includes retail, growing, processing, and secured transport. So this essentially takes the standards and provisions that apply to medical marijuana licenses and applies that to the recreational or similar license types for recreational and adult use. And the existing emergency ordinance, the last extension, that expires on Christmas Day.
Okay.
So I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Councilman Gare?
I make a motion to approve the emergency ordinance.
There's a motion approved. Is there a second?
Mr. Vice President,
Councilman Griggs.
I accept, or I second.
Moving properly second. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Vice President.
Councilman May, you got the floor.
Yeah, this is, she said, I think, through you to Attorney Thompson, you say this is the 7th time.
That's correct, Mr. Mays.
So 7 times 6, what's that? 7 times 6, is that 42, 420 days? Would that be a fair statement?
60 days with each extension, yes.
7 times, that's 400 and some days. And so I want this council to hear me. COVID-19, electronic meetings have gave us enormous opportunity to take care of the city business. Miss Fields can leave, others can leave. I've been doing it for 7 years. I earn my money. I stay and take care of business, and I dare anybody to tell me what type of business I done took care of over 7 or 8 years going the distance. If they don't know or don't think they know, I can prove it. I voted no, Attorney Thompson, to keep the discussion as it relates to this ordinance. Now, in my opinion, how many medical and recreational spots do we have? I know we got one on April and one on Dordt Highway. I did a turkey giveaway with Morris Peterson and that crowd at one of them just a couple, 2-3 weeks ago. I think that's Greenleaf. How many have we got at the Planning Commission and license so far? Do you know, Attorney Thompson?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I can tell you that I have staffed the Planning Commission since April, and I can think of approximately 5, at least 5, might be closer to 10, recreational licenses that have been approved since that time.
And they're approving them. They're approving them with the emergency ordinance in place, and so the train then left the station council. The Planning Commission and said this is our draft permanent ordinance. Councilman Mays is saying it's the draft ordinance, and I don't know who and how people gonna listen, but you gotta listen to the Reed Ericksons, the Attorney Kelly Thompsons, the Councilman Mayses, the Planning Commission, and just quit doing this over and over and over as with the emergency ordinance. So when this thing come up that y'all voted for on the 11th, if you need a special meeting, let's get this job done. Let's not go 8, 9, and 10 emergencies hooked together. Thanks for bringing it and keeping an eye on it, Attorney Thompson. I'll do what I can in my elected position as a member of this body to try to get stuff moving properly. And so I've said what I had to say. I'll continue to go to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Any other discussion?
Mr. Vice President, how many people is present still?
Janelle, how many councils still online?
At last count, there were 6.
That means we would need 100% presence in order to pass this, so we'd have to maybe come back before Christmas. I'll see what happens. Thank you for that information.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion on this emergency opt-in? Well, at this time, I guess I don't have no problem with it at this time because I know we dealing with a skeleton crew, and we do need to get these ordinances rolling and moving. So I'm about to say, Janelle, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Mr. Guerra.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey.
Yes.
Mr. Griggs.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Good job. Okay, Janelle, we're down to second reading and enactment of ordinance 200461. What's the pleasure of this body?
Mr. President, this is Kelly Thompson again.
Yes, Kelly.
I would just check with council staff. I have that in my agenda as postponed.
Oh, it's postponed? Okay,
No.
thank you.
No, I don't
I'm
believe
sorry.
it was.
I'm sorry, Janelle.
Mr.
Okay.
Vice President.
Yes, Councilman Major.
Yeah, I would move 200461. This is an amendment of Chapter 35. To make a long story short, it's going to enact Juneteenth as a official holiday in the city of Flint. And I would so move for that second reading and enactment of this particular ordinance.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Mr. Vice President.
Yes, Councilman Winfrey.
Yes, I second the motion.
Been moved and properly second. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Vice President.
Councilman Major.
Yeah, for the record, I'm glad to be a part of this in the city of Flint. Juneteenth, from what I've learned over the years locally, that's the day when people really knew and became free. When people were released as slaves, Juneteenth symbolizes what some of us believe is our real freedom day. So I'm paraphrasing, but I'm glad to be a part of this as I look at, me serving in my council position and some of the things that I think will be a highlight when I look back on my career. So thanks. I'll be voting yes on this one.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Janelle, roll call. Thank you.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Thank you, Janelle. And I do believe all discussion items will have been postponed. Am I correct, Janelle?
No.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's not?
No, that Kenwood did get over. Okay, you're right.
Okay, we're down to additional discussion items.
Madam, Mr. Vice President.
Councilman.
Yeah, Mr. Vice President. My additional discussion item would be the period of time that's coming up in the proposed litigation and settlement. And I would say to those who spoke and called in the objection period. I'll do all I can to provide leadership all across this city as it relates to the objection period. I listen to Judge Levy, and I believe it's a chance that she's going to look at what's fair and what's adequate. I believe she's going to look at it. I believe that the more people who object, and I'll clarify it, but I asked a question, if you caught it, can people file claims and object? Can people object and still have time to file claims? All of these questions will be answered. I'll provide a good service. I'll use all of the means necessary, media means and all kind of communication means to highlight that. And so that process is coming. That's the real deal process for me, but I'm glad that my record will show certain things along the way, but I want to use this additional discussion item thing to discuss the objection period. And I also want to use it to say that I'll be waiting eagerly to see what Attorney Wilson and Miss Wheeler come up with. And so therefore I'll say to the residents of the city of Flint, the people I represent and people who have a like mind, stay tuned, keep hope, keep praying, and we'll communicate what we need to do in the middle of this proposed settlement period of time that we feel ain't quite fair and or adequate. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Any more additional discussion items?
Yes, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to also,
what's the comment? Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to also piggyback off of what Councilman Mays said. And you know, that's why I really, really, truly believe if we had stuck together and voted no on the settlement, I think that would have sent a strong message. But I did hear the proceedings today, and I think that Judge Levy, I think she's going to be fair. I think she's going to hear our voice, and I can't wait until the objection period. I think we have a good chance of voicing what needs to be, amended or what needs to be included into that settlement. And I'm really, really hoping that she does not, sell us short. So I'm hoping that the community will, let's all come together. I'll do what I can to, help to navigate the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Carter. Any more additional discussion items?
Mr. Vice President.
Councilman Winfrey.
Yes, a couple of things, just briefly here. We were discussing a few minutes ago, well, it actually was a public hearing, and let's see, Genesee Health System. And I just wanted to make sure, and hopefully the gentleman that spoke on it are still on, but Genesee Health System is the old Genesee County Community Mental Health. And they serve a population that everybody don't serve. And some of their clients are my clients. And so in that network, we help out a whole lot of families, a critical mass of families that have been affected by COVID-19 and have been affected by the Flint water crisis. So when we start talking about charging folks and all those kinds of things, we really need to know who we're talking about. And they provide an excellent service to folks who have disabilities and who have needs. And so just wanted to, and I want them to fact check me on that. They're on Fifth Avenue. The main campus is on Fifth Avenue, but I knew that they want to expand their services. And then the second thing I want to talk about is how much I really appreciate my council colleagues, particularly Councilman Mays and Councilwoman Fields, for doing this work that we asked them to do. And then all my other colleagues and your input in this discussion that we've had. We postponed the 200488. And I always try to read as much as I can to make an intelligent decision. And I'm sad that the caller said that it was because Neely told me to vote for that. Well, for whomever put that out there, I just want it to be known here's a fact. Neely doesn't talk to me about this, and I don't make decisions like that. But I want to thank all of my colleagues for their input in this discussion. And once I and even some of my and all of my constituents that have called in about this particular resolution, and for those who called that were not my constituents, And I just appreciate all of the calls because, again, once I read and I talk to different ones, and once I read and get input and get information, and then I think I know where I'm going, I'm always listening to see if there's anybody that can give me more information that will sway me to do something else. I believe I made a responsible decision. I believe it was in the best interest of the city. But I want to thank all of my colleagues for their input as well. And I think it's a sad and pathetic time, and I'm closing, Mr. Vice President, when we can't respect our colleagues' vote and how they vote. They vote they have motives and reasons for voting the way that they vote, and we ought to try to respect that. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Councilman Winfrey. I don't pay any additional discussion items anymore. That brings us down to final comment.
Mr. Vice President, let me say this real quick. 2 items. The vaccine is coming out. I've been watching the news. They're calling police and fire essential workers. I don't know how many workers inside of City Hall in the various departments that I call essential workers want the vaccine. But locally, even from where we sit, and I know we postponed the discussion on it, but for me, I have to do it under additional council discussion. We've got emergency law, and we got a duty to advocate for the well-being and health and safety of our employees, particularly when 55 of them at last count I knew had it. 25 of them in November, 3 deaths. And I just was not going to go on break for the holiday without looking out for essential workers more so than just police and fire. And then I'm going to say this to my council colleagues, particularly you, Mr. Davis. I don't care what people say and do on podcasts, Facebook. I can't control it. I don't think Trump can control it. I don't think Biden can control it. So that's a different arena. But when you bring it to council meeting, it's against the rules. I'm a big boy type politician. I'm a man type politician. I know what people be saying about me on Facebook. I done seen cartoon pictures. That's unfair game. I'm fair game with my colleagues, but because I don't say nothing or comment in, that don't mean ain't putting it in my memory bank. I got the opportunity to do podcasts, Facebook Live, radio shows, TV shows, and I'm this type of person. I know what people saying. I know when it first got off track, when I was sitting out on council chambers, and I said to you, Mr. Davis, don't interrupt me. I'm talking. I'm a senior councilman, and I don't even know if folks can learn their way to the bathroom. So my position is this. I react. Kate called me a racist. I said, I don't know if you're a racist, but you're an Eric Masonist. I react. And people can say, well, I thought I was cool with it. No, not when I know folks talking about me and beating me up. And it ain't just you on that podcast. It's 2 of y'all saying my name. And I keep telling you, I ain't driving no car. I ain't been in no negotiations. That's a lie to the people. And so I do my politics in a timely manner. Be careful what you do outside, because I'm looking and listening and people tell me. But when you bring it in a council meeting, that's a whole different ballgame. So continue to say my name. People can say my name. They can talk about me. It's fair. But don't get mad when I gear up, because I come out like, and sometimes I don't stop. Whoever started can stop it, but they don't have to. Because when people do politics, I'm good at it. If I tell the whole city why I want people gone and what effect they had on this community, black, white, young, old, I'm good at it. I'm credible. And I believe people believe me, and it's a bunch of people who think like me. Just for the record, in that additional discussion, I wouldn't care if you heard it, Kate Fields heard it, Eva, whoever, Griggs. I'm all the way real in the sincerity about my politics. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. I guess we're moving down now to final council comment. And Janelle, I don't know the order since we have some absent, so we can start with, I don't know where to start, Janelle. You just rattle off names and we'll go from there. We got 6 and then 10.
You do, so you can either start with Mr. Mays or Mr. Griggs.
Okay, Mr. Griggs, if you like to care to go first, Mr. Griggs, you got it.
I was thinking about telling everybody how great I am, but I did receive a bachelor's in my bachelor's degree. I graduated magna cum laude, and I had a minor in chemistry. And after I finished the Army, I then got a master's in mechanical engineering, and belonged to the 3 top engineering honorary societies. The top one being Tau Beta Pi. I'm not going to ramble on anymore about how great I am and about my Christian heritage. Y'all have a good night. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Griggs. Now, I guess we'll go over, I'm trying to picture, Miss Worthing, she's gone or she's still here?
She's gone. So next would be Mr. Winfrey.
Mr. Winfrey?
I'm good. Just everybody, happy holidays. Please stay safe. And see you guys in January.
Miss
Winfrey Carter.
Miss Winfrey Carter?
Thank you. Mr. Griggs, you are great. I would just like to say, I would like to wish everyone a happy holiday season. And I would like to also say, please remember to stay safe, wear your mask, because this is really going to help. And remember to follow the orders. Social distancing. Please do not have more than your limited amount of families or number of people in your household during the holiday season. Just please stay safe. And that's all, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. I think we're down to Mr. Guerra.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, as well. To Janelle or Davina, who's still on, I would love to get a copy so I can post not only to the residents, but also put my schedule in of next year's schedule, at least the Monday schedule meeting, so we can plan on that. My colleagues, I hope you guys enjoy the little time. I know it's been very busy the last few weeks for sure, so enjoy your holiday season as well, and you guys have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. I guess, Councilman Mays, you know.
Yeah, I would say this. The way I operate, I'm dead serious, and I'm here to tell you I'll be asking the attorneys and our attorney if it comes true about third-party claims and countersuits as it relates to the state. But now, y'all done voted us in there. We might settle all claims against the state and even shortchange the city. I also want to continue asking the attorneys what state thoughts on the settlement with the EPA and the and the banking institutions. See, this work ain't done with what y'all just did. The work is just beginning. Because clearly, my job is to look out for the municipality, but also to get justice and represent over 10,000 folks. And in my ward, they primarily black. But I don't neglect for Lisa Flower and everybody else that's white. I know folks. And so I don't like to see people, the least of them, left out, and people with voices as big as ours not making major statements that ring around the country. And I want to get Mr. Stein, I think it is, back in here. And I want to talk to him a little more in front of this council in public about that letter and his demands and where he stands and what happens when certain percentages do and don't. And then I'm going to try to deal with the clients and that he's speaking for. All of a sudden he going to sick folks on us in a legal way to try to mess up the city when he should be acting in good faith and hold some of that legal talk, particularly in that position that he's been blessed to be in. So I'm going to pray for this settlement to be just. I'm going to pray that these check amounts don't embarrass us nationwide. I'm going to pray that I can continue to work and move this thing with activists and others to get our just due. And I'm going to pray for colleagues who sometimes don't have the nerve to make statements. I'm going to pray for the preachers who might have mean well, but don't understand. We've given up our coverage. We've given it up in insurance policy. We've given up $24 million in a fund balance and surplus, and we ain't got no promises from the states or the feds or even the lawyers as to what we're looking at to come. So I hear everybody talking, but show me the money. A settlement is money, and I don't want residents to be ashamed to talk about it. The question is, how much is these checks in these categories going to be? So God bless the citizens of the city of Flint. Any of my colleagues call me for city business, I'll be available on an emergency basis all through the holiday. God bless the citizens of the city of Flint. Happy holiday. And Lord, protect us as we try to make it through this awful COVID-19 era. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year if there's no special meetings.
Thank you. And the only thing I like to say, just be safe and beware of this dark winter that they're predicting, because London got a new strain of the virus, and it's supposed to be 6 times more contagious as the first one. And it's supposed to hit December, January, and February. So I hope everybody make it through safely. And Janelle, happy holidays to you, Jennifer, and Davina, and the whole staff, Paul, and everybody. And I just hope next year be a better year for us trying to team up to make this thing go smoother with the administration, the mayor, the council, as well as the city attorneys and the team. And y'all have a good holiday. And now there's a motion on the floor for adjournment.
Mr. Vice President.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, Mr. Winfrey, I want to sincerely thank you for having me work with somebody who I knew might turn after they get what they want. I've seen some of that in the meeting with some of these folks. And they gonna hate that they operate that way because I'm that type of politician. So I thank you. I enjoyed it. I made headway in it, and we did some good. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and want people to know I puts my best foot forward. People act the fool, I act the fool with them politically, and I want them gone. They done showed me they can't change. I move that this meeting be adjourned.
The meeting has been adjourned. Ain't no second to that, is it?
Yeah.
Is it a second? Yeah, second. Is there a second?
Mr. Vice President, I'll second.
Okay, Councilman Griggs. Okay, Janelle, roll call.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Voted 6 yes to adjourn.
Thank you, Janelle. This meeting is over. Y'all have a good holiday.
You too.
Good morning. Bye-bye.